Web development, often known as website development, is the process of designing, developing, and managing websites and web applications that run in a browser. Web development distinguishes itself from web design by referring to the coding and programming aspect of website creation. It can range from a simple HTML text page to complex feature-rich applications that can be accessed through a variety of internet-connected devices. E-commerce sites contain management system, and social networking sites are examples of feature-rich web development. HTML, CSS, Bootstrap, and jQuery are the most common web development programming languages. However, other applications, on the other hand, are used to manage or enable the creation of websites that would otherwise have to be done from scratch by programming code. In this course, we will use the common web development programming language and design projects, e-commerce website, and build games using JavaScript. So without any further ado, let's get started right away. If you haven't subscribed to our channel yet, I want to request you to hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so that you don't miss out on any new update or video releases from Great Learning. If you enjoy this video, show us some love and like this video. Knowledge increases by sharing, so make sure you share this video with your friends and colleagues. Make sure to comment on the video for any query or suggestions, and I will respond to your comments. Now, very quickly, let me walk you through the agenda for today's course. In today's course, we are going to look at e-commerce website with HTML and CSS, IPL theme landing page using HTML, CSS, building games using JavaScript, and JavaScript projects.
So this is the project which is, we have to create. And if you can see here, this is combination of HTML and CSS both. Now, if you have a look, let's understand what all components do we have in this particular web page and what all things you need to create when you're writing the HTML and CSS of this particular web application. Now, in the starting, you can see there is a small bar, the black color bar, in which you can see some navigation links are written. So if you click on it, then obviously something will happen. But right now I have not given any commands to these links. That means any href I have not given to these links. So it is not taking me anywhere. But this particular web page talks about GLSports. Okay. And then about us, indoor, outdoor, history, GLSports. This is nothing but the particular navigation links around this bar. And then you have the heading, and then you have some small paragraphs, and in the background we have a image. But remember that background is not all over the screen. It's just that in that particular heading. Okay. Now how to do that we will see when we will start the coding. The next part is very interesting, which is the footer. Now understand that in any web application we have two things. One is header and one is footer. The header means where you write all the header materials. That means the navigation links or any such logo, or whether you want to give your company taglines and logos, that you will give it in your header. Right now I have not used any logo of GL, but what I have used is I have used the navigation bar here as an header. Okay. And the next thing is footer. So footer is nothing but the down part. So in the down part, you will be getting all the extra links which you want to provide to your customer, or the details which you want to provide to your customer in every single page. So this is a kind of footer which I have created here. Okay. And then there is a small bar at the last for the copyright, but that is fine even if you don't give. But most of the companies recommend that you should give the copyright, standard here. Now, the next portion, except header and footer, is nothing but the section. Okay, this is our main section and we call it as section. Why do we call it as section? Because like this, the image which you can see, like this section, we can create so many other sections in our web page, right? Like suppose when you click on GLSports, you can see in the web link that hash showcase is coming, right? Now, why this hash showcase is coming? Because in the href, I have given showcase as an href, hyperlink reference. So when I'm clicking on it, that is what it is opening. That means the same page is opening again and again when I click on GLSports. But what if I click on About Us? So what I want is when I click on About Us, it should take me to About Us page. But I have not created any About Us page, so that is why I have not linked it. But in the project, we will create 1 or 2 pages of About Us or indoor or outdoor or history, any of it. And we will see when we click on this link, then what happens. Okay. And then you'll be able to understand that for every single navigation link, you have to create a section. Section means a part of your web page where you'll be presenting something. So this is one part. The another part can be about us. The other part can be indoor. The other part can be outdoor. And the last part can be history. And after that, you have a footer. So all those sections, which is about us, indoor, outdoor, history, those all are nothing but your sections. It is called as sections. The next thing is your aside. What is aside? Now, let me first clear you that in this particular project, I have not given any aside. Okay. Now, let me tell you what is aside. So in many of the web applications, you must have seen that on the side, on the left hand side or on the right hand side, you will see a small bar. Okay, different section will be provided on the left and the right hand side in which some advertisements will come, or you can say some menu items you have given, or you can say some more links you have added there, right? The best example is Wikipedia. You must have seen on the right, on the left hand side, there will be a bar, right? And in between all the content will be there. So those sidebars are given by the use of aside tag. Okay, so these aside tags will make sure that your all content is on the aside. Now, what I'm talking here is nothing but header, footer, section, and aside are nothing but the preliminary tags used in HTML. That means it doesn't do anything. Header tag, footer tag, aside tag, or section tag, these all tags doesn't do anything. It is just a container to let the user know that this is the header, that this is the section, that those are the asides. Okay, so it is just to let the user know that when he will see the code, or when the developer will see the code, they will understand that where the header is written, where the section code is written, where the footer code is written, and where the aside code is written. Okay, and that is what we need to make sure when you're writing a program or when you're writing a project on web development.
So what is an HTML? Basically, hypertext markup language is the full form of this acronym, okay, HTML. So it stands for hypertext markup language. It's a link between web pages. What do you mean by this link? What is a link between web pages? Let's suppose you have a website, right? And therein you have some links, right? About us, contact, and all those things, right? Profile, sign up, login, all those things, right? So the links, once you click on login, it will send you to a different page, right? It will send you to a different page. So what is this? What is this? This is hypertext. This is what you mean by hypertext. Basically, a website is nothing but a collection of web pages. That's it. Okay. So the links between those web pages is what is called hypertext. And how you define those web pages is something that is related to markup language. Okay. So it's a text between the tags that which defines structure. Okay. What do you mean by elements? What do you mean by tags? So basically tags are, let's suppose you have tags, paragraph tags, you have strong tags, you have divs, you have spans. All of these are tags. And and if you combine these tags along with the text, along with the properties, along with attributes, it's called an element, a complete element, including the content. Okay. So this is what a markup is, the text between the tags. Okay, so basically this HTML is used to create the web pages, right? It's also called as language to create. It's a language to create web pages. HTML defines the web page, how it looks, and how to display your content. Okay, so it displays your content with the help of HTML elements. Okay, it defines the structure of our web page. Okay, we need to save, if you're saving this file, we need to save with extension .html. Okay, that's it. In short, if you have no idea about what an HTML is, it is basically, it defines the structure of your page, right? Let's suppose, let me give you a naive example, or in layman's terms, what HTML is. Basically, if you're creating a house, right? You're creating a house, right? Now, obviously you define some architecture. So that architecture is your HTML. You define where is going to be your bedroom, where is your kitchen, where is your bathroom, and all those things, right? It defines the structure of your whole house, right? That is what an HTML is. Now, what is CSS? Basically, it stands for Cascading Style Sheets. Okay, so now what is CSS? Basically, CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets, right? What do you mean by this thing? Now you have your structure, now you have your house, right? Now you want to color it. You want to color the walls. You want to color your kitchen. You want to color your bedroom with different colors. Right now, that is the trend right now. You color two walls with same color, and let's suppose if your room is having 4 walls, you color the 2 walls with different colors, and the new opposite 2 walls with different color, or maybe 4 walls with different colors, all of them. Okay, right? So basically that is what what defines the CSS. Now you are going to color your website. That's it. So basically now it defines the look and feel of your website, right, or your house. It's a language to make our web pages presentable. Now we are talking about web pages, and now we want to make our website presentable. Presentable means that it should look beautiful, it should look attractive, right? You need to add some colors, maybe some color themes, to change the font family and all those things. You can do it with the help of CSS, right? You might be thinking, sir, we can do it in HTML, but right now in HTML5, after HTML5 onwards, we have to do something that is called separation of concerns. What do you mean by this thing? It means that if you want to define, so it is a language to make your web page presentable, right? It is designed to make style sheets for website, right? If you want to add some styles, you use this CSS, right? Now this CSS is quite difficult, right? It is quite difficult to change the or you want to apply some CSS. It's quite difficult, right? You have to change different things, right? What is the use of box model in order to contain everything? Now the box model is such a thing, therein you define the spacing of your elements, right? The spacing between the content and the spacing between the border and look, you have content, right? You have some text. The space between the content and your border is called padding, okay? And the space between one element and the other element is what is called margin, okay? So box model is used to define those spacing in order to so that your content looks presentable, okay? Now let's break this acronym, that is CSS. So cascading means falling off styles. That means one style will get priority over the other. Style means adding different style tags, okay? Adding styling to your HTML tags. Then you have different sheets. That's what it's called, sheets, okay?
Okay. Now, without wasting much time, let's start off by creating this particular project, and let's see what all things do we need here. Before again going to the Sublime, I must tell you that writing an HTML of any web page is really very easy, okay? Because it does just have to provide this structure. That's it. You have to provide that where this heading should come, where this paragraph should come, where this subheading should come, right? Those all things. Where these navigation bars should come. That's it. But when you talk about CSS, then you have to think a lot that how much padding you should give, how much spaces should be given between these two things, right? And how I can bring these all things in the center. Then how can I arrange these 4 things like this? Right? Why it is not overlapping each other? Why is it having a very defined space between each of them? So CSS is the one thing which will make your web page attractive, and yes, it will take time to make you understand, because if you're not practicing and you just think that, I know all the CSS commands, I know the basic and fundamental concepts of CSS, which we have seen in this tutorial, and you will expect that, now you can work out and you can create a web application. No, it is not possible. If you want to have a hands-on, or if you want to, be very frequent with CSS coding, you have to practice a lot. You have to do trial and error methods a lot. You have to analyze that if I give this much font size, then what's going to happen? If I give this much value, then what's going to happen? You need to do trial and error method in CSS many a times, then only you will be very frequent with CSS coding. So don't think that if you're creating this project on your own, that means you're very fine with HTML, CSS, and you can create your own web application. No. So try to create 2 or 3 more projects of your own and put it in your resume or LinkedIn profiles, and try to find a job if you're a fresher on front-end development or as a front-end developer. Then inside the company, you will be getting to know how to use these things and where to use, because there you will be doing it practically and for real, right? And there will be people helping you every time. So that is why it's very important that you practice all the stuffs or the CSS too much. Okay. Now let's move to our Sublime and let's start this particular project. Before opening the Sublime, let me show you how I have managed this particular project folder. So I've created a project folder inside HTML and CSS tutorial folder, and I have kept these all things here. Okay. So HTML is there, CSS is there, and an image is there, which you can see the image also. This is the image which I have kept it there. Okay. That I have not created any CSS folder and kept the CSS there, or I have not created any images folder and I kept the image there. Why? Because I'm using only one CSS file and one image file, right? So I don't think that it's necessary to create another folder and increase your folder structure. Again and again, you have to go inside different folders and you have to open it, right? Why to do so? Because you have only one file. So that's why I did not create any folder, so that it will be easy for me. It will be convenient for me. Now, so obviously we are not going to again create the same thing in the same folder. What we are going to do, we are going to open the Sublime and create a new file. And this I'm going to save. Let's say in HTML CSS tutorial itself, I'll create a new folder and I'll write here sample project. Okay. And in this particular folder, I have to create an HTML file. So I'm going to write here, let's say project1.html, right? So project1.html is done. And also I'll be creating a new file again and save it in the form of CSS, because see, when you're working with HTML, it's not important that you should first work with HTML and completing HTML, after that you're moving into CSS. It all depends on you. What I prefer is nothing but we write the whole HTML at once and then we go to CSS. What you can do is you first create the header of HTML, and once you complete the header of HTML, then you go to the CSS and provide all the styling for that particular header, so that at least header will get completed. There will be nothing left for the header to be done, right? But doing that can affect your other sections of the page, right? So that's why I don't prefer it, but it all depends on you. Now let's write the CSS file name. So I've written style.css, and now we have to start writing our code. Now first of all, what I'm going to do, I have already opened this particular page here, right? What we will do is we will write here a normal structure of our code. Okay. And here I'm going to give the title as GLSports. Okay, the title. Let's save this. And what we will do is we will open it in the browser. So I think my Microsoft Edge is not opening when I'm clicking open in browser. So let's do one thing. Let's copy the file path from here and let me open it just beside our main project. Okay. So you can see this is our page and the heading is coming here, GLSports, right? Now we have to start creating our HTML file for these all things. Let's do it one by one and let's see how we will do it. Now, when we talk about the body portion or the main portion of the file, what do we have in the beginning? We have the header in the beginning, right? So what we are going to do, first of all, we are going to provide the link, okay? Because we have to give our CSS file here. So I'm going to name here style.css. Now once this is done, our title and link is ready. Now in the body, I'm going to type my div. Why I'm writing the div? Because I want to actually give header a particular container. You can see this particular black color bar is nothing but a container, okay, inside which 5 or 6 things are written. Correct? So this is nothing but a container inside which all the necessary things are written. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to give a div, and to this div I'm going to give an ID. Why I'm giving an ID? Because obviously to this particular ID I will be giving some CSS to make the color of that particular div as black, right? That bar color as black, and then whatever text I'll be writing there will be, white in color, if you can see, if you remember, right? So those things we need to do here. So I'm going to just close this particular tag here, and now I hope you remember that I told you that header, footer, aside, and section are these all are tags. So I'm using this tag, header tag, okay, to make the user understand that from here the header is starting. Okay. Once the user knows the header is starting from here, inside the header, what should I have? I should have the nav tag. Nav tag is also a container for all the navigation links. Okay. So the user will get to know that inside the header container, the user is putting the navigation links inside it. Okay. So this navigation links, I'll give a class. Okay. Let's say a random CF I'm giving. That's a class which I'm giving here. Now inside this I'm giving a unordered list. Why I'm giving an unordered list? Understand, this unordered list will come line by line, right? Like GLSports, then here about us, then here indoor, then outdoor, then history, then GLSports. Correct? This is how UL will look like. But in my project, it is not the same. It is in a horizontal way, right? How we can do it in the horizontal way, that we are going to see in the CSS part. But right now, you understand that why I am writing it as an unordered list. Because if you're using an unordered list, in the CSS, you can give an ample amount of spaces, and all the particular list which you'll create will have a same amount of space when you will give it around the CSS. Okay. So writing it in an unordered list way is perfect. Talking about the footer, the same thing we are going to do. We are going to use the unordered list only because the spacing will be done very definite. Okay. Now, after the UL, in this particular also I'll be creating a class and I'll be naming it as CF. I will tell you why I'm creating these classes and ID, and now I'm going to do an li. Okay. Now in this particular li, I am going to give the links. Okay. Now let me give a link of showcase here, and I'm going to give the heading of GLSports. So this is the first link which I have given. I'm going to close the li. This is the first link. Let's see what happens in my browser. Yeah. So you can see this is what is expected, right? Because what I have written in the HTML, I have just written the UL tag and the li, and this is how it is looking. And the li, we have given the a tag. That means whatever content you are writing in your list, that's a anchor tag, that's a link. So it is coming as in the form of a link. Perfect. Now what next? Understand that why I have given here hash showcase when I'm writing href. I hope you remember that when I said when I'm clicking on GLSports, you can see here when I click on GLSports, in the link, in the URL, you can see hash showcase is coming, right? Why is it coming, sir? Because in the href I have written hash showcase. Same thing is happening here. In the href I have written hash showcase. Now when I will click on that particular link, hash showcase should come. When I click on this link, hash showcase is coming. What is the meaning of this? That means when I'll create the section for GLSports, when I'll click on GLSports, the same page will be reloaded. Okay, when I'm clicking on GLSports, the same thing is opening, right? When I'll click on About Us, it should take me to About Us. That we will see later on. You can see here a hash about us is coming, but the page is not changing because I've not created any page. But we will create the page right now and I'll show you how to do it. So this is done. Now like that, we have to create so many other links, right? So let's create that. Now what we will do is, so that it will not take much time, I'm going to paste it like, so how many times do we have that? We have it like 5 times, and I'm going to write here about us. Then for sports, we have indoor games and we have outdoor. You can specify anything, but okay. Now last one, let's put it as history. Now for all these links which I have created, there should be some href, like some link which should open that particular page. Now understand, in the href, we used to give the HTML links, right? Or any other website links like www.youtube.com or www.facebook.com, correct? But you will say that you're not understanding what is this hash showcase or hash about us means, right? Let me tell you. Now, when we will create this section, in that particular one section, we'll be providing an ID with showcase. We'll be providing an ID with about us. We'll be providing an ID with indoor. Okay. And then what will happen when we will click on these links? When we will click on these links in the same web page, it will take me to the indoor section. That means about us, indoor, outdoor, and history will be in the same web page. Okay. It's just that when I'll click on indoor, it will go down and point towards the indoor section of my web page. When I click on outdoor, it will point towards my outdoor section of my web page. Okay. So there is no HTML links other than this main HTML file. There's no other HTML file. There's no other file for about us, indoor and outdoor. We are going to provide these sections in this particular HTML web page itself. Okay. So that's why I'm saying that there are different sections provided. One is this one is about us, one is indoor, one is outdoor, and it will go on. Okay. So that is why when you want to do this kind of thing, that it will take you, the links will take you to the other section of your same web page. We used to write this particular hash command and then this thing. Why I'm writing hash? Because I'll be providing the ID in the section. I will show you that. For right now, just keep it in mind that this is nothing but an ID. Okay, so my links are ready, and let's now close this UL tag and let's give a last href. So here I will just give hash because I don't want to provide any link, and I'm going to give an ID here which is open up. Okay, I will tell you why this ID is needed, because this I can only explain you when I'll move to the CSS. Okay, now this is done. Let me close the all necessary tags. So nav is closed, header is closed. Now let's refresh our page and let's see whether my all navigation links are coming here or not. Okay, so my all navigation links are coming here, right? And now I have to arrange it. That we will do in the later part on the CSS. But right now we'll concentrate on the next thing, which is this particular div portion, this container. So this container, the black one, is already done. Only the CSS we have to write. We will do it in the, when we'll move to the CSS part. But right now the another div portion is this one, the image one. So let's do that. So after the header, what we have to do? We have to create the another div, and here we'll be again giving the class, because for every div I'm giving a class. For this or an ID. So for this I've given an ID, for this I'm giving a class, and to this class I'll be writing section main. This is one ID, one more ID I'm giving container. Now here, understand what I've done. Basically, I have given two classes to the same tag. One class name is section main and the other class name is container. Okay, so I've given two class names to one particular tag. You can give it like this, just a space is needed. That's it. So in your particular CSS, you can either use .section main or .container. Both will take the commands to this div. Okay, so this is one thing which I wanted to tell you, because in many of the web applications, you will see this kind of thing. Okay, so don't get complicated that, or confused that this is one particular class name, this much big. No, it is not. Okay, what is the use of it? You can use this particular container class or section main class in any of the other divs where you want the same styles. Let's say to this div and to this div, I want the same styles, exact same styles. So you do not have to copy and paste the same CSS again and again, right? You won't do that because it will increase your code. So what you will do, you will name section main class here also and here also. The same will be provided and it will be done. Now there are some other styles which you also want to give to this div. Those other styles you can give to container. So the similar styles you will give to section main, and the other styles which is unique to this div, you will give it in container. So just understand for now that similar styles will be given to your one of the class, and the unique styles which you want to give, you can give it to the container. Okay, now let's move ahead and let's write the heading which you have seen, which is nothing but GLSports. So let's write that. Done. So H1 is done, and now we have to give the subheading. So in the subheading, we will write the paragraph. So paragraph is random, guys. Whatever you want to write, you can write. I am writing whatever I have written in my particular project. So your best place to visualize and enjoy playing different sports. Okay, so this is my heading. Let's see how it is looking in the web page. As expected, H1 looks like this and H2 looks like this. Now you can see that till now we have only done this much, which is only the HTML, right? Yeah, we are not expecting that it should come like this, correct? But we will do it slowly. We will see how we can do that. After H2 we have the paragraph. Let me do one thing. I will copy this whole paragraph from here so that we can save some time, and we are going to mention it in our paragraph. But to this paragraph I have to give some CSS, because you can see the paragraph which was written there was much more bolder than the normal paragraph. If you can see in the whole tutorial, when we have written the paragraph, it doesn't look like this, right? It is much more smaller. But because I want to make it visible and attractive, I have to give the font size increased in the CSS. So I'm going to give a class, because I want to write the CSS for this particular portion. So again I'm giving two CSS for this. Okay, these are the two CSS which I'm giving here now. You can give any name. I'm also giving just random names. And now I'm going to paste up my paragraph, and I'm going to close my paragraph. I'm going to close my div, and I'm going to close my other div also. Okay, now you can see the first div I have not closed it here before starting the another div, because I wanted that inside one div you have two things. Inside this is the whole div, okay, the image and the black bar, this is the whole div. Inside the div you have one more div, okay, something like that is happening in our code. So this is done. Now what is next? Next we have the footer. So we have to work with this particular div now. This is also a div. Let's see whether we are going to create the div or not. So after this div, what we have to do is we have to create the footer, and here we need to write the div again, one particular div we have created, and to this div I am going to write the container class. You can see here, container class I have also given here and I have also given here. Why? Because there are some styles which is common to this div and to this div also. That is why I have written it here. Okay. And in the section main, there will be unique styles which will be only for this div. And I'll not use this section main anywhere else. Okay. Because this section main is unique to only this div. I hope you are understanding what I'm saying. Now let's move to creating another div, and here I'll be writing the CSS for footer. So I'll be writing here the CSS name as footer calls. Now you'll be asking that to the same div you are giving two classes. No, I'm not giving classes to the same div. You can understand that inside this div you have another div. Okay, so it is not the same. That is why I'm not writing here footer calls. Okay, I'm writing it in another div. That's another div which is having another class footer calls. Okay, now what next? Now we have to create all the unordered list. So how we can do that? UL li, and to this li, obviously, what is first? Let's see. You can see we have shop and play, right? So we have to write here shop and play, and it is not having any link. If you see here, this is not clickable, but these are clickable. All of these are clickables. So the first list is not an anchor tag. It is not a link. The first list. All the next list are anchor tags. So this one I'm not creating a anchor tag, but the next ones will be a anchor tag. To this, what reference I'll be giving? Right now I'm not giving any reference, so just putting it like a hash. Okay, and now let's write the component names, whatever is there. So we have 3D sports. Rest of the things we will write later on. Let's complete this one first. This is done. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this. How many times I have to copy it? 4. Done. Now what else we have written in our names in the components? We have written the arcade, sports, I believe so, virtual reality, merchandise, gift card. Virtual reality, merchandise, and gift cards. Okay, so all my list is now completed from the footer portion. That means only the first column we have written. Now we have to write the second column. For that, what we can do, obviously saving the time. So copy this. Just after this, paste it and change the content whatever is written. Okay, so we have GLSports store. Let's write here GLSports store. The next one, find a store. The next one is today at GLSports. Next one is sports camp. The next one is entertainment. And the next one is order sports items. So I hope you are understanding what is happening here. We are creating these 4 columns one by one, right? Right now it will not look like a column because it is just a normal list. So this is how it is looking. Okay, I'll create the more 2. Okay, and then we will move out to our next portion. Let's see what is the next thing. So okay, this is already copied, so I'm going to just paste it once more, and this is done. So we have created our 4 columns. Changing of names will be done. Let's not waste time, and let's change the names and let me come back, right? So now we are done with all our list and everything. So you can see here we have all our 4 columns, whatever we wanted to create, and we have changed the names of all of them. So let's go back to our browser and let's see how is it looking. So if you can reload the page, you can find out that all the names are different and all my 4 columns are created. Now have a look that whether we have completed our structure or not. If you can look in this particular web page, our structure is what? Our designing is what? Our designing is nothing but the content whichever you are writing. So the navigation content is nothing but these links. Then we have the heading, subheading, paragraph, and all these footer components, right? Do we have all of it? We have the links, we have the heading, we have the subheading, we have the paragraph, we have all the footer links. Yes, we have it. And the last part is this copyright thing that is only left, which we will write now. And I think then HTML is done, because that is all about the design and structure of a web page. So design and structure of a web page will be completed. Now whatever will be done is nothing but to make our web page attractive. I hope now you will understand, and you are understanding that why CSS is very important, right? You can see that this is only giving me the HTML part, and it is not at all attractive, not at all self-explanatory, and I can't even recognize what kind of web page is this. Sometimes you must have seen that when you're opening a Facebook login page, it comes like this, right? It doesn't come in a proper way, but it comes like this. It loads like this, right? Because the reason is the CSS of that particular code is not loaded properly in the server. That is why all the styling is not coming in a proper way from the server. Only the HTML part has recovered and only the HTML part is showing. You must have seen sometimes in many web pages it happens that the web page is coming like this, right? So this is what is all about your HTML and CSS and why is it important, okay? Now let's go back to this and let's see what is here. We have copyright 2021 great learning. But the problem is, what is this particular symbol? This is not @ this is something else. How can we give that? Right? Let's see how can we do that. So we have written all our complete 4 columns. We should close some things. Let's find out what all things we need to close. Just put a slash, okay, div, one more slash, okay, div. So 2 of our divs which was opened here is now closed. Now what we have to do, we have to write that copyright thing. So what we are going to do here is we are going to create a different div, because if you look here, this is having another container which is gray in color, right? This is kind of another container which is gray in color. So don't you think we should create another div? So we are creating another div, and to this we'll give a class. We'll write the class name as footer bottom, because it comes inside footer, but it is in the bottom part. I'm just giving a random class name for self-explanation, but you can give any name, whatever you want. This is done. And here I'm going to write the statement, copyright. After that copyright, there was a symbol, but in my keyboard, I don't have that symbol. So how can I give that symbol in HTML? You give the and then you write copy, then semicolon. Once it becomes in purple in color, you will understand that this is doing something. What it does, let's see. So I'm writing only this much and showing you in our web page whether that symbol is coming or not. I don't know if you can see it. Let me zoom in and you can see that symbol is coming here, right? So this is how you can give those particular symbols. And not only this, but there are so many other kind of, and commands which you can use to give such particular symbols, okay? Check it out in Google and find out that what all other symbols do we have around like this, okay? Right now, let's complete our sentence. So we have 2021 and then great learning. Perfect. So I think this is done. Now let's close the div and close the footer, right? So this all thing is done from the HTML part, and you can see it's not a very big code. It's just necessary things we have written, whatever we require in our web page. So should we go and start our CSS? Yes, surely we will start now. Now, this from now, when we are starting the CSS, it's very important for you guys to understand each one of the codes, whatever we'll be writing one by one. First of all, if you look into your HTML, you have to always compare your HTML with your web page. That which component or which tag have you used? Like suppose I've written this body here, right? So I know that my body contains my whole web page, right? And I want to change the font family of this particular web page. That means how is it written here? It's not very attractive, okay? It is not looking very good to me. So what I can do, we'll give the body and we will write here the font family. For the font family, I'll be giving here PT Sans, which is nothing but a kind of a font family, and comma I'll be giving sans serif. Why am I writing sans serif? Because I want it in the normal way. I don't want that there should be a line at the end of all the characters. I hope you are understanding what I'm saying. Let's reload my page. Look at the text if anything is changing. Yes, the text did change, right? It became more bigger, and the font family which I'm using is PT Sans. So it is converted the whole body into PT Sans. If you have not seen, go back to the video and see it. You will observe the change. Now, what next? So here I'm going to give a background color. Okay. Now, there are so many background colors in the HTML, right? So which background color I should choose? What I'll do, I'll go to my HTML color codes. And I know one of the value of my hexadecimal, which is there here, 252529, which is giving me a black color if you see, right? Now you can always write black color instead, but I'll be preferring to use this particular hexadecimal value. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy that particular value and I'm going to put a hash and put that value here. Done. Let's see what happens. So if I reload my page, everything is black. If you observe, it is not a pure black. It is a kind of a fade black because the text which is written, right, is visible, is slightly visible. If you look here, you can read what is written in GLSports, your best place to visualize and enjoy playing different sports, right? It is visible. That means the hexadecimal value which I have chosen, it is not purely black, right? Okay. That's okay. That's what I want. It is looking good. Now what I have to do? Background color is done. Now if you observe here, there is a space around all these things, right? These all headings, then list, these all are having some spaces, right? What I'm going to write here is, I'm going to give here margin. I'm given the margin 0. Why I've given 0? Have a look. Once I reload the page, what is happening? You can see the space which was given above, it's gone now, right? It moved a little bit above, and all the spaces which was there beside the heading, if you can't see it, let me do it again once. So I'm commenting this and I am going to my web page, reloading the page. You can see there is some spaces here, right? There are spaces here. There are lots of spaces in all the portions. So to remove those little spaces, I have given margin 0 so that everything will be close to the wall of the page. You can see it is really close to the wall of the page. There's no extra space provided, correct? I don't know if you can see because the background color is also black, but I have zoomed in, so I hope you can see. Now, what is next? So let's give the color to the text because the text color is really black and you're not being able to see anything. So let's give the color here. Let's go to my color codes again and let's see what color we can give. Obviously, we'll be giving the white color. So for white color, I want to show you what value you will be writing. Let's say I'm writing FFF. You can see which color is coming here. It's totally white, right? So Here I'm going to write FFF. Once I save this and reload my page, you're going to observe all the text will become white in color. And now you can clearly observe the margin thing, right? There's no space here in between the wall of the page and the content. That's what I explained to you about margin. The wall of the page and the content or any border, if it is there, there'll be no space. Or how much space we'll give in margin, that much space will be there. Right? So now it is looking something like this, and you can see that it is becoming more attractive, comparing to the previous part where we have not written any CSS. Now, what next? If you look here, all my particular lines, each line is very close to each other. If you look at this one, it's not that close, right? There is a distance between all of them, all the lines, right? There's a distance between each one of them. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to give a property which is line height. Okay. Why I'm giving line height? Let's see what changes will come. Observe, guys, that every time whenever I'm writing a new command, I am going to the web page and I'm making you sure that you check out what changes are coming here. So always see that when I'm reloading the page, what change is happening. So I'm reloading now and have a look what is happening. There is a space provided in all of the each lines. Each line is having now some spaces. If you've not observed it, go back to the video and see what changes is done. There's a space provided to all of them. Okay, all the lines, each one of them. So there's a line height. This is called as line height. Okay, I'm controlling. Don't do Control S every time in your web page. Otherwise, it will ask you to save the file. It's a habit now for me, so I'm always clicking on Control S. Okay, now my body CSS is done. It's looking fine. Now let's do one by one the CSS for all my ID and classes. Okay, let's go to my HTML and you can see there's a A tag here, right? Let's give something for A tag. What I'm going to do here is for A tag, I'm going to give something which will remove these lines, the underlines. Okay, which will remove these underlines because in my web page, there's no underlines here to all my links, right? So I don't want those underlines. I don't want any decorations in my link. So text decoration, none. Remember text decoration we used to give for underline and all. When we give none, that means every line underline will be gone. Right? All my underlines are now gone. Correct? What next? Here I am going to give a color to all my anchor tags. The color which I am choosing is, I'll show you. Let me open the HTML color codes and let's keep it open only because we need it for some time. So here what I'm going to type is, I'm going to type here C. Now you can see what kind of color is this, right? Okay, this is not the color. This is the color. Okay, a kind of slightly gray color. If you look here, all the links which is written here, okay, if I zoom in, all the links which is written here, it's in something kind of a gray color, right? It's kind of a something in gray color. You can see all the links because above black, if you're putting a gray color or a white color, it's really good. It will look nice, correct? So that's the thing which we are going to do. So CCC will give me the same thing which I want. So here I'm going to write, okay, even if you write like this, that is also fine. Perfect. This is done. Now let's reload my page and let's see whether there's a color coming to my thing or not. Yes, the same color is coming. And now is the time you can see that my web page is looking the same. Okay, only that image and all these things, all these links should come side by side. Only that thing we need to do. Other than that, everything is done. The color and everything. So now you can see how much change is coming when you're writing just a normal CSS. I've not written a very fancy CSS code, correct? Just a normal properties and values I have used here. Now, what next? Let's move to our first ID, which is showcase. That means that particular div, the first div. So I'm going to write here showcase. Please remember to check always what is the name of the ID you're giving. Check out whether you have a capital letter or not. Okay, it is fine for me. Now let's understand what we are going to do here. Now is the time that we will be writing a lot of code. So understand one by one what I'm doing. First of all, I'll be using the margin and I'll be giving 0 so that my all div elements is not having any margin. If I reload my page, you can see I'm making sure that all my things don't having any spaces. Similarly, I'll give padding also because I don't want any space in any corner of my page. So I'm giving here padding also. Let's refresh my page and just making sure that padding and margin is 0 now. Next, what I'm going to do. So for CSS background, we use the background URL to give my image, right? Now, before putting the image here, I need the image in my folder. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this wallpaper.jpg from here to my sample project folder. I'll keep it here. Okay. Wallpaper.jpg is my file name. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write here wallpaper.jpg. Okay. Once you write that, now, once you are writing any of the background image or any of the background image you are giving it to the web page, it will repeat, right? Let's see what happens. Is it repeating or not? My image is coming and yes, it is repeating. It has repeated twice, right? I don't want it to repeat. So what I should give? I should give here background repeat, right? I should give here background repeat with, I will write no repeat, correct? But instead of this, to save time and to save the lines of code, what you can do, you can write here itself no repeat. Let's see if it is working. So it is not repeating, right? There's only one image. What next? Also, I want this to be cover. Cover means background size cover. I hope you remember. Background size cover means that the whole page will be taking the image. You can see in our web page, the whole page is taking this particular image as the width, the screen width, right? So I have to give that. Here I'm going to give center cover. Okay, so the web page will be in the center plus it will cover the whole screen width. I've saved the file and I'll reload the page. So you can see it is basically covering my whole page and now it is also one. It is not repeating. Okay, so this is done. Always remember to save the file. If you're not saving the file, you will not see the impact in your web page. So this is the most frequent errors you can see. You can say which freshers do. Okay. Now after the background, what we need to do is, you can see the whole idea of putting the image here was to bring it like this. But we can't actually see that that is happening, right? It is more of a very small kind of image, which is just covering the half of the screen width, right? It is not properly coming like this. What we can do here now is we can give the width. The width I'll be giving here is 100%. And let's see what happens. So if I go to my page, if I reload, this is now the image is taking the 100%, okay? The whole screen width. The next what I'm going to do, I'm going to write the height. Now understand what I'm going to use here. I'm going to use 100 VH. Now what is this VH? VH means viewport height. Remember that in this particular CSS, whatever codes I'll be writing, I'll not be using one measurement. That means I'll not be using only pixel or only percentage or only EM, right? I'll be using a random kind of different types of measurements so that I'll be able to tell you that how many types of measurements are there in HTML and CSS. Okay, so don't get confused. I'll be telling you the meaning of each one of them. So viewport height is nothing but one of the measurement, which is actually the height considering the viewport. That means how the user is looking at your web page. Now, this is also one kind of measurement. Let me comment it and let's see what happens. So if you look here, now my image is taking the actual height. If you look at your page, the actual web page is this. The height of the image is really proper here, and now here also it is very proper. Because I've used the viewport height, now my image is a little bit, bigger than the previous one, and it is covering the most of the portion of my web page. I hope you're understanding this. Now let's move to the next and let's write about the position. Position, I'll make it relative. Okay. Why I'm making my position relative? Because the image position, whatever you're giving, it should not move from here and there. Okay. So the images, when you're clicking, it should not move. So your web page will make sure that your particular image is relative. And one thing more you observe here, that when you have kept the image viewport height as 100, you can see the list has come down. Okay. And also this is another div, right? You can see this whole image thing. I am putting it where? This image I am putting it where? In the showcase ID. Showcase ID is where? In the div, the first div. And inside this div, we have the navigation links and also the heading in the paragraph. So in this particular div, I have the navigation links and I have the heading in the paragraph. And because this div is closed here and we have the footer starting, this is separate. So now this is done. Now let's move to our CSS and let's see what next we have to write. Here we'll be writing overflow hidden. Okay. That means if the image is overflowing or if it is looking like that it is, overflowing, that means you can see previously that black background was coming, right? That means my image was bulging out of the background. Okay. But now it is not. I'll show it to you again if you have not seen it. So look here. When I reload my page, you can see this black color thing here. Because I have told that, there should be some space. The image is coming after that. The background image is visible here. But I don't want it to be visible. It's not looking good, right? It's looking like that your image is bulging out of your background color. I don't want to actually overflow it. So I'll write here overflow hidden. So now what is happening? Now let's have a look. So you can see that particular image is covering my bulging part. That means the background color is now hidden. So now this portion, the screen width, the whole screen width without scrolling down is giving me the proper image. Once I scroll down, I can see the down part. But till the time I am in my screen, at the starting, when I'm not scrolled down, my whole image is coming here. That's what I want. You can see. When you're not scrolling, your whole image should come. Once you scroll, then you will see the down part. Perfect. This is done. Let's go to my Sublime. And now here, what we are going to do, we are going to write the next code. Let's see what is that. One more thing I want to tell you here, that overflow you can write however you want. We will see some options, whether you want to make the overflow in a horizontal direction or in a vertical direction, or you want to wrap it, those things. I want to provide it in a vertical direction. So done. Now let's move to the next one and let's see what do we have. If we go to our HTML, you can see inside the showcase ID, we have one more ID which is container, right? And this container we have written many times. We have written in the footer div also. We have written in the first div, first sub div, right? And this is all inside this showcase. Inside this showcase, you have this container, right? That is why how we will write here is, we will write showcase, and then here we are going to write dot container. Why I am writing like this? Because showcase is an ID, and inside this ID showcase, you have the class container. That is why I am writing hash showcase dot container. Okay. Now here what I'm going to do, have a look. I want to give here margin top with 25 viewport height. Okay. Why I'm giving this margin top? Have a look what will happen. So if I reload my page, so when I reload the page, you can see that the heading and the container part, the other div container part. What is this heading and the subheadings? If you look at the HTML, the heading and the subheading is having the container, right? So obviously something should happen to this part. What is happening? It is moving down. Why is it moving down? Because I've given a viewport height to this, which is the margin top. So from margin top, there's a space given. There's a margin given. This is space. Let me show it to you again. So if I go to my CSS, I comment this portion. Okay. And I go to my and reload this. You can see there is no space here, right? But once I give that margin, there's a space coming. That's why we are writing there margin top 25 VH. Okay. Viewport height. This is viewport height. Now, next. So for container also we have given the viewport height. Now let's move to our next code and let's see what is there. Now in our showcase, in the HTML, in our showcase, we have some things which is H1 and H2. And as I have mentioned that H1 and H2 is not looking the same, right? If you look here, H1 is really very big and H2 is also really very big. Paragraph is also really very big. It is not that small. How we can change that? Let's do it. So let's go to our CSS, and here what we are going to write is, we are going to mention the hash showcase. Everything is inside showcase, right? This H1 and H2. So hash showcase H1, I'm going to give the font size for sure because I want to increase the font size of my sentences. So font size I'm going to give here for REM. Again, what is this REM, right? REM is nothing but root elements font size. Remember that these kind of REM measurements are always given to font size. Okay. So when you're working with any font size, please give this kind of measurements for REM. It's not compulsory, but use this kind of REM measurements to give whenever you're working with font sizes. So I'm going to comment this. This is root element font size. Let's have a look what is happening to the H1. Remember that H1 is my GLSports, so it is getting increased. Right? Now let me increase the thing for H2 also. So I'm going to paste this same thing and I'm going to change this to H2, and here I'm going to give 2 REM, a little bit smaller than the H1, right? So let's go back to our thing and just have a look at this H2. What will happen? I'm going to reload the page and you can see this is also increased. What next? To the H1, I want to give something else also, which is nothing but margin bottom 0. Why I'm giving this margin bottom 0? Let me show you. Okay, I've given the margin 0. Let me go to my thing. Now have a look. I have given it in H1. So have a look in H1 bottom portion. You can see there's a space provided, right? So how much space is my GLSports taking? There should be no margin bottom. There should be no space provided. So it came a little bit above. Earlier the paragraph was touching this last border. Now it is not. Okay. So those things we have done using margin bottom 0. So this is done. Now let's see what all things we have already completed and what is left. So I think my web page is coming into a proper position. The background image is there. The heading is there. So we are getting all our components and all our links and all. But now let's work on our navigation bar and let's make it come, one by one in a horizontal way. How we can do that? Let's see. So obviously my navigation bar is having this nav tag, right? So I'm going to obviously start off with nav. To this nav, what I should give? First of all, let's give the height. Height I'm going to give here 40 pixel. Okay. Let's see what happens to this when I'm giving the height to the navigation bar. Once I reload, you can see now the height of this navigation thing is 40 pixel. So you can see the GLSports and your best place to visualize. I don't have to scroll down to see that. Now everything is in my first look. Like whenever I'm reloading the page, the first look of this web page is giving me the navigation bar and also my H1, H2, which was happening here. Okay. Now let's again go back. Height is already given. Now I'm going to give the width. Width I'm going to give 100% because I want to take the whole width of my screen for this particular navigation bar. Right now nothing will happen because it is taking width 100%, then also it can't be able to show you because my links are not in a horizontal state, it is vertical. So you won't be able to see whether the width is 100% or not. But I'll tell you why we have written width 100%, because the next course which we will write will be totally dependent on this width. So next I'm going to give a background color, which is obviously the same color which I've given here, I believe, which is, let me check out in our HTML color codes whether it is the same color or not. Okay, 333. Okay, so this is the black color. So here in the navigation bar, the whatever bar we have, we want to give black color. So because this is a navigation bar, let's see what happens. If I reload my page, I am getting that black bar here, right? That is why I wrote width 100%. Now you can see the exact width 100%, right? That's why I told you that when I'm writing width 100%, earlier it was not showing me anything because there was nothing to show them, right? There was nothing with the web page to show that they have taken width 100%. But now as soon as I give background color black color, or it is not properly a black color, it is something kind of a dark gray. So when I'm giving that particular color, now you can see that bar is coming, right? So it is taking the width 100%. That is why we have given width 100%. Now what? Next, we are going to give the color, that means text color. And here I'm going to show you how to give the RGB value. Okay, I'm not giving a hexadecimal or a normal name of the color. I'm going to give a RGB value. To this RGB value, let me show you what value I'm going to give. So go to color codes and here let me write the values. So I'm going to write here the G to be 34 and the B also to be 34. Once you do that, you can see 51, 34, 34 is giving me a black color again. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write here 51, 34, 34. Once I reload my page, you can see the navigation thing is now becoming black, not my text. Understand this. In your HTML, your navigation is containing what? UL and LI, right? The text is inside the A tag, right? The text color when you are giving, it is not provided to the text. Instead, it is provided to the list and the UL. If you have observed, these white dots are now changed to black, right? So that means the navigation link is containing the list tag and it is changing these dots to black color. Okay. Now, after this, what we will do? After this, we will give the position to be fixed because we don't want that these navigation links should move here and there. We are not giving the position relative. Okay. We are giving it as fixed. Once I do that, now my particular navigation bar which you can see is now fixed to a position. Okay, little bit above, and now it is fixed. Now you can't move this obviously because it will, it is fixed. It will not move. And to this, it is very similar. Right? You can see slowly my web page is coming to the original thing. Now is the time when I'll give the commands for nav ul. So see, this is for the navigation bar, okay, but this is for the navigation items, whatever items you are using. So here, have a look. If you talk about the UL, you can see in the normal web page what is that there's no space given around the, around this list, this whatever list you have written, there's no space around it. There's little bit of space, but not this much, right? We have to make sure that this GLSports should come above this bar, this black navigation bar, dark gray navigation bar. It should come above that. How we can do it? We can write here margin 0, padding 0, so that there will be no extra spaces provided. Now have a look. It is going above and there is no space, exactly no other space, extra spaces, right? Right? So the list is also gone. The black dots, those are also gone. Correct? Because we have given margin and padding 0. Now, to the list, to the items, okay, to the items we are going to give the CSS. That means to all the li, to all the anchor tags, we are going to give some CSS. Let's see what CSS we are going to give. We are going to give display inline. Now this is the most important one, and have a look what is happening. When you write display inline, all my navigation links are now in one line. So this is one of the CSS which will make your navigation list to be coming in a proper line. Okay, so my all list or the links, navigation links, are basically coming in a horizontal way, right? Next, what I'm going to do, I'm going to write here float left. Float left is mostly like text align left. Okay, so what happens when you write text align left? Everything will come in the left hand side, the text, right? But when I'm writing float, have a look, everything came to the most left hand side. Okay, so every component or every navigation links is now close to each other on the left hand side. Okay, so there is no spaces, nothing, and but the thing is, my everything is on the left hand side and everything is in a horizontal way and everything is on the dark gray horizontal bar, right? Navigation bar. So that's a good news. Now, next, what are we going to do? Now, we are going to give commands to this particular anchor tag. That means we have to make sure that these links are now looking something like this. That when I hover into it, slightly light gray color should come. There should be a box around it, and also you can see all the navigation links are different from each other, right? When you are putting your mouse here, hovering your mouse here, hovering your mouse, right? When you're hovering your mouse here, you can see all the things are different. It is not very close to each other like this. So we are now going to code that particular portion. So to this A tag, what things we are going to give? We are going to first give the display as inline block, not inline, but inline block. Why I'm giving inline block? Because it will make sure that all the anchor tags are coming in a horizontal way. Also, it will come as a block. What kind of block? If you see here, this is block, right? This is 1 block, 2 block, 3 block, 4 block, right? Now have a look. When I reload my page, you can see it is now kind of a block, okay? It has become like a block, but you're not being able to see it. It is now a block, but you're not being able to see it because we have not given an other color to it. We are not have given the hover effect to it. So whenever I'm putting the mouse, nothing is happening because we have not given the hover effect. but now this is an inline block. Okay. Now, next what we are going to do is we are going to give the width. To the width, I will give here 100 pixel. Let's see what happens. So because now it is a block, you can see every block is now having a width of 100 pixel. Every block, that means block means what? A kind of a container, right? All the containers are having a width of 100 pixel. And that is what is giving me the space. So you can understand the idea that till the time it was not looking like a block, till the time I did not make it as a block, I did not give the width, because then separation will not be equal, right? Separation will not be equal. Let's suppose if I comment this particular section and I've just given width 100 pixel. Let's see what happens. You can see, because it is not a block, the width thing is not coming here. Because there is no separation, there is no such thing which I have given here. Take an example of a train, right? The train is having different bogies. When it is having different bogies, containments, then only you can see separation is there, right? D4, D5, D5, D6, D7, all the different containments are there, correct? And there is a separation. That's what we are doing here. We are creating blocks on all of these navigation links, and then we are providing the width to it. Perfect. So now it is looking like my main web page. But still there are so many things to do, because you can see these all links are not in the center. These all links are not in the center. Why? So let's work on that. Here what we are going to give, we are going to give text align center. Okay. Let's give text align center. Let's save this and let's reload my page. Once I reload my page, you can observe that now it is coming in the center. What next? Let's quickly do some of the things. Let's say text decoration. Text decoration, I don't want to give anything. So let's say none. So all the dots which is there, it will get removed. And now next what we are going to do is we are going to give the padding. And here the padding I'll give 10 px and 0. Now understand. So when you're writing only two values, it is nothing but top, bottom, and then you have the value of left and right. Right? That is what we are doing here basically. We are writing 10 pixel padding from top and bottom so that it will come in the center. Have a look. When I've given that particular thing, now from top and bottom padding is coming. So now all my things are coming in the center. From left and right, I have not given any padding, so nothing is happening. If I would have not given 0 here, then from the left and right also 10 pixel will come and it will look something like this. There's not much difference, but still I want to give here 0 so that it looks something like this. Okay. Now what next? After padding, I'm going to give here one more color, and the color will be the same thing. Okay. Let me save this and let me reload my page. So this color is little bit more gray. If you look, this is little bit more gray. So it is more brighter now. And the next thing which I'm going to give, the last one, which is, okay, text decoration I've already given. So this is fine. Till now we have completed, I think, the first part. If you look here, this is how it is looking. Okay. And the only difference is that these headings H1, H2 and paragraph is in the center. That you know how to do. You have to just giving text align center, right? We'll do it later on. But you can see from HTML to CSS what all things we have changed and how, right? That is why I'm repeating that CSS is very important to practice. From once it will not come. Okay. For me also it's very hard to write the CSS. Why I'm showing you this kind of CSS, in a very fast speed, and I know what to write because I'm referring. Okay. So it is very easy for me to make you understand. If I'll start creating my own CSS or writing it my own, I will properly blunder, right? Because you actually don't know that what value you have to give. Okay. This project is already created. That is why it is easy for me. But for you, it will be new. So you have to do trial and error methods, right? Now, after navigation A, let's give that hover effect. The pseudo classes, I hope you remember. So here I'm going to give the hover effect and I'm going to give the background color to be changed. So when I'm hovering, it is giving me a kind of a light gray color, right? Light gray color can come from 444. Okay. So now I'm not going to HTML color codes, but okay, let me show you. If I give here 444444, this is the color which I want. This is the light gray color which I want. So if I reload my page and I hover to my components or to my navigation links, you can see it is providing a box which is inline block, and that block is nothing but giving me a gray color. Why is it not coming in GLSports? Because I've not given it to GLSports. GLSports is a different thing here. These are the navigation links, and in these I am getting that particular hover effect. Okay. Now hover effect is done. After this, what we have to do? We have to write the codes for the container. That means this container, alone container, here the container and this one. So let's write the code for that alone one. We have written the code with showcase, right? But alone to container, whatever unique styles you want to give, that we have not written. So let's write that. Now remember that in the container we have the footer portions and also this GLSports portion. Right now we are referring to this GLSports thing. Okay. Now let's see what all things we are going to write in this particular container. First of all, we are going to write the maximum width, and here I am going to give 1180 pixel. Okay. Why am I giving 1180 pixel? Have a look. If I reload my page and if I scroll down, the maximum width which is coming around this particular web page is 1180 pixel. So the whole screen width is 1180 pixel. I'm just fixing that as maximum width. Why I'm doing that? Because when I shift these headings and all in the center, then the computer or the browser, actually not the computer, the browser should know that what is the maximum width given by the user. So I have given this maximum width. Now I can make my H1, H2 and all the paragraphs come in the center. Once I have specified the maximum width, now this whole thing will come in the center. Okay. Now it's properly in the center, if you can see, right? And now is the time. What we will do is we will give the margin also, so that there will be a very descriptive space around the H1, H2 and the paragraph. So I'm going to give here the margin as auto. Okay. 0 means 0 pixel and auto means it will automatically do the margin. So you can see this space in this space on the side is quite equal, right? Earlier it was not, but now it is. Okay. Now what next? After margin auto, I'm going to give the padding also, so that padding will also do its magic. So here I'm going to give the padding as 0 and 3 rem. What is rem? Root element font size, correct? So let's see what this does. Remember that root element font size, I told you to use it with font. So once I reload the page, you can see padding is done all around, and the same padding and margin is also happening around the container which is in the footer, right? So the padding and margin is also getting provided to our footer which is down. Okay. So this is what is your dot container code for padding and margin and everything. Now is the time when I have to write the codes for the footer, because that's the only thing which is left in our web page. Correct? So let's begin with that. Before that, if you see, we have written to this paragraph lead, right? And why we have written here lead? If you look here, if I compare my main web page with this one, you look here, this H1 and H2 is perfectly fine, but the paragraph is a little bit much bigger, right? And I have not written any code for that. So what I'm going to do, to this lead, because this lead is a class of paragraph, I'm going to use this lead and give a font size to it. What font size I'm going to give here is, I'm going to give here 1.3 rem, which is root element font size. Let me go back, refresh my page, look at the paragraph, and the size has got increased. The size is now 1.3 rem, and I think this portion is completed. My div id equal to showcase, this is now completed, right? So we have understood how to do this. Now we'll work on the footer and we'll see how we can work on it. Okay. So coming to the footer, it's very important to understand that we will use here the same thing which we have used in our navigation links, right? Because the same thing we want here also. But let's start off with footer and the first ID or the class whatever we have given. So to the footer, the first class which we have given footer calls. Container we have already coded, so again we will not use it. Footer calls is the first class. Let's write here that. Let's start giving the things. In the footer call, we have what? We have all the UL, LIN, everything, like every column, each column, right? So let's do that. So for the footer columns, what all things we'll get? Now understand, in CSS, we have a concept of grid system, okay? So now grid, what happens? All your footers will be having a row and a column. Like grid is what? Grid is nothing but rows and columns. So you can actually use display to display it as a grid. Okay, that means it will be now in a structure of rows and columns. So you can see some spaces came here, right? When I reloaded the page, some spaces came here. Now you can see it is not converting into a rows and column, what we can observe, but internally it is now forming a grid structure. It has now formed a grid structure. Okay, so it is now counted as a rows and a column. Right now it is one column, but we will slowly divide it into different 4 columns. So now let's write here grid gap. What is grid gap? I'm providing a gap to my grids. How much gaps I want? I want 20 pixel of gap to all my grids. So once I reload my page, there's a lot more space here. So this is one grid, this is second grid, this is third grid, this is fourth grid. Automatically it is giving me the grid portions, and whatever space, whatever gap I have provided between the gaps, that gap is provided. Now here is the new thing which we are going to use. So we are going to use here the grid template column, because I want to divide it into 4 columns. So what I'm going to write here is, I'm going to write repeat 4, 1 FR. Now, what is the meaning of repeat? Repeat means that same thing will be repeated how many times? 4 times, and FR is nothing but fractional unit. So the difference of those 4 columns will be 1 fractional unit. Have a look here. Right? So what is happening? All my 4 grids are now divided into 4 parts with the difference of 1 fractional unit. Right? So now it is looking something like my main web page, right? Only that some more styles we want to make it look more attractive, right? That we will do, not a problem. But yes, I think now it is in a proper format, right? Now what? So this grid is very important concept. We have not covered in this tutorial, but grid is not a very big topic to be covered. These are the main things which you can actually learn for about grid. So this much if you know, then it is perfectly fine. Because grid, we mostly use it in all the footers. Because in footers, we have to provide the grid sections, right? Because there are so many links. So this is better. Now, we will give a padding, and to the padding, I'll give here 2 rem. Why I'm giving the padding? If you look here, in this main web page, there's a space here, right? And the space is properly defined. So I'm giving that space. This space has come. Okay. So that's our padding. You all know that what is padding, doing here. Now let's move and let's write text align. To the text align, what we are going to do, we are going to write here left. because all my links, whatever I've given in the footer, is to be left aligned. So you can see the distance between the bullet and the text is now gone. So now all the text is aligned to the left hand side. But do we need the bullet? We don't need the bullet. We will do it in the later part of code. Right now here I will increase the font size. I'll make it around 14 pixels so that the font size will change here. If you can see, the font size of these are different. So this is done. But there's still one thing. If you can see, shop and play, GLSports store, education and business, about GL. These are looking very different from the rest of the links, right? So how to do that? Right now it is looking same, but I want to give it a different kind of look. Our font size will be greater than it. So how we can do that? Let's have a look. Now next what we are going to do here is, after this we are going to take the footer calls, but now I'll be referring to UL portion. That means inside footer calls you have this UL tag. So we are going to style this UL tag now. To this UL tag, what all things we are going to give? Let's see. Here there's only one thing which I want to give, is nothing but list style none. Let's see what happens when you're giving list style none. When you're giving list style none, your bullets are gone. There's no style I want in my list. So my all bullets are now gone. Okay. So you can see. Now next what I'm going to do, I'm going to give the commands to my footer calls UL li. Inside UL we have the li. Now the thing is, these LIs are fine. 3D sports, arcade sports, these are fine. These are looking perfectly fine, right? These I don't want to change anything. I want to give changes on the first element of my list, which is shop and play, GLSports store, education and business, about GL. To these I want to change something. So to refer to that, we have to use what? You must have understood, we have to use first child, because after UL, the first li is called as the first child. 3D sports will be the second child, right? So like that, this is my first child and I want my CSS to be provided in this first child. So I'm writing here first child, and now I'll be writing here the font size, because that font size I want a little bit bigger, right? So I will give here 1.2 rem. Now all my first list of all the columns will be much bigger. Okay. So we have an underline in each of the first child, right? How to give this underline? Yes, you are right. We have to use the border. Now what we are going to do here is, before first giving the border, we are going to give the padding bottom and we are going to give here 0.5 rem. Okay. Now let's see what happens. So it will provide a space, nothing else. Some space is now provided here. And now we have the space for the border. So we can write here border bottom. Right? After giving the space, now we will give the border bottom. Border bottom, the color which we are choosing is slight gray, and then solid, and the next thing is the width. So I'm giving here 1 pixel because I don't want much thick border. So when I load my page, I am getting this border here, bottom border, right? Next, what I'm going to give here is margin bottom, because if you look here, the particular border which is coming here, right, it is very stick to 3D sports, Finder store. It's very close to each other. So what I'm going to give here, let me give here 2 pixels so that you can actually see the border. Yes, I'm doing it for you so that you can see the border. I hope you can see the border. Now for margin bottom, I'm going to give here the value of 1 rem. There'll be a space provided in my, you can see, after the border there's a space, and now it is looking perfectly the same way how it is looking here. There's only one difference which I have made is I have made this border a little bit much bigger. I've given 2 rem because it was not visible. It is not visible here also. So I've given that kind of border here so that it will be visible. Now this is done. Next what? Next is my footer bottom, which is nothing but my copyright statement. If you look here, the copyright statement, I've given a class footer bottom. we have to work on this one. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to paste this and I'm going to remove this. I'm going to write here footer bottom. Okay. To this, what I want this to have it in the center. First of all, you can see it is in the center. The second thing is that this is another div. If you notice, it's another div here, right? So to this div, what I want that it should basically give a gray color in the background. If you look here, there's a light gray color in the background. So that also we have to do. What we will do now here is we will be giving first of all the background color, the gray thing, and then the padding. The padding we are going to take here is 1 rem, so that there will be a space around that particular thing. If you see, the gray thing is coming and the padding is giving me a space from this side. Okay, from all the sides basically. So it is not in the center. From all the sides it is giving me a padding, left, right, top, bottom. So it is in the center. Now after this, obviously I have to make it in text align center because I want it in the center of my div element. So now if I reload my page, it is in the center. So I hope you have understood how I have created this particular whole section, right? And how you can actually replicate whatever is done here. Slowly we have seen all the CSS commands and you have understood that how we can create this kind of applications. Next thing. Now we have to create a section of about us after this div. That means before the footer, right? We have to create a section here. Now, providing this section, we will provide a section of about us. Okay. So I'm going to write the section tag. I'm going to give some ID because, I want to give the CSS separately for it. And then I'm going to give here the class, which I'll give here a section. Okay. And then after that, I'm going to give the div class container. These are the normal things. Then I'm going to give the h2. I'm just creating these div elements for the another section. And to this class, let's not give any class. I'm not willing to give any CSS right now. How much ever CSS we have, we will work with that only. And here I'm going to give the I tag. Okay, let's write directly about us. Done. So h2 is done. Now the next I'm going to write heading kind of thing. So h3, let's write here. Let's write 20,000 sports, 10,000 arcade. Okay, this much I have given in the h3. There will be a paragraph and all. You can write whatever you want, but right now I'm closing this div. Okay, and I'm closing this section. So this is one very small section I have created, okay, to just show you what I'm, doing here. Have a look what will happen in the web page. When I reload, I'm getting a section before my footer and after my first image, first div section. I am getting the about us, right? Now, what I'm going to show you is, if you look here, I've given the ID about us here, right? Why I've given this ID? I'm not given this ID to write it in the CSS. No. I am giving this ID because in my anchor tag, I've written about us, and to this I've given the href as about us. It should match. This ID and that ID should match. What will happen? Basically, when you will go to your web page and you click on this about us, it will take you to the about us. Cool, right? When you click on this about us, it is taking me to the portion of my web page where about us ID is given. Right? Again, doing this. Imagine that if about us, when I'm clicking it, it's taking me to about us, and paragraphs and all will be written here. I have not written. You can add. Then imagine that if you're clicking on indoor, it will take you to indoor, which is there in the same web page. When I click on outdoor, it will take me to the outdoor section, which is there in the same web page. So then it is very cool, right? When you click on history, it will take you to the same section of the same web page. So basically you are not creating any other HTML page. In the same HTML page, you are clicking and referring to that particular section of the same web page. So now I think I'm very sure that you guys have understood how to create a basic web page on your own using all the navbar links and headings and all the other things which we have seen here, right? And this is just a very basic web page, which is a single page, and whenever we are clicking somewhere, it is not taking me to another website or a web link, right? So now I'm going to show you an advanced version of this GLSports web page, which something looks like this, okay? And this is the advanced version of the GLSports project. Now let's look upon what are extra things I have kept it in this particular project. So we have the navbar as the same. Actually, I've just removed one particular link from here, which was GLSports, okay? And I've changed the image. Now the reason being why I've changed the image is nothing but, as you can see, the white color of the text, right, is overlapping with the background image, which is actually not a good thing when you are styling your web page, correct? It should not be like any text is not visible or is it difficult to understand or read, right? So that is why I have changed the image in this particular project. And now you can see all the text is clearly readable and understandable, correct? Now, if you scroll down, you remember I told you about the About Us thing, right? When you click About Us, it will take you to the About Us part of the same web page, which is happening here. But because I don't have any About Us page here or the part of the page, that is why it is not taking me anywhere. But if you look here, if I click on About Us, it is taking me to the About Us thing, right? And what all things I have here, let's see. So I've tried to create a particular e-commerce website, which you can see that I'm actually putting up all the sports curricular activities or the clothing store or the accessories in this particular web page, okay? Now, if you can see, if you can read these particular paragraphs, it is telling you facts and details about my website, which is GLSports, correct? That it's an online sports platform which is ad-free and it provides more than 250 plus sports activities with no registration fees. Looking into these details, your viewer or your particular client will obviously click on Start Your Trial Now because it's free, right? Now, once you click on this particular Start Your Trial Now, you will be able to go inside the sign in page or the sign up page, right? Now, why I'm saying the sign in and sign up both, because as you can see, this is your sign in where you have to just put your email ID and password and you can click on sign in. That means you have already registered yourself. But what if you want to register? You have not registered yet. So you can click on sign up and look at it, right? Now, this is the only portion where I'm using JavaScript, and this is not at all important. If you don't want to use it, don't use it. It's nothing important to actually have something like this. When you click here, it swaps and slides here and there. To give you an idea that how amazing your page can look, I have designed this, right? So if anybody wants to sign up, once they click on sign up, they will get a create account form and they can fill this up and they can sign up. If they want to sign in, they can again click on sign in and they can get into this particular page, right? Amazing. So this is one advanced thing which I have done here so that anybody who is coming to my web page can actually register and sign in or log in, right? One thing you have to notice here that the copyright is still there in my website, right? Which was there in the home page also, correct? Okay, let's see what else do we have. So I have given here the one particular sentence which says that we have an app of our own also. So download our very newly launched app here for iOS and Android devices. Now, can you tell me what is wrong here? So I have given two buttons. I have given one button of Google Play and I've given one button of App Store. But there's one thing which is actually wrong, or you can say that's not wrong, but it is not looking good here. If you can see, I've written here, download our very newly launched app here for iOS and Android device. First I have written iOS and then Android device, but the image is not saying the same. The image is actually the opposite, right? This also matters when you are creating a web page. Okay, UI does matter. How you're reading, how you're writing things in a web page does matter a lot. So let's carry on. Let's click on this particular link and let's see what happens, because it is showing me a clickable button. So let's click on this and you can see that it is taking me to Google Play, where I can actually download the Great Learning app, right? And this you can easily do, I know, and you also know how to do that because we have done it earlier. And you have to just use the anchor tags. So most of the things here which I have advanced or which I have used is known by you. I've already told you about those things. All the CSS styles and properties, same styles and properties we have used in this particular advanced project also. So no need to worry about that. Okay, same thing we can do here for Apple App Store, but I have not given any link here, right? Now, if I click on Indoor, about us we have already seen. If you click on Indoor, it goes to Indoor. And you can see it says an extensive indoor clothing store with discounted price. So obviously anybody will try to see that what is there in this particular indoor, right? So let's click on it. Now, once you click on it, you will be able to get inside a web page or a different HTML page, which is named as indoor.html. If you look here, right? Now, what is happening in this indoor.html is that we have a banner kind of thing, where we are saying that there is some minimum 40% off in flats and heels. And if I scroll down, I have all the products one by one written in a very staggered manner and in a very precise manner, with all the center alignments and all the spacing, margin, padding, keeping it in mind, correct? So as you can see, if I scroll to any of the cards, my cards are actually moving. And that is nothing but the transformation, or you can say transition or animation, right? So I'm actually transforming the y-axis of my card to 50%, and that is why it is going above, okay, to the y-axis. So it's minus 50%, right? That is what I'm using here. If you want to get it down, you have to do 50% plus, positive side. But that's okay. We will obviously go to the coding and I will show you how to do this. But just have a look what all things are there. We have the name of the item. We have the star ratings, which reviews or users have tried and gave their rating. And then we have the price also. Okay. Then we have the jeans section. This was the shoe section. And then we have the t-shirt sections as well, right? And if you want to bring up more pages, because as you can see, nobody will just scroll and scroll and scroll. They will get bored, right? So we have to have some more pages. So if you go to the second page, you'll be able to see more items in a web page. Right now, I have not included any other page because I just wanted to show you and give you an idea how you can create these buttons. Okay. And I'll show you how to do that. Okay. So this is what is my indoor page. And you can see that my header and the footer is the same. Now from this indoor.html, I can directly go to outdoor also. So once I click on outdoor, again, I can see one particular banner with some sale offers. And then we have the wallet section, the same way of actually writing the whole code and the same presentation in all the HTML pages. Then we have some for watches. And that's it, right? With the same header and footer all around the web page. Now, why I'm using the same header and footer? Obviously, if you see any web page like Myntra, Amazon or Flipkart, any particular e-commerce website, you can see that if you go to any particular different web page for the same website, you will see the same header and footer, because all over the web page, uniformities should be maintained. You should have the same colors, same width, same center alignment, same alignments all over the place, and same header and footers. And that what makes your web page or website beautiful. And you can see how beautiful is this looking, right? I'm using the black background all over my website. I'm not using any white background anywhere. And I'm also using the header and footer with the same size in every particular page. Let me show you one more thing. If you click on GLSports, you'll go back to your home page. Right? And I've shown you about us, I've shown you indoor. Let's click on outdoor. If you click on outdoor from your home page, it will not take you to the main page. It will take you to the part of the page. Cool, right? Because when I'm clicking here, it is taking me only to the part of the same page. But if I click on read more, it will take me to the same outdoor.html. And from here, if I click on outdoor.html or indoor.html, it is gonna take me to the same HTML web pages. Very amazing. Okay, great. So these are all things I have added here. And now let's see how we can add these things to this particular web page. So first of all, let's see what all things we were having in our basic project. So we were having the project HTML page and the project style CSS page and the wallpaper, which was this particular image, right? Now we can see some more images I have added, which are the newly added images to make our basic project to an advance. So if you can see, I've added this image. We have added this particular image, which was the banner for outdoor, and this was the banner for the indoor. These three images I have added here. And also we can see an images folder inside which we have all the products, all our product images, right? So we have 4 jeans images, 4 shoes images, 4 t-shirt images, 4 wallet images, and 4 watches images, right? And you can see how I have named it. I have named it in a very simple manner so that it doesn't become tedious for me when I'm putting it inside my codes, correct? So these all are the things which is in my folder. Now let's go back to our Sublime and let's see how we can start coding for this. So now we are in our code and you can see that this is the same code which we have worked on, and some of the things are missing here, which is nothing but the main file, which is about us, indoor, outdoor, all those things are missing here. But first of all, what we should do is we should remove this particular anchor tag, right? Because that was unnecessarily kept. So we can remove it, and down here we can actually start writing our HTML. So as you can see, I have pasted a code here which is all about us, indoor and outdoor. Now don't worry that sir has just pasted it. Do not worry about that. I'm going to teach you line by line what I've written. So don't worry about that. Now, obviously writing this whole thing will take time. That is why I've pasted. So as you can see, first of all, I have a section created because all the about us, indoor and outdoor are nothing but this section. So I have a section inside which I have an ID about us, which is nothing but written here, right? What is this about us and this about us doing here? You know very well about that. We have just discussed about it in the previous part. Okay. So indoor, outdoor and history also similarly we will use that. But let's first complete the about us thing. Then we have a class which is section. Why we have written it? Because I want to provide CSS to this section. And then we have the class container. We have the class section head. And in H2 I have written about us. That means in a heading. And then in the smaller subheading I have written this particular line, sports activities, shop if you want. And then we have a paragraph in which I have a class again, which is lead. So these all classes are nothing but we will use in CSS when we will go into the project style.css. Okay, next what? Now is the time that you should understand in a very, very strictly manner what we are doing here. Before going into those things, let me show you how does it look like. So now I'm in my basic project, and if I reload this page, you can see the GLSport is now gone from here. And if I scroll down, I can see an HR, an about us, and then all the things are there, right? In place, everything is looking perfectly, right? But as you can see, this is start your trial now is a button, and I want to make it appear like a button, correct? The same goes to read more in indoor and read more in outdoor, which is not looking like a button, correct? For that, what we have done is we have given a class which is BTN and then BTN primary MB. Now, what are these things? I'll show you in the CSS. There's a reason why I have written this BTN primary and MB. These are just the names, but why these names are given, I'll tell you later on. So I've created a class button. That means in this BTN, I'm going to put some CSS properties so that the color appears there. And the same thing is text light. And then we have the href link for the Google Play Store link of Great Learning. And with that, I have two images, which is taken from Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. So directly I have used this link. You can also directly use this link to get these two images, right? So this was all about us. Now if I click on about us, it is taking me to the about us page, correct? The same way I have done it for indoors. If you see, the same things are there. If you compare line number 42 and if you compare line number 57, it's the same thing, right? It's just that here I have given the indoor, we have the H2, we have the H3, we have the paragraph, and we have the anchor tag with a button which is read more. Here also I have given the class which is btn, so that once only I have to provide the properties of CSS to the btn, and for all the buttons the same property will be applied, correct? We will do that in a while. We'll move to the CSS in a while, but let me finish with the outdoor. Same thing, same procedure, same H2, same H3, and same paragraph. And at last we have again one more button which is read more, right? So for all these buttons, I have given a particular link to a web page which is outdoor.html and indoor.html. You remember what was happening in my web page? So when I will click on this read more, it takes me to the indoor.html. When I click on this read more, it takes me to the outdoor.html, correct? I have written here indoor.html and outdoor.html. But in my folder, do we have any HTML page like that? No, right? So let's create it. I'm saving it in the name of indoor.html because that is what is the name I've given in my program. And then here also I'm going to create one more, which is outdoor.html. Okay, so these are my two web pages which I have created. I will close it for now because later on I'll be doing work on these two pages. But right now I have to work on the CSS for this project.html, which is my home page. So let's come back to project-style.css. And the very first thing which I have to do is I have to remove this wallpaper.jpg because my text was not looking very good. So I will add here this particular image, which you can see here, GLSports.jpg, right? So this particular image I have added in my web page. Let's reload and you can see this particular image we have got in the background, perfectly fitting in because we have given in CSS the image to be width 100%. That is why it is happening. Let's carry on with CSS and let's start writing the CSS for our sections. So this is the first thing, which is our section. So let's see what we are going to give here. If you can see, this section class is overall to this section, right? Not only to this, but also to the indoor and the outdoor. So what I want here is, this is a section. So obviously I don't have to repeat again that we have to use dot for class. So that is what I'm doing. And I want to give a padding here, okay, of 2 rem with 0. I've already explained you what is rem, right? And this is something like a size itself. And once you save this, let's move back to our thing. And you can see there's a padding here, right? There's 2 rem padding space provided here. Same thing happened to the indoor and the outdoor, right? It was very close to the HR. That is why we did that. The next what we are going to do is we are going to write the code for section head. Now in section head, what I'm going to give is I'm going to give the font size of 2.5 rem so that the font size increases, and also I'm going to give the margin as 0. Right, let's save this. Okay, let's reload the page and you can see this particular heading is now much more bigger than the earlier one, right? Now it is very sure that this is the about us part of the page, this is the indoor part of the page, and this is the outdoor part of the page. Let's move to the next one, which is our H3. So let's see what we are giving in the H3. If I show you what is H3, H3 is this particular line, which we have in indoor also, and we have it in outdoor also. So let's complete that. So in section H3, I'm going to just increase the font size to a little bit more, which is 2 rem. And let's see whether the change is happening in the web page or not. So yes, my particular H3 is now much more bigger, correct? So we have just till now done the font size and all remaining things, nothing else. Now let's move to the color part. So let's see how we can actually give the button a different kind of colors. Okay. Now see, when you are in such a situation, when you have so many colors to give, what we actually do is we write a particular code and we give all the particular colors to a particular variable. Like in programming also we have variables and value, right? Where we use the variable to hold the value. The same thing happens here. So let's say that I have a primary color which, every time I'll be using this particular color. So I have taken a variable primary color and I'm going to give this particular color to this particular variable, which is primary color. Okay. So now I don't have to always use this hashtag. I can directly use primary color and my work will be done. Okay. Similarly, I'm going to give some more colors to some more variables like primary color over secondary color over light color. So these all colors I have given to these all variables. Why? Because I think that these are the colors which I'll be using a lot many times in my web page. So it will not waste my time and I can directly use the variable names wherever I need my colors, right? So this is a very good technique whenever you are a front-end developer or whenever you are creating a website or a web page. Now let's move to the button thing and let's make our button a much more precise and much more clear. So we are going to give the padding, and padding we are going to give just 1 rem, right? And then we are going to give the color. So here color I'm going to give just the black because this is the color, this is not the background color, right? So this is just the text color. And now let's write the display. Display will be inline block because I want it to appear like a block. Let's see what all changes are happening in my code. Okay, so as you can see, this is now read more is a block. Okay, the particular text is white in color and this is a block. Why it is not appearing? Because the block I have not given any color yet to it. Okay, so let's see how we can give a particular color to these boxes. All these is start your trial now and to read more. Okay, now the problem here is I have already given this value to this variable, but we know that these are variables. The system or the browser doesn't know that these are variables, right? They will not consider these as variables. Now we have to make sure that we tell the browser that these are variables. Okay, so how can we do that? We can use the function which is var, and we can say that these all are nothing but our variables. So as you can see, btn primary I have taken as a class name, which already I have given somewhere here. As you can see, btn secondary, and then we have btn primary. That is the reason I was using this here. Now all these variables are considered to be the background color of these classes. So wherever I have written these classes, these background colors will be applied there, right? So this is what will happen. Now look, btn primary I have written in start your trial now, right? And there's a different color for that. What color is that? Some kind of red, right? And if I am hovering my mouse to that particular btn primary, then I'll get another color, which is primary color hover, which is this color. So generally the color will be different of a button, but when you hover your mouse, the color of the button will be different again. The same goes to the secondary. I hope you understood this. Let's look how does it appear. So I'm just refreshing my page and you can see start your trial now is a red color, a dark red color in general, but when I'm hovering, it's bright red. The same goes to the read more. The dark blue is in general, but when I'm hovering, it's quite light blue. The same goes to my other button also. So this is how you can apply a button. If you have more number of buttons, you can just use the variables and give colors to them. So now what I'm going to do is the text colors also I need to make sure that this is very well picked up, right? So we have written somewhere some text also, right? And we need to make sure that we are writing the code for that as well. So these are the codes again. So see, text primary, again, this is a class which you can write somewhere, right? We have not used here text primary, but you can use it somewhere in your text and you can give the color to it. So this is just an example. You don't actually need this, right? Similar way, we have the BG light. Now, if you look here, somewhere I've used the BG light, right? So let's see where we have used this. So as you can see, we have used here text light, right? So I want that this particular line should be very light in color. So that's why I've written here text light and then light color. So if you see in the variable section, the light color is this color, correct? And that is why I have given this particular thing. So these two classes are not there in my code. I can comment it. Okay. If you want to use it, you can use it. And this BG light also, I think I'm not using anywhere. So I can comment it. The text light I'm using, so I will keep that. Also, MB and MT, somewhere I'm using this MB. Can you see this? Here I've used MB, right? So MB is a name. It is not something which is permanent. You should use that. No, it is just a name which I've given MB, which is margin bottom, and MT, which is margin top. So it is just that I'm giving it to these buttons, right? Let's save this and let's see how does it appear. So some minimal changes happened, right? And if you look at the text, this text is having a very light white color, not exactly like this, but it is having a different kind of white color, right? Something kind of gray. So that is what is the text light. So wherever you want the color to be changed, you can use it as a class and you can give the color to it. Amazing, right? So I think this page is already done. As you can see, the home page is already done. So now we have seen that our web page of login or the register where we have written start your free trial now is not working, right? Because they have not created that page. So if I go to my start your free trial now, you can see that I've given a link of register.html and that HTML page is not yet created. So let's create one more page, which is register.html. And let's write a code into it. Now again, do not see the code and then say that, that sir has copied and pasted. Now have a look what all things are written here and line by line we'll understand what is happening in this particular code, okay? Now obviously typing the code will take time, so that is why I've done this, but you guys can actually type the code. You can pause the video and you can type the code however you want, right? Okay, so let's understand what all things are written. This particular 5 or 6 lines, I don't think you will be having any problem because this is just the main skeleton of our HTML. The only thing here is href of CSS, which is register.css. That means I have a separate CSS file for our register.html. So we have to create that as well, right? Now, what is the reason that I'm doing this? Why am I not including the CSS file or CSS properties of register page in my project style.css? Why am I not doing that? Because if I do that, then my CSS page, this one will become very big, right? And this is a video. I don't want you to get complicated or get stuck into these things, right? So I'm just keeping it separate, but you can write this CSS here as well. There's no problem in that. You can just create a margin like this. And after that, you can write the register.css, whatever code you want to write. Okay. But for time being for this video, I'm just doing it like this. Okay. Let's first understand what is in HTML. So if you look here, if I save this particular code and if I go to my register.html, I am getting these kind of things, right? So I'm getting all these particular HTML things, and these are very easy if you look into these particular codes. Let's see what is happening. So we have the HTML start your free trial now, and then we have one div which is container, and the ID is also a container. So class and ID both is container, right? And if you look here, this div is closing totally at the end, before the JavaScript or before the footer, right? That means the whole particular portion of the body is one div, okay? Inside that we have the another div which is getting finished here. So let's first complete and see what is this div saying. It is saying that this is a sign up container. Now if you remember, when I showed you the page, the actual page of my advanced web page, when I clicked on start your trial now, you can see there are two things. One is the sign in page, and then we have another part which is the sign up page, correct? And that is what we are doing here. We are creating two div containers, one for sign up and one for sign in, if you can look here, right? So we have this two compartments kind of a structure. This is one and then this is second, right? Now let's complete the sign up first. So in sign up, we have the create account, which is in H1, which you can see clearly here. And then obviously we will have three symbols. We'll have the paragraph, we have the name, email, password, and then the sign up button. Let's see whether we have these things in the code or not. So we have the three icons, we have the statement, and we have the name, the email, and the password, and then the sign up button. So this is what this whole form contains. Very easy. The next one is the sign in container. So let's move to the sign in container. And if you look here, we have the heading as sign in, then we have a three symbol, and then we have the paragraph, then we have the email, password, and forgot your password, and sign in button. So let's see whether we have those things here or not. We have the sign in heading, we have three icons, we have the paragraph, we have the email and password and forget your password, and the sign in button also, correct? So this is what is your complete both the div containers. Now how can we overlay both the sign up and sign in? How this particular transition is happening, right? How this is happening. So let's talk about that. Now if you see, we have created another container which is overlay container. Now this overlay will be on two sides. One will be for overlay left and one will be for overlay right. Okay. So if you are in the overlay left, then these things will appear, which is welcome back. To keep connected with us, please log in with your personal info. If you see here, that is what is happening. So if I click on sign up, see welcome back, to keep connected. And this is where this is on the left side, right? When I am on the right side, it says, hello friend, enter your personal details. And that is what I have written here, right? So this is how we have written this particular code so that overlay becomes easy. Left side, the left things will be shown, the right side, the right things will be shown. But still, this will not work. Why it will not work? Because these things are written in a class. And whenever we use class, we are totally dependent on the CSS, correct? So we have to write the CSS to make sure that transitions and everything is happening. But before that, one more very important thing is required, which is a quite little bit of JavaScript. If you don't know JavaScript, if you're here watching the video for only HTML and CSS, don't worry, it is not required to have this kind of swapping. It is not required. What you can do is you can remove this overlay part. You can keep your sign in here and sign up here. Just as simple as that. You don't have to click anything and no animation will happen. So here will be your sign in and here will be your sign up. That's it. You can keep it as simple as you want. Okay, so what we have done in the JavaScript is nothing but we have taken three variables, sign up button, sign in, and container. And to that we have used the function interfaces and we have given sign up button an event listener so that whenever somebody is clicking the sign up button, the right panel gets active and it gets added. Okay, so when I'm clicking the sign up button, the right panel gets active. It's added. And when I'm clicking on the sign in button, the right panel gets removed. Correct? So I've written here remove right panel. So once it will be removed, the left panel will come, right? So it's the same. So this is what is the JavaScript part. If you don't want to use it, again I'm saying don't use it. Now let's move to the CSS part because you have already seen that how the HTML looks like. And this is what is the CSS for our login page. Now you can keep your CSS as easy and as simple as that, but I'm not going to tell you what all things are written. This is going to be your homework, right? And what I'm going to just do is I'm going to scroll this CSS from starting till the last, right? Slowly, so that you can actually see what all codes are written here and what is happening. Now, why I am not actually dictating you each and every line in CSS? Because in the basic of particular web page, the basic web page project, I've already shown you one by one what does each line means, that border, background color, font size, font weight, padding, everything, right? Now you must be knowing that what all these properties are actually used for. Now if I again tell the same thing, this video will be very much long and I don't want that, right? You will get bored out of it. So I'm just scrolling down and you can see that we have given the CSS for button, for forms, for input, for container, box shadow also. You know what happens from there. It gives you a shadow around the box, around the corners. Form container, sign in container. We have the right panel active class here. And once you click on that, it's transforming. The animation is happening, which is 100%, right? Same thing is happening here as well. So these are the animations keyframe. Okay, these are the animations from 0 to 49.99%. The opacity will become 0 and the Z index will become 1. This is nothing but your animation. Okay, like from this much percentage, you want the transition to happen or animation to happen. Why is it in 50% and 50%? If you can see, it is 0 to 49.99 and from 50 to 100. Why is it so? Because our whole form is of 100%, and if I click on sign up, only 50% is changing. Again, only 50% is changing. If I increase that, then some more border will increase here. Maybe this blue line will come here, right? And the animation will also happen automatically. So that is what is your animation. And then we have the overlay. I'm just scrolling down, have a look. You can actually make the video slow and you can see what all codes are written here. You can just check out what all things are here. Transition, transform. Everywhere transform is used because we are actually transforming from here and there. If you don't want to use the animations, just like I've shown you, do not use it. Don't use JavaScript. Don't use this translate and all. The CSS will become much more smaller, right? So if you don't want to use that, don't use it. It's not necessary. These are the things for the footer, right? So this is all the CSS which is written in our register.css for the register page, correct? I'm just scrolling once again so that you guys can see it overall. Perfect. This is also not important. This is just the font style. If you want to give your own font style, you can give that. Perfect. So now we can see our web page. This is how it looks and it actually works well. Correct? So this is how my register page is now created. Now what we have to do, we have to create our indoor and outdoor, which is our main thing, which is our main product page, right? Where all the products will come. And this is damn easy because you have to just write one code and you can copy paste the code every time and you will get it. So let's have a look how we can do this. Okay, so now we have completed our register.html and register.css. Let's close this and let's open our indoor.html because that is what we have to code now. Now, if I go to my web page, you can see that GLSports is looking great, right? Start your trial now is also looking fine. But if I click on this read now, this read more, the web page is not yet there, right? And what we want in this web page, we want first that the header and the footer should be there. So let's come back to our page and let's copy the header and footer from our project.html. So we know that this will be the same and there will be no change. So let's copy this whole thing and let's paste it here, right? And now we know that this will be closed, the div will be closed. So I'm closing that. And the next thing is our footer. Let's give a space where all our products will come and let's copy the footer from here. Let's take the HR also. It will look good. And let's copy till the end, right? And let's paste it in our indoor.html. The same thing we'll be doing it in our outdoor also, but I'm trying to just give outdoor.html as a homework so that you can do outdoor.html in your own way, right? In indoor.html, I'll be doing the whole thing. Outdoor.html will be your homework so that you can also practice. Both the web pages, indoor.html and outdoor.html is same. There's no change. You have to do the same things. So don't worry about that. Now that we have written these codes, let's see how our web page is looking. Let's refresh this indoor.html. And okay, we are getting the same things, but we don't want this particular cover page here. We want the banner which we have put inside our folder, right? That banner we want to use here. So what you have to do now? Now, if you can see, that particular image is coming from our CSS where we have written the background GLSports.jpg, and this is inside our showcase ID, right? Which you can see we have been using here, right? Showcase ID, and the same we have copied and pasted here, and that is why it is coming here as well. Now, how we can replace that image with my own image? Because if I replace the image here, then from the home also, the same image will be replaced. How can I make sure that the image is only getting replaced from indoor.html and not from project.html? How we can do that? So for that, you have to make sure that you know about the priorities of the selector. Whenever you're using the ID and the class types of CSS, then you must be knowing that the inline CSS is focused more, and inline CSS more priority is given. Correct? So here what I'm going to do, here I'm going to give the same CSS, the background URL, center cover. I'm going to give the same thing in inline style. Let's do that. And let's change the image here with the name of sale1.jpg, because that is my image which I want in my indoor.html. Let's save this and let's reload my page. So fine, I am getting my particular banner, but this is looking very, very abrupt, right? My whole image is covered with a height of 500 pixel because I have given here height of 100 VH, right? So I need to decrease that. Now, why do you think that sale1.jpg is getting overridden by our GLSports.jpg? Because sale1.jpg I have written it as an inline, but GLSport is written as an external. That is the reason. Okay, so now how can I give it a height? I can give the height here as well. See, giving a height here will not change anything here, right? It will just set a priority for indoor.html. So I'm just trying to give here 400 pixel and let's see what happens. Okay, now it looks perfect. Now I can say that my banner is looking quite good and the text is also not getting cut. So this is the perfect way of looking into a web page, right? Okay, what next? What next we should do? So basically now we have to write our main thing, which is our product page, right? So let's do that. So first of all, if you look into our web page, which was the advanced web page, let's have a look. How does it appear in my indoor.html, right? So this is my indoor.html. Oh, we have used another banner here. My bad, but you can use this banner also. There's no problem. You have to just change sale1 to sale2, right? That was my image name. But have a look what is happening here. Okay, I can see two things, all products and default sorting. And I think this is select option, right? We use the select tag and the option tag to do this, right? To prepare a drop-down list. So we have a sorting here, sort by price, sort by popularity, sort by rating, sort by sale. Yes, if you click here, nothing will happen. Okay, because I have not given any commands to this. I have not used JavaScript. This is just HTML and CSS. But if you know JavaScript, you can give commands to this as well. But right now, my main problem is for this row. If you can see this row, consider this web page as a table. So if you see, we have the first row, which is this one, right? And then we have the second row, which is the shoes one, the third row, which is the jeans one, the fourth row, which is the t-shirt one, and the fifth row, which is this buttons, right? So let's consider it as a row and then write the code. So coming back, if you can see, this is the code which I have written. So what is happening here? We have created a container, a very small container in which I have written a class row, and then I have given the h2 of all product, and then to this select an option I have given 5 values. Okay. Now what is this row? This row is our first row. Now, what is the meaning of row and row 2? Now, again, you can see I've written it inside a class. That means everything is dependent on the CSS. So once I will write the CSS for this, you'll be able to understand why I'm writing row and row 2, right? But let's see what happens here. Let's see in the web page what changes are happening. So if you see, we are getting all products and default sorting. I think now you got this, that why we have the class row and row 2. So in the row, we will put the all product here. And from the row 2, we will put the default sorting here. So we'll have two things in the same horizontal row, right? We will see how to do that. But right now, let's create our other rows, which was the cards, right? So let's create the card. So if you look at the advanced web page, we have the cards something like this, right? And please understand that all the shoes are in one row, but there are 4 columns, correct? So we have 4 columns and all these 4 columns are in one row. And that is what we have to do in our code also. So if I come back to our code, what we can do here is we can create a row. As you can see, we have created a row here. And then what we have done is we have created a column. Okay. Why we have given the class name as column 4? Because it will be known to me that there are 4 columns. So in the first column, you can see this particular code is inside that div, right? This whole thing is inside that div. That means this all content is inside the first column. So inside the first column, what all things I want? I want an image. I want the name of the product. I want the ratings, and that's it. Now, how I have given the ratings? I have given a class rating where I will actually write the CSS for it. And then I have given the class which is far 5-star checked. What is it? Okay. Now, in CSS, there is always a predefined CSS which we can use to give some icons or to use some kind of symbols, something like that. And in this case, we are using the font awesome icons. Okay. To use the font awesome icons, you have to use a proper link which you have to add in your HTML page. When you add it, you can actually use these particular commands as well. So let's see how to add it. So if you can see here, link, after this, you have to actually write this command, which is link rel style sheet href. And then this is the link of fontawesome.css, right? Using this link, once you use it, this far star will give you a star rating kind of thing. And if you write checked, checked means that those are checked. That means those will be in different color. Let me show you how does this appear. So if I go to my web page, if I go to my base web page, this is how my image is coming. I have not given any width and height. That is why it is giving me the original image. And then we have the brown Must and Harbor shoes and then the ratings. Okay. Checked is not working right now because I have not given any color. I have not given any CSS to those stars. I have to go to my CSS. I have to say that, hey, wherever checked is written, please provide an orange color or a golden color or an yellow color, correct? And that's when you will see the colors. Okay. So this is my first row. This is my first row. First row, first column. Like this, I have to make more 3 columns, correct? What I'm going to do, I can actually copy this part and I can paste it again down to this. How many times? 3 times, because I have 4 columns. But I have to change the names and I have to change the images and all. That's why I'll do copy pasting. So let's have a look what I have done. So here, basically, this code was written by me, which was here, right? And then I have copied pasted the whole thing again in this side with a different value, with a different name and with different stars, right? Here you can see only the 4 stars are checked, but here all the 5 stars are checked. And then we have the different image. And similarly, I have the 3rd column, I have the 4th column. Once I've written the 4th column, I've closed the row div and I have started another row div with all the 4 columns again there, right? Again, I have the 3rd row and again we have the 4 columns and that's it, right? So like this, we have created our total 4 rows in which we have the 4 columns, correct? And now is the time that we see our web page. And once you see your web page, you will not be able to find all the things aligned properly because we have just designed it. We have just written the HTML part of it. So we have not given the style to it. We have not actually given the command of how these things should appear, right? So let's write the CSS for this. So the CSS, obviously, if you can see, This CSS is referring to project style.css, so I will write it here itself, because for indoor.html I don't have much more bigger CSS, while for register.css it was much more bigger, so that's why I have written there. So this is my CSS for indoor. Let's see what all things we have written here. Again, I'm not going to teach you each and every property because you guys know all the properties. Have a look what we have written. So first of all, I started with this small container. So that particular small container, I've given a width, I've given a margin, I've given a padding from left and right. Why only left and right? Because from left and right, I want the padding to be perfect. That is how some kind of a space will be given to it, right? And the next one is the row. So if you look here, we have the row, and to the row, I have given here display flex. That means the row columns, all the cards will be flexible. Now it will be stretched out. Right now you can see what was happening. Basically my all images are right now coming in a vertical manner. But once I write flex, right? Once I write flex, what will happen? All the images will be in a row, right? So that is why I have written this flex property of CSS. Next, we have written about the column 4. Now, column 4 is nothing what? It's particularly about the columns to which we are providing our cards, or all the 4 columns, right? So this column, then this column, then this column, and this column, correct? So to all these columns, what we have done, we have given some flex property, padding, margin, and transition, right? Okay, now after this, what will happen? The image is having the width 100%, and if you see, we have also given the hover effect to column 4. That means once you actually hover your mouse to those cards, it will translate Y to minus 50 pixel, which I have already told you in the beginning of the project, right? And as you can see, the checked also is having the color. So the color will change wherever I have written checked, correct? The star color will change. And to the paragraph, I have increased the font size. To the H4 is nothing but your name of the item, name of the product. Those I have changed the font weight and the color. I have made it white. And then the page button, whatever buttons you can see, that I will write it in the next part when I'll put the buttons 1, 2, 3, 4. There you will be able to see the buttons. So then I'll explain you this part. Okay. And we have the select command also. We have given some command properties here. Let's save this particular file and let's move to our web page and let's see whether the changes are happening or not. So if you can see, right now you can see what is happening. Basically, we have the images, everything is happening, but this is not actually how I wanted it, right? I actually told my browser that there should be margin and padding. It is providing me the margin on the left and the right? But is it happening on all products and default sorting? No, right? This is not working. So we have to also make sure that to this row, the margin and padding is provided. How we can do that? So what we can do here is we have to actually provide a style in the inner CSS, that is internally, to all my HTML tags. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm giving an internal style, obviously, which is having the highest property, and to all the tags I'm giving margin auto, padding 0, and box sizing will be border box. So everything will be automated now. So let's save this and let's see what all changes are happening in my web page. If I refresh, now exactly the same thing I'm getting. Now what I have done, I've just written 3 codes and such a drastic change. Why is it so? Let's see what all things I've written. First of all, I've written margin auto. That means from the page border, margin will be automatically defined. Padding is 0, so there should be no padding in between the borders or the content. And box sizing is something which is, it is making the cards into a box size. So all the tags now are in a card size. So as you can see, it's looking quite good here. And the checked color also, you can see it's orange, kind of orange in color, right? So this is how my indoor page is created. If I go to my GLSports, okay, so you can see if I click on GLSports, it is taking me to showcase, right? It is not taking me to my home page. So there is an error. Let's correct it. So what is happening here? Where is my GLSports? You can see here this. I have to remove this and I have to write here project.html. Remember in the starting of the discussion of project, I told you how you can actually make your web page appear from here to there, right? Like if I'm clicking on indoor, it should take me to the indoor, right? It should take me to the outdoor, but it is not doing it. If I go to my GLSports, if I refresh my page, if I go to GLSports, it is taking me to the home page. If I go to indoor, it is taking me to the indoor. If I click on read more, it is taking me to the indoor.html. But if I click on outdoor, it is not taking me to outdoor.html. How we can do? We have to just remove this and write here outdoor.html. That's all. And the similar way we have to do this here. And now what will happen? From the indoor.html page, if you try to go to home page, you can go. If you try to go to the same page, you can go. If you want to try to go to the outdoor page, you can also go there. Okay. From the project.html page, if you want to go to the following part of the page, you can directly click and you can go to the following part of that page. Now, we have already covered the indoor.html and we have showed you that how these things are written. And if you can see, most of the code here is repeated, right? So in e-commerce website, when you're creating a card, most of the things will be repeated. The last thing which is left here is nothing but our pages. If you can see, the pages are not visible here, right? So if you look here, these are the pages which is written, right? This is how it should appear. Let's see how we can do that. We have already written the CSS, but we'll discuss it in more detail. So as you can see, that page is nothing but in our last part of the code. So what I'm going to do here is, after this, I'm going to add my code. And as you can see, I've written a class page button. In the CSS also, I was having the page button code, which is here, right? So I'm just giving the margin, the background, the color, the width, same things. Just you have to do trial and error method. You have to check where to give margin, where to give border, so that everything appears in the same manner. Correct? And what we have done, we have just given the span. That's it. Span is an inline CSS command, right? So you can write it anywhere. So I've just written this and we have given this particular arrow. If you know, this is a code which is provided to give a particular kind of spatial symbols. So if you look at the website, there's an arrow here, right? Let's go to our basic web page and let's load this. So you can see the basic web page is now in advanced web page and this particular arrow is visible, right? That is coming because of this particular 8594 code. Okay.
So now the CSS was difficult. Now we have a framework. That means that someone has already written some CSS line, some code of some CSS for us, and we are just using it. Okay. So now Bootstrap is just a framework, right? It's just a framework of CSS. Someone has written CSS code for us and we are just going to use it. That is what is Bootstrap. It's just a framework used for creating user UI, that is user interface. It's a pre-written code that uses HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Why JavaScript? I will tell you why. Okay, application range from web development, mobile development. It is very easy, simple and very responsive. What do you mean by responsive? I will also tell you. This is what is a Bootstrap. We will see how to include all these things. Okay, how to apply CSS in when we talk about, because I'm going to use Bootstrap when I'm going to show you guys the landing page of IPL. I'm going to show you how I used Bootstrap and all those things. Okay, so now JavaScript, a little bit description about JavaScript. JavaScript is nothing but if you want to define the actions. So now let's see. So what is a JavaScript? It's nothing but any actions that you want to perform on your web page. That is what is a JavaScript. Okay, it's an object-oriented programming language that uses just-in-time compiler. Okay. It's everywhere and all the web browsers are installed with it. Java application again ranges from web development, mobile development, etc. Right? We can build mobile applications with the help of React, right? We have React Native, right? So these are all libraries. We have some frameworks also on JavaScript, that is Angular. JavaScript is very easy, simple and compatible with HTML and CSS. Okay. So It's a must to have skill if you're looking for any software engineering role. Okay guys, so now let's see what is a jQuery. So again, this is something that is a JavaScript library. Okay, this is a JavaScript library. It is used to change or manipulate DOM. You know, you must be having some kind of a brief idea or some introductory idea about DOM, that is DOM, document object model. So this is nothing but each of your element, every element on your HTML page will be treated as an object, okay, wherein you will select those elements and you will start manipulating them, okay, changing styles, adding elements, all those things you can do with the help of jQuery. It is against the code that is written from by someone else, and we can use it inside our project just like Bootstrap. Okay, cool. So now including jQuery. So how can you include jQuery in your HTML files, right? How you include you just have to include the CDN, or you can just download that jQuery file and you just include that in your, you can just link in the script tag of your HTML, you just link those things. Okay, what is a CDN? CDN is nothing but a content delivery network. That is basically someone has written your code. Let's suppose your friend has written some CSS or some JavaScript file, and you want to use that same JavaScript file in your program. So what he will do, he will hoist this on the internet, let's suppose, and then what you will do, you will just copy the URL, right, that CDN, and paste it in inside your HTML file. Okay, that is a simple example one can think of. You will just include that that link in your CSS, in your HTML file, with the help of what? With the help of script tag. It is obviously, it is easier, simple. It's just you're just copying and pasting the URL. That's it. What are tags to create definition? What are the tags to create definition? Definition of what? HTML page. Okay. If you want to create the HTML, or if you want to create something on HTML page, there are many different elements, right? We have a body tag wherein you will write anything that will be displayed on your web page. Okay, anything that you write on in your head element or head tags, that won't be rendered on the browser. Okay, it is less faster. Why it is less faster? Because guys, let's suppose if you're trying to fetch something from the internet, and let's suppose it is not there. Earlier the URL was correct, and now what they did, they changed the URL. So what you are linking to is not there, so it will raise an error, right? So if the smart way is, right, the smart way is you will just download it and put it somewhere on your local system. So now it is obviously this link, when you copying the CDN, it will be less faster as you're fetching it from the internet. Okay, so now this is jQuery. Now what are the files that we are going to include? Let's talk about them, and before that, let's start coding. Okay, this is the Sublime. The editor that I'm going to use is Sublime. Okay, first what I will write, I will save this file. Okay, let's save this file with some extension. Okay, let's call it maybe application app.html. Okay, now let's see, we'll write HTML and then press a tab. That's it. Okay, I wrote HTML. This is the difference between one editor and editor. If you are using good editors, that means there will be some additional functionalities like auto completion. What you just saw, let me just remove this. What you just saw, I just wrote HTML and that's it, and I pressed a tab. Okay, this give me an auto completion. This is an auto completion. This gave you the auto completion of your code. Okay, this is it depends on how fast how good your editor is. Additional functionalities like auto completion, these highlights, I didn't do it, right? So these highlights are there. Now you see these indentations, right? These okay, this is much more readable, right? I can easily say that this title tag is inside the head tag, right? Okay, so now what you will write in your title, you will just write IPL, that is in the Indian Premier League, right? IPL. So you wrote the title in this, and now let's include the files. Okay, so the files that I'm going to include will be, first I will just how you can include the CSS in your HTML file. You will write link and you press a tab. Okay, so this link will give you this is a relative part, that the type of the file is text.css, and you will give here, you will give the path of your or the link to your CSS file. So let's call it app.css. okay, or let's call it IPL.css. okay, this is the link. Now I'm also going to use Bootstrap here, that is again CSS. and I'm going to use that one as well. So the links are already present here. If you go into, I'm going to use the version 3. So you can find it if you go into the website, that is the official website of Bootstrap, that is getbootstrap.com. Okay, so you just go into it and you just click on getting started. Okay, and here you will find the links. Okay, the CDNs. Okay, here are the links. You can just copy paste them and paste it in your code. Okay, so here are the links. So this is the link, that CDN link of Bootstrap. Okay, so now you might be thinking, so if something I have changed the color or text color, let me give you a simple example. I have changed the text color in this first link, and in the second link I am changing again that text color of the same element. Right, I'm changing the text color of some different of the same element in the next link. So what will happen? Obviously the preference will be given to the link that is at the end. Okay, this is how it works. Okay, if you are targeting the same element in these two links, and the link that is, if you say, okay sir, if there is another link and I'm targeting the same element again and I'm changing the color again this link, the last link that is here, will have the preference. Okay, so this is how it works. Okay, we are going to use some JavaScript. Why? Because if you see in Bootstrap, right, I type in documentation, you see it says that some of the elements, right, that we are going to use in our website are going to use what? They are going to use JavaScript. Now what we are going to do, we are going to just copy paste this link because some of the components will be using and we don't want to use that. So we will be adding this script at the end. Okay, so here we add these things. Okay, so we will be adding JavaScript at the end. So these are my two script files that we'll be adding. Okay, so we will be adding these two script files. Okay, so at the end. Okay, so now this is the links. These are the scripts that we are going to use, and you know why we are using these. Okay, so if you see the jQuery that I told you about, that this is the JavaScript that is written by someone else, and we are going to just use that code that is written by that guy. Okay, so we don't care what he has written. We know that for the fact that it is using JavaScript, so we have added it just to be on the safe side. Okay, done. Now we will write our code. Okay, so now let's go back to our slides. Now these files, what I included, are there present in your slides that are shared with you guys. Okay, done. Bootstrap JavaScript done. Now let's see, this was the file that we created, the HTML file. Our code looks like this. Okay, so for CSS, I'm not going to talk about this right now. I will be talking it at the end, because first we will create the elements or the components, and then we will add those things at the end. Okay, so now let's talk about this. First we are going to create a navigation bar, right? So what is this navigation bar? It is nothing. If you see, let me show you guys this thing. Okay, this is the website, official website, right? You see this thing at the top, right? This Bootstrap, getting started, CSS components, JavaScript, customize, then the versions on the left side, right? So these are all, this is a navigation bar. So we are going to create this navigation bar with the help of component, that is navbar. Okay, so for that, what we will do, let me show you. So for that, we will include a class, that is, we will first include an element, that is nav, and then what we will do, we will include this class navbar. Okay, so this navbar is included, and then everything that we will write in this navbar will be inside a container. Will be inside a container. Okay, so this container will what it will do, we will create a navigation, we will create a navbar, that is the tag nav. We will use a tag nav, and inside that we will use a class that is navbar. So what is this navbar fixed, navbar default, navbar inverse? We'll talk about these at the implementation. Okay, cool. So now after that, what we will be using a container. Inside it, we will store each and everything, that this whole header will be inside it. Okay, and of course at the end we will close this navbar. Okay, so this container, what does it do? Basically, if you talk about containers, like in a simple way, what is a container? It is used to store anything, right? So that it can be easier for us to place it, to space it, right? Everything, right? And to contain it, right? So basically this container will do the same thing. It will place our content at the center. It will put padding on the left and the right hand side. Okay, it will make our content centered, justified at the center. Okay, so now this header, right? This header. So everything, this div class nav header that we have used, okay, this nav header is nothing but we are using, right? We are using this nav header because we want to include those tags, right? Let me show you in this website. So you see this Bootstrap, this is an icon and it refers to the first page, right? So all of these menu items, right? These items will fall under this nav header, so that we can include these things in our website, okay? So now let's start this thing, okay? So first what we will be doing, we'll include this thing, navbar, okay? Let's talk about this navbar first. So now let me remove these things first, one by one, and then we will talk about this navbar, okay? So this is our navbar and this contains this thing. Let me also remove this thing, okay? This button. Why I am putting this button, and we will talk about these things one by one, okay? Then we have a nav band, okay, which refers to nothing, and this is the IPL brand that we'll be having. You can put an icon here, okay? You can put anything there, okay? Icon, it can be anything, okay? This same thing, IPL will be written in such a form, and it can be a link, it can be an icon. You can put this B here using left cons, okay? Okay, guys. So now, okay. So now this is IPL, okay. So now this is one div is done, okay. Now inside that we will use this collapse. Why I'm using it, I will tell you later. So we will be having an unordered list, and inside that list we will be having this navbar. This navbar class, the Bootstrap class that we are using, will help us to do one thing, that it will create these list items in a single line, that it will make these items inline, and it will be placing it on the left hand side. Now you might be thinking, okay sir, this navbar hyphen nav is the name of when we put our text on the, when we put our items on the left side. Why it is showing that navbar nav right? Then what is this doing? So this don't go. So now what this thing is doing here, okay? This these unordered lists here, okay? These unordered list will be on the left side, and these unordered list will be on the right hand side, okay? So don't worry about these namings. These namings have no sense, okay? Literally they don't make any sense. You might be thinking, okay sir, if navbar is the left hand side, why it is written on the navbar and again it is written navbar, right? So this is the naming convention that Bootstrap 3 uses, okay? It doesn't make any sense, but yeah, this you have to remember. You don't need to remember it. Always refer to the document, okay? So now this is on the left hand side, okay? So I will be targeting this collapse button later, okay? If I will remove this thing for now, okay? So now let's save this thing, okay? So now if you see, this is our navigation bar. Now let's see what will be our output, okay? So now let's open it. I have stored it on the desktop, okay? So now we will be having here, okay? So now you see, this is what it looks like so far, okay? We have this IPL, then we have about, okay? Then we have RCB, SRH, Mumbai Indians, CSK, all the IPL teams that we have right now, okay? So this is what we have so far, as we have just included the navigation bar, that's it. Now let's include some of the classes on this navbar, okay? So first of all, I don't want it to be, I don't want, if I'm scrolling, I don't want, yeah. So navbar, right, is just used to define, you see, the list items that I was using. So this is the first list item that is on the left hand side, and this is the second list item, that unordered list that I was using, inside which I use navbar, right, is on the left hand side, okay? Done? Okay, these two things are there, okay? So yeah, now I want this thing to be at the top, okay? And if I'm scrolling, I don't want it to scroll down with me, okay? I want it always to be fixed at the top. So I will add a class that is nothing but fixed at top, okay? Navbar fixed at top, okay? So once I will add this thing, I will add navbar fixed hyphen top, okay? So now once I have added this thing, you see, now it will be always there, and even if I'm scrolling down, it will be always there, okay? Done. Now what I will be doing, I just want these colors to inverse, and inverse I'm going to apply CSS on it. So what I'm going to use navbar, and inside that I will change the color of that thing, okay? I will use inverse class, okay? Now I will save. You see the color will be changed. Okay. You see this color is not visible. Now it will be changed. I will change it to white. Why? How is it changing? It is changing because I am using this class inverse, and I am applying some CSS on this inverse. Okay. If you observe carefully here, navbar inverse dot navbar nav, it is inside this, and I'm changing the text color of this as white. So don't worry about these signs. So basically these are nothing but I'm using some selectors here. You might be having some idea about selectors, right? So there are classes, there are elements, there are tags, right? There are tags or elements, there are classes, there are IDs, there are descendants, there are some other global, we can group them together just like this with the help of comma. We can group these tags together. We can use what else? We can use star sign, that is universal selector is there. So there are different selectors. You can go one by one. So now these are the properties that I applied on my Bootstrap, on my navigation bar. Okay. So this default is the coloring that I will be using. Okay. So now after this our navigation bar is complete. But what happens even if I scroll this thing down? So now let's talk about this responsiveness of Bootstrap. Okay. Now if I'm scrolling this down, right? So now you see this is the size of the screen is, let's suppose this is large, and now as soon as I'm scrolling it down, right, I'm shrinking it, it will become somewhere, it will become medium, and then it will become, and here at it will become small screen. Okay. So you see, I don't want this thing to be like this. I want a hamburger sign wherein I can just like this. Let me show you on Bootstrap what happens on the same screen. You see this hamburger sign, and herein I will click, and it should be like this. Okay. It should be responsive, and it should be like this. And even though I'm shrinking it down, it should be like this. Okay. It should be always like this. I want it like just like that. Okay. So now for that, what I will do in my website, it is not happening, right? It is not happening, right? Right now it's not happening. So if you see, I will scroll this thing down. It's not happening. It's making it like just like in a horizontal line. Okay. So now let's change this thing. Okay. So for that, what I will do, just a minute. Yeah. So for that, what I told you guys, I will be targeting what? I will be using these span tags. Okay. The number of lines that I want, I will use this icon bar. If you want 3 lines, you can use 3 icon bars. Okay. This class bar. So that will, the line that we just saw will come there. Okay. Just like a hamburger, the 3 lines were there. So that is due to the fact that I will be using this class icon bar, and then we will, let's suppose we included one more span tag here. Okay. We will include one more span tag here, and we will again use this class. What? This class, let me just copy paste it. I am writing. So I will be using this same class, and then I will get 4 lines. Okay. Instead of 3. So this is what it does, what icon bar class does. Okay. So that thing is done. We will have our, and it is also a button. So what we will do, we will use a button, and inside that it will be a type of, it will be a button, and class navbar toggle, because we are toggling it, right, on and off. Okay. Just like a switch, and it is collapsed, right? If you see, it collapses, right? So data toggle is collapsed, and data target is this BS nav demo. Now what is this BS nav demo? We will use instead, we will be using it here. Okay. Inside we have written this class navbar, and above it we have written this collapse navbar collapse, this class, and we are targeting this ID. And what is inside this div? These items. So that is how it is linked. Okay. This is how it's linked. Okay. Let me just do it one more time, and again I will save this file, and now let's run this. Okay. So now you will see the difference. Nothing, no difference on what? On the full screen. When we have full screen, now you see, now when I shrink this, I will get this hamburger sign, and inside that I will be having 4 lines, and once I will click on it, it will give me like this, and once I will click on it, it will go, it will just minimize itself. Okay. It's a button, right? I have written here, the type of this is button, right? If you see, and the class that we are using is toggle collapsed, and data toggle collapse. Data target, we are targeting this ID, right? That ID we have been using at the end. Okay. What is this SR only? This is nothing but what we are using here. Okay, what we are using here, it will the screen readers, the ones who are physically impaired, right? So for those there are some screen readers who will read this for them. Okay, so that is why we are writing this SR. Okay, so once this button is written, and if you don't, let's suppose if you're not targeting this thing, okay, so now let's suppose you say we won't target this and we somehow skip this thing. Okay, so now what happens, even if we are just clicking on it, let me just refresh it. Okay, now even if I'm clicking on it, nothing will happen because we are not targeting what our items. Our items are here at the end, and we have used this class, right, collapse class, so that there's a link between these two things, and the ID, that BS nav demo, or it can be anything, right? I have used it, the proper naming convention. It can be anything. We can use B, right? This is the ID that I'm going to use. So I have to enter this with the help of a hash symbol and then B, so that there is a link between these two things. Okay, so now let me refresh it. Now you see it will work fine. Okay, so now we have our first thing, that is our navigation bar at place. Now what we want that marketing message, right? So this is the IPL and it is the Indian Premier League. We want some kind of an image there. So let's try to add those things. Okay, so now and we wanted that to be let me show you what do you mean by a marketing message. Okay, so now if you see, this is the marketing message. Therein you have this text. Bootstrap is the most popular HTML, CSS and JavaScript framework for developing responsive and mobile first projects on the web. So what do you mean by responsive? That thing. Okay, so there's a responsiveness in this. Even if we are on the small screen, then you move on to large screen, then you move on to the medium screen and large screen, this responsiveness is always there. Okay, so now let's try to add this thing on our website. So what you will use a Jumbotron for it. Okay, so now what we'll use a Jumbotron. Okay, so now this navigation bar is done. Okay, so now another thing that we are going to use is a Jumbotron. In the Jumbotron, what I have written is class display1 inside of a heading. Inside a heading. So display1 will change the properties. Just what we are doing here. Okay, we are changing the display property. And what do you mean by display property of a heading tag? So heading tags, there's a display property. What do you mean by display property? We are changing the font, we are changing the font family, and we are increasing its font size. Okay, so that's what this class display1 does. Okay, and we are using this h1 tag as Indian Premier League, right? And here's a list of IPL teams, and we will have some kind of a structure there. Okay, so this is what a Jumbotron does for us. And then what we will do, we'll include the grade system. Okay, so I told you, right, Jumbotron is nothing but if you want to include your, let me show you. Okay, so this is the marketing message that you want to put, and so you will put all of these things, okay, inside this Jumbotron, and it will act as a marketing message wherein you can put all the marketing things, right? Like suppose you have why someone will want you someone want your product, right? So all of these things, right? All of these things will be there. Okay, so that marketing message will help us to grab the users. Okay, why we should use this thing. So you can see the message there. Bootstrap is the most popular, okay, HTML, CSS and JavaScript framework. Then you have icons, then you have download Bootstrap. So currently version, which is the version, then you have some ads. Okay, all of those things will come under this thing. Okay, cool. So now that's what a Jumbotron does for us. So if you want to include some marketing message, you just go into what? Jumbotron. You add the Jumbotron. If you want some containers, you want some grids, you want some grid system, and wherein you want to align your data, you can use what? A grid system. So right now I'm using the same grid system inside the class container. I'm using this class row. So I want a grid system. Grid system is nothing. So what I want inside this class, this column large for 6 sm6. So this is nothing but another class that is used. Okay, when we talk about grid system, our entire screen is divided into 12 columns. Okay, so 12 columns. When my screen is large, I want this class to get 4 columns out of those 12 classes. Okay, so this is that entire row. The content will be row wise, and in that entire row there will be 12 columns, and out of those 12 columns I want 4 columns. Okay, 4 columns when my screen is large, 4 columns to be assigned to this class. Okay, wherein the image that I'm using is KP, that is Kings 11. Okay, so I'm using these images as links, and once I will click on it, okay, you can add that thing on your own. Okay, once you will click on it, what you want there. Okay, so you want Kings 11 details, who is the owner, what are the players, who is the captain. You can add those things on the next page. So this is first page. Okay, we're talking about the first page. Okay, so now you can add these this source. Okay, let me show you. So here we have a container, and here we will add all of these. Okay, so now what we will be adding these things in our class. Okay, so now let's remove these things. Okay, let me add only one column. Okay, or 3 columns. For the matter of fact, I will add 3 columns, and the rest I will remove. Okay, let me just remove all of these things. Okay, now what I have done, I have included this class container. Okay, and I have included this marketing message there in this div. Okay, and after that, what I have written a class div for the grade system, and wherein I have using this class will get 4 columns when the screen is large, and when the screen is small, it will get 6 columns. And this class thumbnail is used to get the bordering and all those things, so that it can be contained within that entire space that we have, and it should be within a single row. And the link that I'm using, I'm not going anywhere because I want to be this on right now. Then if you want to add some more pages, you can add the link here, where you want to go. Okay, what will be the next page once you will click on that image that I have on the desktop, that is Kings 11 jersey t-shirt, jersey. Kings 11 jersey I have there. I have added that thing here. Okay, so it will be under, this will be the image, and it will act as a link. And then I have aligned some text here that is written Kings 11 Punjab. Okay, the text is there, and I have made it okay, then I have aligned it to the center, and then I have added some, this text will be bold. Okay, what does strong tag does, it will make it bold. Okay, so once it is done, and then I have closed my div, and then I have entered the same column 3 times. Okay, same column 3 times. I want to show you something. Okay, so once it is done, and then after that I have closed my div. Okay, that's it. Then let's save this file and let's see how it runs. Okay, so now you see, this is the jumbotron that I'm using, Indian Premier League, and therein we have some image of IPL Indian Premier, that is the image, and then here are the list of some IPL teams. Now this will act as a link. Now if you click on it, it will go on the same page, right? I'm clicking on it, it will go on the same page. Okay, this is the this will act as a link. Now once you will click on it, maybe you will add some pages, and then after you will add some pages, you will add some more pages, and you want what is the content that you want on this page. That can be a different web page. Okay, so right now I'm using a single page, so that's why I'm not going anywhere. Okay, so if you see again, if you observe carefully, the link that I am showing here, the reference, that is this hash symbol, that it will be on the same page. Okay, so you see about is going on the same page as well. Okay, now similarly, what I have done, I have included, 1 minute. So now what this about page is, so all of these things, right? So you see IPL.html, I'm making it to go on the same page. So the name of my website is app, my page is app.html. Okay, so I have saved this file. Okay, so now these are the teams. Okay, so now let me just refresh it. So now you see all of the 6 items we have added. So the final thing that we are going to do, we are going to include the trending videos. So right now I'm not linking these trending videos to anything. So right now they are just you just have to add the source here. Okay, the movie.mp4 that I'm using, you just have to add the source here. Okay, so Control Z. So you just have to add the source here. Okay, so now how you can do this? Again, you are going to create a row, that is the grade system, and each column will decrease its size when the screen is large. It will have 4 units, and else it will have 6 units. Okay, again the thumbnail I am using, and the video, here is the video that I am attaching to it. Okay, here is the video that I'm attaching to it. It has width 320 and height 240. And the controls, that means what is this controls doing? It will add those play button, pause button, and all those things. Okay, maximize the screen, download option will be there. So these controls will, this attribute control will add all those things. Okay, then you have the source. and the source wherein you will have the path of your video, right? And the type is video mp4, right? So all of these will contain in this video tag. So if you're not able to somehow sometimes it happens, right? So sometimes it happens that a video will not open, right? So at that time you can add the content here, video unable to open. So that will be displayed only if you are not able to open the if video is not visible. Okay, so video not visible, you can add that message here. Okay, so similarly I have added 3 trending videos, and they're not right now, I won't be able to play them because I haven't linked them. So you can link them in the source. Okay, so let me just save it at the end and let's run this. Okay, so this is how it looks. Okay, so you have your jumbotron in place, you have your grade system in place, right? These are the jerseys, and you will click on it and all those things will come. So these are the trending videos which doesn't contain anything, and maybe you can add some more things at the end, just like in Bootstrap we have these things. So you can add that on your own at the end of you see the GitHub, Twitter examples, just link it to your or some companies, or if you are making it for yourself, you can add those links here, GitHub links, your Twitter links, your about, and all those things. You can add this thing at the end as well. Okay, so that it looks it looks much more like a website, right? So this thing we have at the end. Okay, so all of these things you can add it, and all of these are not images, these are images, and these images will act as a link. Okay, that's how I did it. Okay, so now let me tell you how responsiveness works. Okay, so that thing that I told you, so if the screen is large, what happens? You will get 3 items. Okay, now as soon as I'm hitting the medium, it is divided into 6 columns. Okay, you see the 6 columns are here, 6 columns are here. So now when I just minimize it a bit more, now it gets the entire 12 columns. Okay, entire 12 columns are given to it. Okay, so now I maximize it, now I minimize it. This is what a responsiveness does. This is the power of Bootstrap, the responsiveness, and the grade system that we use. We have specified if the column is large, then we have 3 items, that 12 is divided into 3. Right, 3, 3, 3. Okay, and if you have how many elements? If you have 6 elements, and when the screen is small, you will give 6 columns to one list item. Okay, so this is the responsiveness. Build a ping pong game. Okay, it is also called as table tennis, but with a revised version. Okay, it's also called Pong game, it's also called ping pong, whatever you name it. Okay, so let's get started. The table of content. So what are the things that we are going to build? Okay, cool guys. So the things that we are going to cover in this section, we are going to first create an HTML page. Then we are going to select those elements which we created in our HTML page. Then we are going to draw shapes, then they require objects, and then creating those functions. Okay, now let's get started. First, let's see the HTML code that we are going to use. So as it's obvious that the skeleton of HTML will be there, right? So it contains HTML, then the head, which contains title, which will be above in the tab bar, right, in the tab section. Then the background we are setting, but this is not a correct approach. We have to use the separation of concerns. But since my CSS file will contain only one line of code, that is this background color, that's only the CSS that I'm going to use. So that's why I used here as an inline CSS. That's the reason. If you have many lines of CSS code, I mean to say I'm using a lot of CSS, then it's better. The best approach is to have a separate file. Okay, it can be done, yes or no, it can be done, but it is not the right approach. But since my file will contain only this much CSS, so what I'm going to do, I'm not going to create any external CSS file. Okay, for JavaScript I'm going to use an external JavaScript file, but not for this thing. Okay, cool, let's get started now. So then I'm creating a canvas ID, that is the canvas element, which will give me whatever the graphics that I will do will be within this block of within this block, that is which contains width 600 and height 400. Then I close my canvas, and then I will include my script file, that is JavaScript file. Okay, cool. Now let's see the demo of this part. Okay, first let's see the demo of this part that we're going to use. So herein we have this I will just remove the CSS part here. Okay, this is the same thing that I told you guys, right? And now let's run this file. What is called first? What is the name of the file that I saved it? Just a minute, guys. It's called pingpong.html. Okay. pingpong.html. Here is it. Yeah. So you see, now this is the file, right? That I just made. Okay. But you cannot see the canvas, right? Since it is not containing anything, so that's why we are not able to see the canvas. Okay, that's the only reason. But if you see, the background of this page is gray, right? And which is rightly so, because I have used this background color gray. Okay, this is the file that we got, right? So now let's move ahead. So HTML part, this is the only thing that we are using in HTML section. Okay, apart from this, we are not going to use anything in our HTML page. This is the page that I got, right? Just the HTML, including the CSS, because there were only one line of code, so that's why we used this. Now the JavaScript code. So the first thing that we are going to, what we created in our HTML page, we are going to select. How do we do the selection? Document.getElementID, because we created an ID which was called table, right? We created here an ID which is called table, right? You see, this is the ID that we created. Now we are going to select it with the help of, okay, the canvas is used to just to create the graphics, that's it. So and what about the script? The script tag is just for including the script file. So since I have commented it out, how do you comment in JavaScript? This is the way that you comment in JavaScript, right? So this was commented, I commented this line because I was not including any JavaScript in it, right? So I commented it. Now I will uncomment this line. Okay, so this script tag is used to include your JavaScript file in your HTML. That's it. And the canvas is used for graphics, so that we can create any graphics on the with the help of HTML. So if you want that, canvas element can be used. Okay, which contains the ID table, and width and height are its attributes, right? So that will be on that page, okay, on the HTML page. Okay guys, so now we will select these elements, and then for drawing anything, we need this draw function or this get context function, right? So what is the build of this? It's in the form of 2D, right? We are going to use X property and the Y property. So that's why we are going to use this, whatever we fetched from this, right? We first selected the element, right? Which tag, what is the tag? To include CSS file. So to include CSS file, you have to just use the link tag. Okay, so for example, if I wrote here anything like this, right, I will press and enter here, and then I will write link, and then here you can just refer to the CSS file .css, and that's it. You can get your CSS file included here, okay, with this link tag. Now let's save this file again, and let's go back to our slides. Okay, so we selected that, and with the help of get context, that is the method, we will build our whatever we want to do. So for drawing the shapes, let's first do this thing. Okay, let's not get you guys confused. So S1 is the script file that I'm going to use. Now I'm going to use this S1. So you see, I selected the element with this, right? The DOM object, that is the document I created, and then I selected that element ID, and after that I put it in an object that is can, and then I called the function get context. If you guys can see it, I will just maximize it. Okay, so get context is the method, and the build of this is 2D, that is we are going to use x-axis and the y-axis. It's not a 3D event, so I put it in the draw, and after that I will just use fill style to fill that thing, right? The color of that canvas will be the canvas color will be black. And fill rect is the method, another method that we are going to use, which contains this fill rect will contain the x position, the y position, and the width and the height. So width and height will be same as the height and the width of the canvas. So that's why we are going to use can.width and can.height. So after when we run this, we save this program, and when we included this in our script in our HTML file, and after that when we run this thing, now you will be able to see the canvas. So this is the canvas, okay, that we are talking about. So whatever we use, whatever we need to draw anything, if we need to draw anything on our canvas element, we need to fetch first that element, and after that what we will do, we will just use get context. So this get context is used to draw anything on our canvas. So that's the main objective of this canvas, okay. So now we are going to use first the fill style, that is used to fill the color, okay. Great. So now the fill style is used to color, and fill rect method is used to fill the to draw the rectangle, okay. After that we are going to use we are going to need just not the rectangle but another thing, that is the circle, which will point to here and there, okay. So if you can see what we are trying to build, now we are going to try to build this thing. The first is the rectangle, right, and the circle. So for that we are going to use these methods, okay. So draw fill style will fill in the color, right, and after that begin path will, that means when you're trying to build a circle on the canvas, you need to call this function, that is begin path, and then the close path function, okay, and after that fill. Now to draw and circle, we need an arc method which contains x position, y position, that is the x-axis, and the y-axis, the coordinates, right, the x coordinate, the y coordinate, and then the radius. Obviously in circle we have something called radius, right, you know that, guys, right, and the circumference of the circle is 2 pi r, right. So mat.pi into 2, which will help us to create the circumference. This 0 represents the start angle, right, the start angle is from 0 up to this circumference of the circle, that is 360, okay. After that this false is written there, right. So what this false means, it means that we are going to build our circle in a clockwise direction, though it does not make any sense, but since we have to send it in an argument, right, so it doesn't, after when we run this code, you won't be able to detect if it is we are building in a clockwise direction or in an anti-clockwise direction, but this is an argument we have to pass. So false means that we are going to build in a clockwise direction, and what if it is true, that means we are going to build it in a anti-clockwise direction. So now let's see, when we run this thing, we are going to use the same thing, right. Now here is my s2 file, right. So in this I'm using the same thing, right. So draw fill style is red, and the rectangle I'm going to build is of the x position is 100 and the y position, that is the starting x coordinate and the y coordinate, then width and the height. So width is 30, that's why it doesn't look like a rectangle, it looks like a square, right, because the width and the height of this is same. And then we have our circle, right. First we fill in the style, that is the color of the circle, then begin path method, then close path, and in between we are going to use the arc method, which contains the position, that is 200 and 200, right. If I you going to use this position, right, the x position is 100 and the y position is again 100, that means we are going to build both the rectangle and the square on each other, right, they will coincide with each other. And then we have the radius of the circle, that is 10, then the start angle is 0 and the end angle is 360, that is mat.pi, which gives us the value of pi into 2, that is the circumference, right. So 2 pi r, right, we created our circle, and then the false represents that we are going to build it in a clockwise direction. Then we close our path, and then the fill. So this is the syntax, right, this is nothing, but we need to follow this syntax to create anything on our canvas, okay. Now let's save this file, and after that let's include it in our script file, okay. S2 done. Are you using arc method to create a circle? Yes, Ayushi. So now let's save this file, and now let's see what is the output that we got. Earlier when we were not having any circle or or any rectangle, right now it looks like a square. We will change it for later. Okay, so now once we will press the refresh button, now you see these circle and this square, which means a kind of a rectangle that we are trying to build, it will coincide with each other, right? Because you see, now there is one important point. You see, this circle is not completely coinciding with this square, right? This property we are going to use again and again. This is because the center of the circle is the thing that we are going to what the circle center will be its starting point, right? The circle center means that what we used as x coordinate and y coordinate was 100 and 100, which was same for the square, but it coincides with that center point. Okay, apart from that, we are going to use this for when we detect the collision and all those things. Will be the main objective will be that thing. We need to remove those signs. Okay, just for now, you can just understand that without confusing you guys. You just understand this thing, that this circle center point and the squares, what is the square starting coordinates, that is x-axis and y-axis, will be same as center point of the circle, right? So 100 comma 100, which is the coordinate for circle and which is the coordinate for what, the square as well. So the center point and the starting point of the square will coincide. That's the main objective of all those things. Okay, now let me just remove this thing first. This was the S2. You see, although we are going to create this x-axis and y-axis, that is the x coordinate, x position and the y position on the canvas is 100 and 100. It should start, the circle should start from the same position, but circle center point represents these things. Okay, that's the main objective that I was telling you. And now let's separate them, that is the x position and y position. Let's change it. Let's run this thing. Now if you observe carefully, the canvas that we built is gone, right? Because we are not going to, we didn't include that thing in our file. So now let's see. Now let's go back in our, right now it's clear, right? We just use this thing. We selected them and we just build the circle and the rectangle. That's it. Though it looks like a square because its coordinate, its width and height are same. Okay. Now this is the output that we got, right? Now let's try to create these objects. Okay. So first we need an user method, right? User object, right? There will be two players, right? The first player which will be controlled by you and me, right? The player 1, and the player 2 is the computer, that is the CPU. Okay, so these objects we require, and then the ball, which will on the basis of which we decide whether you one or the CPU one. Okay, and then the separator. The separator is just for the sake of to beautify it. So separator will, and between those separator will divide the CPU and the player 1 from that. Okay, and then the scorecard. Now let's see first what is the ball object. Okay, so ball will be having, obviously it's a circle, then it will be having what, the x coordinate and the y coordinate. So we have used canvas dot width divided by 2. Why did we do that? Because we want the circle to be at the center. Okay, that's why. How the AI computer will be implemented. So we will get into that, Abhishek. We will get into that. So how we will implement, I will show you the 3 ways how to implement that. Okay. Now if you see, this const ball will contain x coordinate and the y coordinate, right? Then we divided it by 2. That means we want the circle to be at the center. Okay, the width and the height. So after that, circle will be having some radius, that is 10. Then the velocity in x direction, that when it moves in the x direction, and when it moves in the y direction. So x-axis and y-axis. Then the speed of the ball, right? You might be thinking that velocity and speed, what is the difference? So velocity is nothing but the speed plus direction, and speed contains only the speed, right? And then the color, green. Then the separator, which will again be at the middle, okay, in the middle of the canvas. Now why I subtracted 2? Because that is the width of that, what, of that separator, right? We are going to use the rectangle for separator again, you will see. Okay, so now I subtracted that thing from, because that's the width, so we want it to be at the center, so we subtracted width from it. And then the height and the width, it is going to be in the form of rectangle that we are going to use. Okay, and then the color white. So it will be in color white, or whatever we want. If we want, we can change it. Okay, now this is the separator and the ball, right? The separator and ball object is gone. Now let's see user bar. So the user object that we are going to use, right? So now the user means that we are going to build a tab or a bar, right? So that bar will represent what? There will be X position for it, there will be Y position, that is X axis and Y axis, right? And after that we are going to, again we are subtracting this thing from the X coordinate, what? The height, right? We are subtracting it so that it will not go beyond the canvas, it will be in the canvas. Okay, so that thing will be subtracted, and width will not include anything in apart from that. So width is there, height is there, score, we have to keep it right, we have to keep a track of something, that when the score was scored by user or it was scored by computer, right, or the CPU, then the color of those bars. Similarly, we'll do the same thing for CPU, same thing applied here, right? Now CPU, if you see, I subtracted 10 as it was the width, because CPU will be on the right side. Okay, that's why we need to subtract this 10 from that. You will see, if I won't, then the rectangular bar which we create for CPU will be some part of it will be outside the canvas, which we will not able to be, we won't be able to see. Okay, so that's why we subtracted this thing from the both. Okay, the x-axis and the y-axis, the width and the height respectively, and then the score, then the color is white. Okay, so now when we create this thing, okay, let's create these things first. Okay, so now this page is gone, and now let's see how to build it. So again, you see what I built here was same thing. I first fetched the thing, right, the canvas element, then I used draw function, then whatever I wrote is written in here, the velocity of the object, right? So the color of the ball will be green, and the speed in X direction and speed in Y direction is 5. Then the speed of the ball is 5, and then we have two objects, that is the user object and the CPU object, right? So once we created these objects, right, it's same stuff that I taught you earlier, same thing I have written here. Apart from that, there is nothing. Now the separator. Now if you see, I have created these functions for doing what I want. If I want to build something, right, let's talk about functional programming or something. You use functions. Why you use functions? To create modularity in your code, right? Sir, in HTML page, explain the script source pp.js. So the script tag is used to include the this JavaScript file, and the source which contains pp.js. It was written that the name of my file is ping-pong. So I wrote it in the shorter manner, p-p, that is ping-pong.js. This is the file that I'm going to use. Right now I'm going to use S3, after that S4, S5. So that thing is included here in our HTML page. So right now if you see, the source is S2. So I'm on this page. I was earlier, than when I run this program, this thing was run, right? And now I'm on S3. So now, got it? And sir, if the width of CPU bar is 20, around 20, then X canvas.width minus 20. So no, whatever we used as a width, we will see. I will show you in the demo, Supriya. Just wait. I will show you in the demo. If I didn't subtracted that thing from the X position and the Y position, what will be the output? Okay, I will explain you each and everything. So now, if you see, I have created these functions. We know how to create a function in JavaScript, right guys? So basically we use the function keyword, right? This is function declaration. Therein we have JavaScript. In JavaScript we have two things, right? Function declarations and function expressions, right? So this is a function declaration. We will call these functions, right? So now if you see, I have created a draw rectangle method, right? In that we have X position, Y position, width and height, and then the color. So color is used to fill the color of the rectangle, and draw fill rect is used to create the rectangle. So I will use these functions because I need to create rectangles and circles. So that's why I build functions for that, because it's the best way to do anything. Why we do this thing? Because we want to create modularity in our code. Create functions, we will create modules, right? This is one module, right? So this is done. Let me minimize it. Okay. So after that, we created same thing for circle as well. We use arc method to create the circle, right? So this is also done, right? We have explained this thing: fill style, begin path, close path, and fill. This is also for circle. And now we need the score, right? So for the score, basically what the score represent the marks, right? So if a user will throw a point, then he will call this method. And if a CPU wins a point, then he will call this method. So that's why we created this score, and this has 3 arguments: the text, and then obviously this will be placed somewhere in the canvas, so we have to use the X position and Y position for this, right guys? So after that, we will use same thing. First we will fill in the style, that is the color will be set to these, whatever we wrote, that will be the color of that is white. And then the font, that is 60 pixels, and then the family to which is belong, that is Arial. So this is the syntax for that, right? And after that, fill text, whatever we wrote in, whatever we get from the function, right? Function arguments, that text will be here, and then the X position and the Y position. Simple, right? So this is for creating the score. Okay. And now then this draw separator, basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a loop here. Okay. For this, when I use this loop, basically what I'm doing, I am just iterating, and what I mean to say, basically I am creating in the middle of the canvas, I am creating rectangles, right? And after some space, where I am creating again rectangle, so that there will be a space between the user position or the user bar or paddle and the CPU paddle. Okay. So that's what I am doing. Cool. So now let's see. You see, I created a rectangle, and then the separation is that the object I used here. Okay, separate object, this. So I'm setting its X position, its Y position, right? Separate dot X, separate dot Y, and then plus Y, because I want this thing to be separated. I will show you. First, let me run this thing. Let's save this thing, and let's connect this thing with S3. Maybe then we will be able to connect the dots. Okay. So now, when I run this program, this is the output that I want. If you see carefully, the positions, that is the position, the bar, that is the CPU bar is on the left side. The user bar is on the left side, and the CPU bar is on the right side. Now we are creating this thing. Basically, that bar is a rectangle function that we called. Then the draws text that we used, right? The draw text function that we used, right, was that 0 that is represent for both the user and for the CPU, that 0 0 thing. Okay. And then this separation line, that line you see of orange color, is I'm creating the small rectangles of width, which is having less width and less height. Okay. And the location of the circle is on the center. Okay. What if we didn't subtracted that thing from our width? Okay. Let's do it for maybe CPU. Okay. Now if you see, if I didn't use this thing, okay, I just removed -10, which was width. Okay, now let's see if the output remains same or not. Now you see that thing is gone, because width of the canvas, whatever was the width of that, it got hidden. It is not hidden. Basically, it got removed before that. The canvas that we built, it is after that. So to include that thing in our canvas, that's why we are using the subtraction sign. Okay, got it, Supriya? And what if we use 20 here? Out of the window, exactly, out of the window of the canvas. Yes, exactly. So what if we didn't included the height as well? Let's remove this thing. And you see, we are just whatever we wrote here, we are just printing everything in the center. So that's why the canvas.height, whatever the height of the canvas is, divided by 2, that is the X position. Okay, the Y position. Now let's save this file first, and now let's see whatever the height was of this. Now you see, whatever the height was, it started from that point. Okay, so basically it is not in the center, right? If you see, what difference did it make, right guys? Right, Abhishek, you see what difference did it make? So it's not in the center of the position, because again, this creation, the X position and the Y position is that it's the center, right? It's the center point. So center point, we need to remove that height that we allocated to it. So when I use this height to subtract this thing, so after that you will see then it's aligned to the center. Okay, now let's refresh it. Now you see it's aligned in the center. Same thing I'm doing for each and every object. Okay, now let's see what are the things. Okay, now how I created this separate. So draw function is clear. So draw score, again you will see this, right? Yes, it is not in the center. Exactly, Supriya. So now what I did for creating the this separate function, right? The separator, that line that was of the orange color, for that I use loop. Okay, it's the edge started from the middle point. Exactly, Abhishek. Abhishek is right. It's the edge. Yes, started from the center point. That is starting from the center point. So to bring that thing in the center, we remove that the height thing. Okay. So now this separator function, if you see, we are looping around up to the canvas height. Okay, from starting from 0, and every time we are incrementing it by 20. So basically here it represents the 20 is not value 20. Basically it is a pixel kind of a thing, so that there is a separate gap between each rectangle. Now if you see there a gap. If you see my mouse pointer where I'm pointing, you see this gap. This is created, then another rectangle is created, then I'm incrementing it by 20, then that means there is a separation. Now if you see, if I incremented it by maybe 50, then there will be more separate. They will each rectangle will be much apart. Okay, they will be, you see, now they are more apart from each other because I created this 50 pixel gap between them. Okay, now let's remove this, keep it 10. Okay, so let's keep it 10 as it was 20, right? So yeah, so now what I did, I'm just creating the rectangle, and each rectangle, now you see I'm not doing anything with the X position because X position is same, the Y position is varying. So that's why whatever is in that I will vary, and the Y position is changing, and after that same thing, width and height are set, and then the color, right guys? So it's basically what I'm trying to do here. I'm creating rectangles. Okay, now this helper function that I created, basically what it contains, basically now this callback function that I'm using, basically let's go from line number 86. Okay, you see what does set interval function do? It calls this thing again and again, right? So this thing will be basically why I'm using this, because I'm using this to create an illusion that this whatever is in the center, that circle, right, or that ball is moving. What I will do every time when it's called, for example, let's visualize it, why I'm using. So first time when a function is called, everything is black. Okay, and now whenever everything is black, there is a circle on it, okay, or the ball on it. Now every time when this set interval function is called, if I will do something that I will just recreate this circle, right? I'm recreating the circle, but I am just shifting it 5 position to the right. Okay, so now there will be 2 circles, right? So now I will just again I will change the background. So you see when I did that game, that snake game, therein what I was doing when I was trying to move that pointer, right? Same thing I'm doing here. I'm just blacking out the screen and then placing again, blacking out the screen, then printing it again, blacking out the screen and then printing this ball again, and it's done with the help of set interval function. So within every second this function will be called. If you see why I'm using FPS here, just to, I mean to say, this is every 100 millisecond means every 1 second this function will be called. So I am blacking out the screen, then I am creating an illusion that this ball is moving. Okay, so every time black screen, then the ball, then black screen will hide the previous ball and new ball will be created. Basically it will create an illusion that this ball is moving. Okay, basically what I'm doing, every time this set interval function is called, I'm creating an illusion that I will first there will be black background will be black and this red will be there, red circle will be there. Now what I'm doing, I'm blacking this circle and I'm creating another circle upon it. So this creates an illusion that this ball is moving. So this set interval function will help me in doing that. Then there will be an illusion that we are moving this, but we are not moving it. We are creating an illusion that again this will be created, same thing happen. Then there will be an illusion that we are moving this, but we are not moving it. We are creating an illusion that again this will be created, same thing happen. Now let's see what is this helper function doing. Now you got the point, right? We created everything. Now let's make it move. Okay, now for making it move, there is another thing that we want. First let's try to create some more functions. Okay, the restart function. If something is happening, right, if maybe for example right now when the user touches the screen, right, touches the canvas, I want that function, I want that ball to be placed again in the center, right guys? So this restart function will help me do that. Okay, basically if you see the ball.x and ball.y, the x position and the y position has been changed to canvas width divided by 2 and canvas width height divided by 2, so it will be on the center. And once it will, for example, if at this time it's moving in the x direction, then I want it to move in the opposite direction. So that's why the velocity of the ball has been changed, because y will remain the same, right? So we are just changing the x position, the x velocity. So x will go in the this direction. Earlier it was from the CPU side, then it will go from the user side, and the ball speed will remain again same. Why I'm using this ball speed? Because every time when I'm going to use this thing, I'm just going to increment my speed every time. So that's why. Now let's try to move that bar which is controlled by us, right? The CPU bar that we are going to use. So the CPU bar, that is the not the CPU bar but the user bar, will be controlled by the mouse event, right? So we will add event listener there, and with the help of mouse move, whenever we move the mouse, this get mouse function, mouse position will be called. It will contain the event, right? And then this get bounding client function, right? This function will return several arguments, like the x position, the y position, the top, left, bottom, right, all these will be returned. This it will return, if you just run this thing in the window, right, the browser, it will just return the DOM event, and that DOM will contain all these pointers. Well, x position, y position, top, left, left, right, top, bottom. Okay, all these position. And now since this position, only the y position will be affected, x will remain same, right? The x position will remain same, only the y position will change, right? I'm dragging it up and down. I'm not going to take it out from the that position which earlier it was in, right? So this position, what will it do? I will just, whatever the whatever the earlier position was, I'm just subtracting that new position, whatever I got, and the top will be changed, so I'm subtracting that top from it, and the user height, because height will be also changed. So this thing divided by 2, obviously that this height earlier, whatever was the position, then this position will change, because I want it exactly at that position which I did, right? When I removed that height divided by 2, you see that that bar got shifted to the center, right? No, that was not exactly on the center. So to get that thing, I did this thing. Okay, so now this pointer will help us to move, and then we detect the collision. So first, detecting the collision, let me show you how we will move the CPU. So the first thing, we will create a CPU movement, we will create one function. So what I'm going to do, every time I'm just going to move it in the y direction. Whenever it sees the ball, based on the direction of the ball, y position of the ball, that is the y coordinate of the ball, I will just increment this in the y position, or if it is going in the other direction, I will just decrement it in the y direction. This is one way to do it. Okay, the other way is that we are going to use this mathematics, that basically what AI we are going to use. Basically this mathematics will help us to, again, this will always be the case when the CPU will always win. Okay, so we are not going to use this thing, because then it won't make any sense. Okay, so again, another function is that what we are going to use, we are going to create a random function, and then we want that random function to create values between the height, whatever was the canvas height. So that's why we are multiplying this thing from that height, and then it will be allocated to CPU's y position, right? So these are few things, few ways we can do it. The simplest one is to create this, the CPU movement, whatever was the movement, based on the y position of the ball, it will just increment in that position plus y when when the CPU position is less than the ball position, that is the y coordinates are less, then it will increment it in the y direction, else it will increment in the plus in that direction. We will subtract it. We will see all those things. Now, how to detect a collision? So basically, if you see this function carefully, and is this diagram that I have shown here, okay, so let's see it now. Okay, so basically, obviously we have to detect the collision from either side, right? It can be the detection, the collision can be on the CPU end, or it can be on the CPU end, or on the user end. So basically what are we going to do? This player.top is equal to player y. So basically this whatever we got, whatever is the player's y coordinate, we will put it in the top, and similarly y, and why we are incrementing this, the plus height, why we are incrementing. If you see earlier when I talked about y coordinate, we just removed that height from that, so that thing has to be included again to know the bottom, right? So exact bottom will be this. So similarly left will be as it is, but right will change, because right will again contain the width. If you see when we created the object and then we subtracted those things, so we are just again including those things in this. Okay, great. So now left, right, top, bottom, we have all those things. Similarly, as I told you, the pointer will start when I talked about that circle. When we try to create again, that circle was created in the center, but we have to just remove the radius so that we are at the top, right? So when we are at the top of this ball, that means we have to remove that radius from it, so that it comes at the top of the circle. Similarly, the y position, that is the radius, the bottom will be again incremented so that we are at the bottom, right guys? You're trying to visualize it, the first step that I told you about the pointer. This is all about this addition and subtraction is all because of that thing, because every time when the circle is drawn, the center position we are known only the center position, that is 100, 100. It is the center position, it is the center coordinates. So to get to the top, we have to add something to get to the top, right guys? So that will be obviously ball radius, and to get to the bottom, we have to add that ball radius, and to get to the up, we have to remove that ball radius. Similarly for the left and the right, right guys? So to add something and to go to the right, we have to add, and to remove something, we have to go to the left. So these are these pointers which will be used to detect the collision. Now, this is all the things that we have. Now all the length, the breadth, the top, bottom, left and right are known to us now for the players, both the CPU and the user, as both of them. Okay, top should be, what should be top, Vipul? So +1 y1, basically the radius, right? If you're talking about ball, it should be plus something, right? No, okay, you are saying the top should be plus. Oh no, because if you see, whenever the pointer is at 100, 100, so you are thinking about that coordinates which we have in mathematics, but this thing works in a different way. Okay, some of the licenses are showing private. Please explain the top. It should be plus. No, Vipul, you see now, if something is at basically, let me show you, let me try to visualize this thing. Okay, Vipul, plus radius, see the code. Now if you see the code, listen to me carefully. So right and left are clear to you, right? So something is at the center. Now if I decrement something from it, right? So earlier what was the position of ball x? Let's suppose it is on 10, 10. Okay, now this 10 will be at the center. So to reach at the top, I have to decrement something from it, right? To reach at the top, because whenever we move in the top direction, the coordinates in this canvas will decrease, and whenever we are at the bottom, the coordinates will increase. So that's the main thing that I'm using. Okay, so to subtract something, I will just go to the top. Okay, and to add something, I will go from the bottom to the bottom. And now what will I add and subtract will be the radius. Okay, that's it. So you try to visualize it, you try to play with that canvas and see, whenever you move up, is the coordinates decreasing or is the coordinate increasing? You will get the point there. Right now I told you whatever you need to know. So basically when you create a canvas, try to, cool Vipul. So try to visualize whenever you are trying to move up. Do you increase your coordinates, or do you decrease your x coordinate? Okay, you will get that. Eventually you will get that. You don't have to worry. So right now these things have to keep in mind. Now let's detect the collision. So if you see now, if top is less than bottom, okay, the player's top is less than ball's or bottom of the ball, that means we are touching the that bar or that paddle at the top. Similarly, when we are, same thing is happening for the left and the right and the bottom. So you try to visualize it. For example, let's say as example, now the player top is at 100. The player top is at 100, right? And now when the ball dot bottom is less than, that means it's going beyond that, right? And now when we will see if it's going beyond the top, that means top is less than the ball, that means it's touching at the top. So top bottom, left right, and right left, and bottom top. Exactly the graph plotting. Yeah, so this thing, now we have detected the collision. Okay, and now let's do the main thing, that we want. Let's try to see the whole program that we built. So now you see this S5, that's s5.js. Now you see, if anything is not clear to you, tell me guys. So now what we did, we created this, we have this first line, that is we selected the elements, we draw with the help of get context. Then we have these 4 objects. What are the 4 objects? Ball, right? We have this ball, done. We have this user function, this user object, right? Done. I'm just minimizing it because this is almost done. CPU object, now this separation object. Anywhere you feel that you're not able to understand, just tell me at that position. Rectangle function is done, circle function is done, draw score function is done, separation function is done. Now restart function is obvious, right? Whatever, if we want to restart the game, we don't want to go always in the CPU's direction or on the user direction. We are just, for example, if you see, I'm just negative time, I'm multiplying whatever the value of that velocity is, right? So it will go in the opposite direction. -5 into -5 is +5. So +5 into -5 is what? -5. Now -5 into -5, again 5. So this is the thing that we are going to use. So it's a lot of mathematics in here. So this is the detect function. Then the event function, that is the mouse event function, right? The CPU function that I'm going to use for the CPU movement is this. As I told you that AI mathematics can be also used, right? So after that, helper function is there, right? This is done. The helper function is done. Then this update function we will cover this. This callback function is there, and we have this update function. Okay, and then the helper function is done. Okay, now we are left with what? This update function. Basically, okay, detect collision. So basically we are detecting the collision by in this manner. Basically what is happening in this detect collision. So let me first try to tell you guys about update function, because after that whatever we do, this update function is responsible for all those things. For example, detecting the collision happens in there, mouse movements will happen in here. Okay, everything will happen in here, and all the updates. Okay, so basically now if the ball's x position is when we subtract radius from it, right? Because we know whenever we are trying to calculate in the x direction, we have to remove that radius, right? So if it's less than, that means whatever is happening, it is happening to the CPU score, right? So that's why we okay, can you please explain the get mouse function? Okay, let me quickly just explain this mouse function first. Okay, so basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a function that is obviously associated with canvas, that is get bounding client rectangle. So this means whatever, if we are changing anything, whatever is the new positions of that change that we did, right? So it will be present in that. With the help of this get bounding client rectangle, we will able to fetch those things. What? Top, left, bottom, right, and x position and y position. So basically x position will remain same, right guys? So that's why we are just dealing with y position. So the now y position will be, so whatever is the, whatever was the new position of that, which we just moved. For example, if we moved mouse from 100 to 200, I'm talking about y coordinates. So what is the new coordinate that I got is 200. Now I will remove the top position of whatever was the earlier position of that. So I removed that thing, and I removed what, the height divided by 2. Okay, so that's what I'm doing, only for the y position. Okay, only for the y position. Similarly, what the CPU movement and what was this function detect collision. Okay, now, so basically you got the point that why I'm removing some things from the top left and from the bottom and the right to get to the exact location. If you just when I got this point, when I talked when I started this slide, I talked about you the positions, that what happens actually, what is the pointer location. So that's why, keeping that thing in mind, I added something, and I added something from the right side, and I removed from when I talking about, you see, there is a difference between the when we try to create the rectangle and when we try to create a circle. So circle, in that circle everything needs to be changed, the top, left, bottom, right, because the center point is, if I'm talking about the x coordinate and y coordinate, it will be the center location. So to move to the top, I have to remove something, to move to the left and to the right, to the bottom. So there needs to be done this this addition and subtraction. When we talk about the ball, when we talk about rectangle, some things will remain same. What? The top position and the right position, because that is the top location of the, whenever I talk about 100, 100, this 100 represents the top, this 100 represents the the right position, and this top represents the y position. So that's why player.y and x dot this left and the right are as it is. Okay, now when we talk about bottom and the right, you need to add the height, because if you see, when I earlier tried, when I not removed, when I was trying to create the objects, at that time I removed something from it. At that time it was clear to you guys that why I'm removing this thing, right guys? So now that thing needs to be added here to know the exact location of that of that rectangle. Okay, so now once I remove this thing, and then I'm checking this condition, if none of these is, if anything is false, that means, if it returns false, that means there is no collision. Okay, now if it returns true, that means there is a collision. And what exactly I'm doing here basically is this thing. Keep this picture in mind. Okay, now the player.top, if the player.top is less than the ball.bottom, that means we are touching its top. You need to visualize it. You take coordinates, you take some coordinates, and then try to visualize it. For example, you try to, whatever you are trying to do, try to do it with some numbers. Basically, when you use it numbers here, basically you will get the idea of what I meant by when top is less than the bottom, that is player's top and ball's bottom. It is less than, that means I'm touching the top. And similarly for the left and the right and the bottom, if it's greater than this thing, that means I'm touching at the bottom of that paddle. Okay, so now let's keep this picture in mind and use some pointers. Okay, basically when I talk about pointers, you have to use x coordinates and the y coordinates for ball as well as for the player. That means the x coordinate and the y coordinate, and use these addition and subtraction to get the exact location of them, the top location, the bottom location, and the left location. You will find out that this thing is justified, whatever is written here, and this thing is used here. And if all of them return, all of these conditions are true, that means this will return a true. That means we have detected the collision. Now let's talk about the final function, that is our update function. Now if you see, if x, that is the ball x coordinates, is when I subtract this thing from ball radius. Okay, now we get the exact x coordinate. If it's less than, that means that it is going beyond that, whatever is the, if the ball is in the it's in the user's area. That means when I talk about the area, you see, that means this ball should have been somewhere here. If you see the pointer, my pointer, it should be somewhere outside this box. That means that user lost the point. That's why I am updating CPU's point. Same thing goes for this. Now that thing was dealt with the help of ball, but when I talk about the CPU side, that means ball dot x plus radius. That means ball will, whatever the ball, if the ball is touching something on the width on that other side, that means it goes beyond the canvas width. That means user scores a point, and once it scores the point, we call the restart function. And if it was on the user side, then the ball will go from the center position towards the what, towards the CPU side, or vice versa. Then the CPU movement is called, because CPU needs to move again and again and again. It keeps on moving with the help of that. Now for the top and bottom, if you see, if the ball touches the top and the bottom, okay, if the ball touches the top, that means I have to divert its direction. That means it will go beyond something, beyond the bottom, the top side. That means, that is why I'm showing here less than. The Vipul was saying that why I'm subtracting, because when we move upwards, the x coordinates and the y coordinates will decrease. So once it will go less than 0, that means we are touching the top. And similarly, if we talk about bottom, at that time it will increase. That means y is incrementing. So if it's greater than the canvas height, that means we have to redirect its direction. That it means earlier it was going down, then once it touched that canvas, it should go upwards. So that's it. With the help of pointers, try to use some arbitrary values, 100, that is the exposition of the ball, and for the CPU you used, for the player you will use different pointers. Once you will put all those values and find the exact top, bottom, left, right for both ball and the for this paddle, that is the player's paddle, that is the rectangle that is shown. Then you will try to, once you will use those methods, those greater than player dot bottom should be greater than top, then you will find out that okay, this is the thing that is happening. That means I am touching at the top, and then that means when I am touching the bottom, this is the thing that is happening. You will find out. Okay, just try to think of it. Cool. Now let's detect the player. Who is the player? Basically, now the player can be either the CPU or the user. Now let's check how will we be going to use this thing. If the ball dot radius, obviously it is, if it's in this portion, then this thing happen. If this is in this portion, then this thing happen. Okay. Now once I will use this thing, I will find out that if it is, let me show you here. Now if the ball is in this portion, okay, the user portion, that means the radius should be less than, right? The ball dot x plus ball dot radius is less than this thing, which means the canvas width, it will be on that side. That means we are playing right now, user is playing, and same thing is happening. When it's on the other side, that means CPU is playing. Now we detect the collision, and once we detect the collision, if it came to be 2, then we find out the collision points. So basically you can remove all those things that is written in here, and you can use simply just revert back that if the collision is detecting, just go in the x direction or y direction. Now what I'm doing here, I'm just trying to use some mathematics here. So basically we check here, the first line, we check whether the ball hits the paddle or not. So basically this line will show that if the ball's paddle is hit or not. So basically what I'm doing, player dot y minus that heights, the player of the height of the player and the y coordinate, when I add them together, and I will find the exact location where the ball hits. Once I found out this thing, then what I did, I found it out the collision point. Then I am just reverting the direction in the degrees. I mean to say 45 degrees, 0 degree, and the plus 45 degree. Basically these things can be removed. If you don't want to use, you just revert whatever was the position. Just use minus sign to get it back, and use plus sign to get from the other end. That means multiply it by the minus sign. You will also be able to do this thing. And now after that, what I'm doing, finally I am just incrementing the ball speed every time this if this thing is happening. So finally when I wrote everything this together, so these are the functions that I wrote, and now let's save this file, and now let's add this file and let's see the final output. When I run this thing, you see that thing is moving slowly, and right now we are not getting anything because none of this is missed. You see that restart function got called, and again now let's see here. Now I missed. You see the ball pointer again started from the center. Okay, now let's try to, you see again I missed. Again it started from the center in the opposite direction. Earlier it was going in this direction. Now you see the AI is not making me win. He is moving in the ball's direction, whatever is the ball's direction, because I used AI. So if you use the CPU mouse movement, at that time you will be able to win. Okay, so these are the functions that we used here. The two vertical lines, the ball, then the CPU movement was all those things. Then the movements of the bar was on the update function. Detection, collision detection, updating the score. Okay, so that's it. We are done. CPU is not losing because I am using AI here. So if you see, if I show you guys this function, where it is in the update function. Collision is detected here, and now let me show you here. So this is a function that I used. So this mathematics, CPU ball y minus whatever is the direction of the y coordinate of the ball, I'm using this thing to subtract and from the CPU's position and height. If you want the CPU to lose, then this is the thing that you can use. You just create this function CPU movement and then add 5 in the either of the directions. Okay, so that's it. Okay guys, so that's it, and we are done with this. Today we are going to build this game, the color picker game, using JavaScript, right? So let's see the table of content. So we are going to have a target color. It will be mentioned at the top and will be the target that has to be picked from the remaining options, right? There will be a new color button to click it, and we will reset the game. Okay, then there will be, if we printed or if we picked the wrong choice, then there will be try again option, and if we pick the correct message, then we will get the correct message. Okay, and if you want new colors, we can click on new color, and once you start playing the game, then this new color will be changed to play again. Okay, so this is all the table of content that we are going to build. Now let's see how this game looks like. So this is the game that we are going to build. Okay, so there will be a name, that is color picker, then the RGB, then which color that we are picking, the new color sign, which will be, once we click on this, it will be changed to play again, and therein we have those messages, right? Correct message, try again message, all those messages will be on this stripe, that is white, right? Blue, white and black. The black is the body, okay, wherein we have these 6 squares, right? And in these we have different colors. Okay, right? So now let's see how it looks. Okay, so this is when we picked up the wrong choice. Okay, you will get this new color, try again. Okay, and that color which was earlier shown will be faded to black color. Okay, this is all that we are going to use. So this will be faded to black color, and if we picked up the right choice, then there will be a message, play again, with the correct sign, that is green, of the color of that text color of that correct sign is green. Okay, yes, it is very easy. Yes, so once we pick up the right color, then the color will be same for all the squares, right? And you might be thinking that this is not a square, but we have just rounded off the borders. I will show you how to do it, and then the same color will be given to the the tag, the tag that is above it, in which we have the color pick. So yeah, it will be changed to this color. Now let's see the HTML code first. So in this game we are going to deal with which ID should we use. So the ID you can choose of your choice. The ID that I am going to choose is Sublime. Okay, we are going to use Sublime Text. You can choose Visual Studio, right? You can choose Atom, anything you want. Okay. Now let's see the HTML code. In this game, we are going to use HTML, we are going to use CSS, and then finally we are going to make these changes, right? The verb of the page, right? The verb of the page, that is all the actions that we perform on this page with the help of JavaScript. Okay. Now let's see the HTML code first. So again, the structure will be same, right? The skeleton of the HTML page that we have, right? When we press HTML tab on the Sublime, then we get the skeleton. So in the title, we will give the name of the title, that is color game, right? And then we link this file to our CSS, that is the CSS file. We will link that to it. Then in the body, we have this heading, right? That you saw, the color picker, right? So the color picker will be there, okay? And after that, we'll just break it, right? We have written a break line, right? So that this target color that we are going to use, so you see there is no target. This is the ID that we are going to use, right? You have an idea what an ID is. These selectors, right? ID selector, class selector, then a tag selector, right? We are going to use here an ID which is a span, so that this doesn't come in the next line. So we are using break line above and below. Okay, all this thing comes in a single heading. Okay, with the help of break, we can just put a new line in between the color picker and the target color we have. Then we have this white stripe, right? That I was talking about, the stripe. In that we have new color, right? ID, and the new color text. The text will be there. It will be a button. Okay, so it will be a button. Then the message. So message you will not be able to see at the starting of the game, right? As I showed you. After you pick the right option or the wrong option, based on that, this message will be printed. So this will be a div. So there is a header, and then there is a div, the stripe, and then there is a class container. Why I have put a class for all these squares? Sir, can we execute this in Notepad? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. So we have I have declared 6 divs, right, for 6 squares, right? And I'm putting all these squares in a container so that I can style them later. Okay. So the script, after that, there is a script file that will be linked to it. Now let's see the demo of it. Okay. So here is my file. So let me just first pick it from the desktop. So this is my file, right, that we are going to build. Now let's go into a Sublime, right? Herein I have already created 3 files, right? The HTML file, the CSS file, and the script file. Okay. Now let's remove these links first. Let's see how the page looks if we don't have any styling added to it. Okay. So this is how we comment in our HTML, and then hyphen, and then this has been commented. Okay. Let me just maximize it. So there is no CSS to it. Now let's remove the HTML, the script file as well. Right, done. Let's save this file, and now let's run this file. This is a web page without adding anything to it, right? This is only the HTML part, right? Now this is the file that is without adding CSS to it and without adding what? JavaScript to it. This is our HTML file. This is how it looks. Now if you can see this HTML file, there's nothing that I have done. The doc type HTML, then the title of the page, right? That thing that comes on the tab, right? You see here the color game, that's the title due to the title. And then we have what? The color picker as the header, right? And then I told you that this target will be with the help of, we will be able to get this target color with the help of JavaScript. So that's why we were not able to see anything, right? The new color is there. You see that the new color was there, right? If you can see. Okay, this new color button, right, is there, and rest will be when we apply CSS to it. You see how it changes. Okay, and then these divs, you cannot see any changes because of these divs. Why? Because they don't contain anything. Neither they have any images, neither they have any neither do they have any text in it. So that's why we're not able to see this thing right now. So because just it is an HTML file, so that's it. This is the HTML file that we're talking about. Okay, these divs, we will see how to change these, how to manipulate these with the help of JavaScript. Okay, Now you got the point that this is only the HTML file. Now let's see. Now this HTML file look like this, right guys? Then now let's talk about the CSS code. Okay, now you see the heading tag that we used. We will apply a color, that is the text color of that will be white. Okay, the background color will be steel blue, that is the blue color, right? And the text align will be aligned. The text align will be to the center. The weight will be normal. The text transform, that is the text transform that we are using. Okay, thanks Akash. So the text transform that we are going to use will be uppercase, so that everything that we wrote in this heading tag will be uppercase. So the color game will come in the uppercase, and then the padding just to beautify it. Okay, then setting the background color to black and font to Arial. Now the body, whatever is written in the body will be set, the color will be set to black. So this octothorpe sign that we are using, so the CSS is used for changing only the background just to beautify it. Yes, how we use SVG elements in CSS, we will talk about them. Abhishek. Okay, so now the body, the background of that body, the background color or everything that is written in the body section, right? The body element, everything is that is written in that will be of color black. So this octothorpe 232323 can be replaced with black. Okay, there's nothing new to it. Okay, then the margin, that is 0, and the font family is Arial. Okay, this is the body tag. These styles were added to the body tag. Now the target color, you won't be able to see it, but we are just increasing the font size, because once we will click on this thing, okay, the font size will increase. Now setting up the button background to white with bold text and some other styling. So the button, the styling that we do on the button is that border is none. Okay, we are not putting it, sir, what is the stripe used for? You used and the source code. Okay, the stripe that is used for basically all the message that we get, right? So if you clicked on the correct color, then that message will come into that stripe. Once we will play this game, after that the text will change, right? Earlier we saw that there is new color. Once we will start playing, that text will change to play again, and retry options, all those options will be added in that stripe. Okay, so the text transform that you see here, okay, the text transform is to change the I mean to say, for example, I have written color game, right? So the color game, to change its to transform it to uppercase, right? So earlier you might be you might have written everything in the lowercase. So that will, what this text transform will do, even if you have written it in the lowercase, it will change it to uppercase. Okay, now the text transform, again the uppercase button, everything that is written in the button will be uppercase. Height, we set its height, we set its width. Okay, yes, it's a property. Yes, Hash, yes. So color is steel blue, letter spacing between these words, the new color, there is the spacing that of 1 pixel that we have put. It will inherit this from the parent class, right? The parent div, that is it, that is within this stripe. The button is present in the stripe ID, right? So whatever is, I mean to say, whatever we apply to that stripe will be applied to the button as well. So transition. Now this transition, what is this? This is basically the transitions that happen. For example, if we click, so that click will change something, right? To transform that click while changing, right? If you clicked on something, so how quickly do you want to change this thing? Okay, this is a transition. How to change from one thing to another thing. Okay. Cool. This is about button. Okay. Now, once we will hover it, once we will point our mouse to it, right, the color will be changed to white and the background will be changed to steel blue. Okay. Why should we use this property? Which property, Kriti? So, just to make things beautiful, it's all up to you guys. Even if you don't apply these things, then we saw how the page looks like, right? There was nothing to it. Now you see how the transition will take place. Now the square ID that we use, we will change the background color to red, width and margins will be set, float will be left, padding, border size, border radius. This is why the squares are looking something that is not looking like a square, right? The borders are trimmed, okay? So this is with the help of border radius. Then again the transition, that how quickly does this transition happen? Because when we click on a square, right, when we click on the square, it goes to the background color, right? Whatever the background color it changes to that. So that transition, how quickly you want that transition to happen, okay? This is all about this thing. The container, again we will apply some some CSS to it, margin 20 pixel, auto, max width, right? Then the stripe, the text align will be center, background color will be white, right? And the padding will be 0, okay? This is all the styling that we are doing. The message, okay, the message, text transformation. Yes, Kriti, the text transformation, I told you that how quickly you want that thing to absorb, okay? So for example, when we click on any of these squares, that will be changed to the background color. So that change, how quickly should it happen, okay? So this is only the text transformation that deals with this thing, okay? So the message, that message class that we used, right? That font family should be Arial, text transformation should be upper, height, width, letter spacing should be 1 pixel, size, font size should inherit from the parent, I mean to say the div, that is the parent of that container, right? The stripe and the transition, again the transition. Now when we applied CSS to this HTML, this is how it looks, okay? Earlier we saw how it looked, right? It didn't look very beautiful, right? So once we applied all these properties to this thing, right? So this is how it looks. So that's why what I was telling, the blue background of the header, the stripe color is the color of the stripe wherein we have new color. When we hover over it, you see how it changes, okay? We will see in the demo part. The background is black, that octothorpe that we use 232323, right? That number, 6-digit number, right? With the octothorpe in it, or what we call as hash symbol, right? And the color of this. Okay, Aman, what are you trying to say? Aman, just tell me your question. I am not ignoring your question, so you can just write it. Okay, so the color of these squares is red. Okay, now let's see how this thing looks when we apply CSS to it. We just removed the CSS part here, right? And now once we will uncomment these things, okay? Now let's save this file. This is our CSS file. Everything that I told you, I applied that thing here, okay? The h1 tag, right? The body tag we have hash, the classes, right? The IDs that we have here, okay? Then the button hover, when we hover over the button, what is the color that we want? The ID square, right? The class square that we have, the class container that we have, okay? The stripe, the message, all these things are present here, right guys? So you see the IDs here, right? The classes are here, the square classes and the container. What are the styles that we are applying are present in this file, okay? Now once we will save this file, okay, just a minute. So we're going back to this file. You saw this was the file that we used, right? You see, just applying CSS, that's it. We just applied CSS to this file and you see how it beautified, right? It's looking more beautiful, right? The background color is changed, right? So all these things, okay? So now when I click, you see how when I hover over this file, when I hover over this new color, you see how the color changed, the text color changed to white and the background changed to blue, okay? This is when we hover over it. Now let's continue with the main portion of this application, that is adding JavaScript, right? Now you see, there are 6 squares, right? As you can see on your screen, there were 6 squares, right? Those are squares. We saw how border radius changed this, the border has been changed so that we have trimmed off the borders, okay? Now there are 6 squares. We have placed a variable. We are just in here. The first part that we are dealing right now with is that the HTML elements are fetched and we assign JS variables to it. That is, JavaScript variables have been assigned. That's it. Nothing new. Whatever we use, we just fetch them with the help of what? The HTML elements are fetched
right? And we are assigning them to a variables. Okay, now we have declared array. This array will contain all the colors for all the squares, that is the color, right? The RGB colors will be present in this array. Okay, and we are just why top websites like Facebook, Amazon and their source code CSS looks like gibberish. Why? So it looks like gibberish because, Abhishek, maybe there are so many things to that, right? There is some JavaScript added, there is some CSS added, there is Bootstrap added to that, right? So that even if we don't add Bootstrap, right, then you see what we did, we wrote these many lines of code, but with Bootstrap it makes much more sense. Okay, CSS is not supported by all the browsers. I would not agree with this, not all the browsers, but yes, some of the browsers have some of the features that are not available in them. Like if you see when we set the background style background property, it doesn't the earlier one, the background style.background that we used was not supported by Mozilla, right? So then they changed this thing to style.background, right? So that is supported by all the browsers, that is Google Chrome. So there is changes, right? There we need to change these things, right? There is no static thing that works in all the things, right? If you see the comment tag, you can use it Internet Explorer, but the comment tag cannot be used in the Google Chrome, right? We have to use those less than and greater than signs, right, Aman? Right, Hamid? Right, Hamid? So there is some CSS property, some HTML elements which are not supported by all the browsers. Yes, you need to check that. So we use this array to store the colors. Okay, then whatever the color we picked, the target color from whatever we have picked, we need to check if that is the color that is written above and are those colors same. Okay, then once the target color has been, now we are just using we are just fetching with the help of document object model, we are just fetching the squares, right? By class name, all the classes have been fetched, right? The squares is the class that we fetched. Okay, now the ID that we fetched is target color, because target color until this point was empty, right? Now we change that target color. Okay, we will see how we change it. Now the variable message that we fetched, we will fetch the message also, right? Is this correct? Is this wrong? All this, there is nothing we are doing in this slide. We are just fetching all the elements from HTML with the help of DOM. Okay, now the head tag is the head wherein we will have our colors, right? The color that you want to pick. Okay, now the reset button, once we have played this game, we will see if we don't use this reset button what happens. Okay, so this is all the fetching has been done. So whatever we used in our HTML page, we have just fetched them. Okay, that's it what we did here. It might look scary, but this is the only thing that we are doing here. We are just fetching the elements and that's it, and storing them in variables, right? These JavaScript variables. Now calling the first statement will get the same, right? Now we are calling our function that is initialize, right? Init function. That then in that function what we will do, right? We will just first, now is this the algorithm? This are the algorithm. Okay, yes, this you can say that this is the algorithm for this game. Yes, you can say, but the CSS might change. You might not use any CSS, or you might include some other features in the CSS that might differ. But the moreover thing, that is, these functions will remain same. It's just how you do the things. You can to say the moreover algorithm will remain same. Yes. Okay. Now we will generate the random colors. Okay, we will have this function generate random colors is the function that generates all the random numbers. How many random numbers? 6 random numbers, right? The colors that we have in this, I will show you the demo part, right? These colors, right now we have all the red, right? Now how to generate these random colors? For that we have created a function. Okay, this generate random function, and the argument that we are passing is 6. Right, we saw here, you see the number of squares is 6, and we pass that thing to here. We will see how we will generate these random numbers. Okay, then now we have generated the random numbers. Now we want to pick the one that is present in the target, right? Bootstrap is nothing but a framework for CSS. CSS is, right, the framework for CSS is the Bootstrap, wherein we have all the codes available, right? We just have to cut and paste them in. Okay, I'm saying normally we don't write JS HTML code in readable format, but Amazon, Facebook, websites, source code looks like gibberish with meaningless names. Why this happen? Not the meaningless names. I won't agree with that thing. The meaningless names are there. There might be some dependency on this code, right? If you see this generate random color, I'm using this long right? This is a long name. So when your application is huge, right? Then you won't be using this much. There is a, I mean to say, there's a, no, it won't affect you that much, but they might put the name as what? GRC, right? Generate random color. This look like gibberish to you, but according to them, this name will make much more sense. Okay, Abhishek? Cool. So now we are generating these random colors, and then we picked up a color, right, from that array, so that we can just visualize it. Is this color and the color that we picked, are these colors same? Okay. So then we update the color, the target color, and the text content will be changed to that color. Okay. Now let me show you first this thing, how it's done. We will just include the this that we commented the script file. Okay, uncomment this and let's save this file, and now let's refresh it. Okay, now you see how many different colors are present here. Okay, cool, Abhishek. So you see how there are 6 different colors. Now with the help of the generate random function, we are able to do this thing. We will see how to do it. Okay, then once I clicked on this thing, you see I got there's a change in this new stripe, right? There is a new color, and try again, because the color is not correct. So you see it just faded to black. This stripe faded to black. Now let's click something which is correct. Okay, now you see we got all the stripes changed to what? Green, moreover to I mean to say darker version of green, right? And we got the message in the green saying correct message, right? And then this color got changed to the stripe, that is the header, right? That color also got changed. Okay, you see how these things happen. Then when I hover over it, it gave me an option of play again. When I clicked on play again, this is the reset button. This is the reset button I was talking about. This helps us to reset the this whole website again, like a refresh, right? So again it got changed to the normal background color, that is steel color, right? Steel blue color, or you can say blue color. And then we got the play again option. That's it. No messages were deleted, and again these 6 squares got a new color, right? Generate random colors for all the 6 squares. That function got called. Okay, so now we updated this thing. Okay, now let's see how we will check if the color that is present in that header part and the color that we have picked, are they same or not. So once we have all the colors, right, then we traverse through them, right? We traverse through them. We call the event listener method. This add event listener is a method which will be executed when we click on something. This thing will be the function that is the, I mean to say the callback function that is written here will be called. Okay, so then we will check. You see, if picked, whatever is picked is equal to the dis.style.background. Okay, so if these colors are same, then the message or text content, the message that was ID, earlier it was empty, then we change the text content of that. This text content property helps us to change the content. Okay, it got changed to what? Correct, and then we added some color to it, that is green. That's it, right? When we press the right button. Okay, when we click on the right square. Okay, cool. Then the change color, then the color got changed, right? Then the change color again, we pressed it. Let me show you in this, might not be visible. So I am just doing nothing. I am just explaining you this thing. Okay, now you see this. Okay, then if it's not right, okay, if the option that we choose was not correct, then the text content got changed, right? To what? Try again. Okay, the message.text content, try again, and then we gave it a warning sign like a color was changed to red. That's it. Okay, and then we changed this dot color dot background to what? Again black. You see how that fade thing happened? So fading that thing with the help of this 2 3 2 3 2 3. We can also change it to black. That's it. Sir, then if we press the green button, then it will show the correct. No, that is not a button. Basically, I will show you. So Priya, you see now this is the, let me refresh it again. So this is the first thing that we get, right? Now when we press a wrong button, let's suppose we press this thing. Now you see this color got faded, right? That's what I meant by setting this color to black, right? If you see here, what I meant here, this thing. 1 minute. So you see this thing. If the color that is written above, the picked color, and the color of the square didn't match, then what did I said? I said that we will change the content to try again, and we will change the color. I mean to say the color of that content try again will be red, and the background property is set again. The background color is changed to black. So this is the thing that we did, right? This is the try again message, which changes text to green to red, and this color got faded. That's it. Then we can't press this try again or new color. We can press a new color because, for example, let's suppose we don't want to play it. We want a new color. We can change that. But once we start playing it, then we got the wrong message, try again. We got the wrong, again try again, right? Then blue, try again. Then this thing happened. Then this thing, it changed. It is the correct color. So we got the message as correct, Supriya. And then this header was also changed to the same color. Okay. Now this is this function that is doing this thing. Okay. To hide the square, we will just set the background color to black. That's it. We are just hiding it. Right? So this is how we traverse it. Now let's talk about these functions, right? Reset, add event listener. So how do we want to reset this thing, right? We saw that with the help of new color, we just changed this thing, right? We just restarted our game. Okay, we'll see. Let's suppose if we don't have this reset button here. Okay, now let's suppose we don't have this reset, we don't want to use reset. We don't want. Okay, now let's save this file. So this function will never be called. Okay, now let's see what happens here. You see, now let's refresh this thing. Okay, now this is the game. Now we press this. Okay, we got the correct. We got play again. You see, I'm not able to do anything. This play again won't work. You see why we need this reset function? Okay, now this play again won't work, nor anything will not work. This will be static. That's it. We are not able to play our game again. So that's why we need this reset function. Okay, let me just uncomment this. Okay, that's it. So reset, we will see what is the code that is written in this reset function. Okay, now to get a random color from the existing plate, right? We need that color, right? It will make sense. Listen to me carefully. So whatever are the colors present in that square, in those squares, right? We need one of the colors from them, right? We need one of the colors so that we can put that color in the header tag, right? So this is the thing, how we do it. So we just pick one of the indexes from that array that we built. Okay, what was the code for the reset? We will see, Abhishek, that is the last function that I am going to show. Okay, so we picked one of the indexes from that array, which contains all the 6 colors. Okay, one of the indexes. You see, you know that mat.random gives us a random number from 0 to 1, with 1 not included in that. Okay, 1 is not included in that random number. Let me show you guys one thing quickly. So when I press this Ctrl+Shift+I, okay, wait a minute, Ctrl+Shift+I, okay, we got the console, right? Just a minute, guys. So we got this thing, right? The console, right? If we read mat.random, okay, math is not defined. Okay, sorry. You see, every time when I call this function, I won't be getting anything greater than 1, right? 1 will not be also included, okay? So we use this function, and then when I multiply this thing from any number, right? The number of choices you want. Let's suppose you want a number from 1 to 6 or 1 to 10, right? So you just need to multiply this thing by that number, and that number will not be included, okay? Every time when I call this function, you see 4, you see 3, 1, then again 1, then again 9. We won't be getting any number greater than 10 without 10 including in it. So it will range from 0 to 9. Okay, now when I do this thing on this, okay, mat.floor, mat.floor, okay, now I'll be getting the numbers, because it will return, if I use only mat. It will return mat.random will return a floating point number, but I don't want that. I want that. Sir, are you using VS Code? No, I'm using Sublime, and this is a browser. So, okay, 1 minute. Okay. Am I missing any parentheses? Yeah. I'm missing one parenthesis. This is extra. So you see, so now you see, I will be getting numbers only from 1 to 10 without 10 included. Okay, integer numbers. Yes, Kriti, Abhishek, integer numbers. So now let's go back to this thing. Where were we? We were okay here. So you see, now we are picking up the random color from what? The existing colors that is already present in the array, and I am multiplying this by array length, so that we are getting the indexes from 0 to 5. We know that if an array is of 6 length, the number of indexes only will be present. How many? 5 indexes, 6 indexes will be present from 0 to 5. So this thing was picked, I picked one of the index. Okay. Now this generate random color. Now you might be thinking, sir, now this thing is clear that we picked one from the existing. Now how would we create that existing random colors, right? This generate random color function will accept limit, that is 6. Here right in we have 6 limit, right? This is the function that we called, right guys? So you see here where we called it. This generate random color is having an argument of number of squares, that is 6, right? Now we created an array, okay, this color array, and now what we are going to push. We know push. What happens with push? What is the push function that JavaScript use? Array, the method that is present in the push. What does it do? It adds it adds a number. It adds to the last index, right? When we are adding in an array, it ends at the end, right? We know that. So every time we are adding to it at the end, but the limit is that we are going to add only 6 numbers. Okay. So this push will call this RGB generator. Now we will generate those random numbers. So RGB we are using, that is red, green and blue, RGB, right? So now let's see how this. So every time we generate 6 numbers, right? Yeah, appending one by one. Yes, Abhishek. Yes, inserting elements. Perfect. So once we got all the elements, then we return this array. Okay, that's it. Now let's see how we generate these numbers. Again, we are going to use the same methods, right? Floor, random and 256, because we know for R what will be the number range, that is from 0 to 255, right guys? And for G, again it will range from 0 to 265, and for what? For red, green and blue, right? Again red, green and blue, right? So again it will range from 0 to what? 255. So multiplying it by 256 will result in those numbers, right? Any one of the numbers. Now you have to be very careful while returning this RGB. Okay, why? Because there is a space required. You see, I have explicitly written this thing, right? There's a space between what? You have to keep that in mind. If you are getting any errors, please look at the RGB spacing. You have to explicitly use those spacing. Okay, now once we have generated this RGB numbers, right, and then we return this function, this will return this thing and we will push it in the array, right? RGB generator done. Now for changing the colors, right, when we pressed correct, right, when we press the correct option, then the color got changed, right? We saw that how the color got changed. So what is that we are using here? You see, when we press the right button, so you see we traverse through that array, through those elements, right? We traverse through all those, we traverse with the on the array, the color array, right? And we checked if the colors match, right? If the colors match, then go and change the background color, right? That's what happened. When we press the right button, the background color got changed for all the squares and also for the header, right? So that's what we are doing here. We are changing the colors for all the elements of the squares, and we are changing the background color as well. So in that reset function, we are again generating 6 numbers, 6 new random numbers. The external style sheet that I just saw you, that was the second slide that I did, right? First we added the HTML, Supriya, then we added CSS, and that's it. There is no external style sheet. There are only one style sheet, that is one CSS file, one HTML file, and one JavaScript file. That's it. I'm not using any Bootstrap, nothing. Okay. Now the reset function. So I'm generating again new numbers. I'm picking one of them and storing it in picked, right? With the help of random picked index, right? Then the message content, I am just removing whatever the message was there, right? We saw earlier we don't have any message, right? So the message content is empty. I am changing the background color again to what? Steel blue, that is blue color, because at the starting when I refresh the game, the header of that thing will be blue, right? And again, then what I'm changing, I'm just setting the colors for all the squares. That's it. So let's see. Let's go back and let's see the function here. Okay, now let's minimize this thing. You see, now haven't I reset this thing? You see, try again, new color. We got the color, same color. The same color was set for all the squares and the background and the header tag as well. Okay, so this is how we do it. Okay, so once we press the correct option, the correct message got printed, and then we pressed play again. We got the new game again. So again, you can play this game. So this is just a thing that you can add to your resume, showing that you know all the things, your bases are covered, right? So you included HTML in it, you included some styling to it, right? You included JavaScript to it, and that's it. So you have completed your game, and this is the thing that I was trying to say, that this is the most simple game that one can think of, right? And you have used all the things, the event listeners, the arrays, the loops, right? The functions are used, right? This is all the functions that we have used, okay? Right? So the last function was the reset function, and this is the HTML page, including what? JS file, right? The HTML, CSS, and the JavaScript file was included in this. Okay, it's done. That's it, guys. So quickly, just tell me if you have any confusions, right? If you have any confusions, you can tell me any function that you don't, right? You want me to repeat any function? Just quickly tell. So I will just minimize these functions. The init function, the reset function was called here. Herein we have the index picker, right? Herein we have index, one second, and then we have this change color function. Then we have reset function. So one function, two, and then we have the third function here. Yes, you will have the slide deck. In that slide deck, you just have to cut these slides in the same format that I have put. You just need to cut those, copy those things and put it in your HTML file and CML file, CSS file, and JavaScript file. That's it. I have given you the source code as well in the slide deck. Okay. So this is it. Okay, guys. Sir, what does this 1430 and 150 signifies? So this 1430 and this is the color. This is the color. Okay, let me show you what I mean by this thing. So yeah, so this This 242 is the RGB color format. So you can add a color with three things. Okay, to add a CSS, to add a color to something, you can add it. You have three ways to do it. Okay, the first way is you just write the color directly. That is black, blue, red. Right. The second thing is that you use the octathorpe and the 6-digit number that I used, #232323. Okay, that is one another way to add a color. And then the third thing is that you can use this RGB. RGB has another variation, that is RGBA. That A represents the transparency. Okay, yeah, Abhishek, hex code, that octathorpe and the 6-digit. That is the hex code. And this is another thing, that is RGB, wherein we have what? The first will represent the red format, the second will represent the green, and then the black. I will show you. Let me just show you on Wikipedia how this works. Okay, RGB format. You see, this is red, green, and blue. You see how this thing changes. So if you want something yellowish, you use green and red. If you want something a pink type color, you can use this thing, white, right? Red and blue. Okay, okay, red, green, and blue. I was saying black, it's blue. Okay, guys. So it will range from 0 to 255. Okay. So it will range from 0 to 255. Yes. Blue. Yeah. So all these red, green, and blue will have a range from 0 to 255, 0 to 255, and 0 to 255. Okay. That's it.
So now let's start with the very first project. Let's see what we are going to make. So the very first project is nothing but a digital clock. So we are going to prepare a particular web page in which a digital clock will be presented. So let's move to our Sublime and let's see how we can do this. So this is my Sublime text editor. We'll be using this text editor to do all our projects. So let's begin with creating our file. So first of all, what we'll do is we'll create a folder in our desktop. So here is my desktop. Let's create a folder here and I will keep it as JavaScript projects. Right now in this folder, we have to create our own file. So what we'll do, we'll go to a Sublime and we will click on file. We'll click on open folder and from here in the desktop, we'll choose JavaScript projects. So it will open up my folder. Now in this folder, I want to create our file. So I'll right click. I'll write new file and I'll save this file in JavaScript project folder with the name of clock.html. Okay. Now why I'm writing HTML? Because we are going to prepare an HTML document and after that we are going to write JavaScript codings in that particular file. So for right now, let's do it as clock.html. Now, if you guys know what is HTML and the basics of HTML, you must be knowing in Sublime, if you are writing the angular bracket with HTML, you'll get the whole skeleton of your HTML code, right? Now, here I'm going to mention the title as digital clock. Now, what we are going to do in this particular video, that we are going to write each and every step and at the same time, we will see our web page also that what all changes is happening in the web page. So let's save this particular document. So and right click, copy file path. Let's open my Chrome and let's paste this particular path here, hit enter and you can see this is my web page. And here you can see the title which is saying digital clock. So we have now created our digital clock web page. Now still we have the whole coding left, right? So let's begin with it. Now in the body, what we are going to do, first of all, we know that we want to present our digital clock at a place, right? So let's create our div element there and let's give an ID. So let's give an ID there as digital clock. Okay. And let's close this particular div because my whole particular div thing will come here. Okay. So in the body, we will only keep this much. Okay. And now what we'll do, we'll create our script. So let's Hit enter, and let's start writing our main code, which is our JavaScript code. So first of all, let's understand what do we want here. We want a digital clock. That means we want the web page to present the hours, the minutes, and the seconds, right? And the reason being saying is that we want our hours, minutes, and seconds in this particular web page. From where you can get that? You can get that from our date function, right? So what we can do here is we can first create our one variable, which is date, okay? And this date will be the object. So in JavaScript, we can create an object of any particular method or any constructor. So what we can do, we can create this variable as an object of date method. Okay. So we have created this particular variable, which is of date method. This is the variable also. You can say reference variable or an object. Okay. Now, let's bring our hour variable. So this is h, which is our hour variable, and we will use this particular object to get our hours. Okay. So from this particular object, it is going to the date method and getting the hours from there. If you remember, this date method is nothing but which gives you your current date and time from the system. So this date is having your current date, time, hour, minutes, milliseconds, everything. And from this date, we have created an object by which I want only the hours. That's it. Okay. Like this, we can do it for all the rest of the things. So we can do it for our minutes, and we can do the same thing for our seconds. Right? So now we have our hour, minutes, and seconds. We need to print it out. So how we can print it out? What we can do is in JavaScript, we have document.getElementById. So we will use that. And here we will give the ID as what? So you can see, I want to present my digital clock thing in this particular div, which is in our body. So this particular ID I'm going to mention here so that my digital clock will be presented here. Okay. Now I will write here dot inner HTML equal to how I'm going to print out my particular digital clock. I want to print it out as hour and then colon and then minute and then colon and then second, because that is how digital clock is working, right? So what we will do is we want the hour first, and then we want colon, then we want the minute, and then we want colon, and again we want the second. So this is how we are going to print our hour, minutes, and seconds in our web page. Okay, so we have done most of the necessary things. Let's save this and let's see our web page. Is something coming or not? Okay, something is coming and it's very small. So let me maximize my browser screen. So remember that I'm maximizing it. I have not written any code in HTML to do that. I'm just doing it manually. So this is what I'm getting. What is it? It is 10:59:10, and which is my current time, right? You can see here it is 10:59 a.m., right? That is what is coming. But is this clock moving? So this clock is not moving right now, right? Why it is not moving? The seconds you can see it is not moving. If I reload my page, then you can see the change is happening. But whenever I reload my page, only that time the change is happening. That means my code is working fine, but this whole code is not repeating every second. The whole code should repeat every second automatically, right? And that's when my particular digital clock will run every second, and it will rerun every second automatically, right? So how we can do that? Let's do it. What we are going to do, because we want this whole thing to be reloaded again and again, so let's keep it in a function. So what we'll do here is we'll first create a function. Let's say the name of the function is showtime. Okay, and because I want this whole thing, so I will close it at the last. Now you can see this is now a bundle, right? Function is, that is why function is used, right? Because in function we write a particular code which can be rerun again and again. That is what we have done. Okay, now we need to run this particular function again and again. So first let's call this particular function. How we can call it? So what we have to do, we have to call this something like this. So this is how we actually call our function. So we have done that. Now let's save this and let's see what is happening. So you can see still it is the same. Why? Because what we have done till now is we have just written this particular thing inside a function and we are calling that function. How many times? Only one time. So again, we have not done anything. We have just written a code which is again rerunning this part of code one time, right? So still my digital clock is not moving. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to make this particular function rerun every second. How we are going to do that? We are going to use a particular function which is called as set timeout. Now what is this set timeout? I'll tell you. Set timeout is a function, is a predefined function which actually sets the time till what time you want to run this function. Till that time, that particular function will rerun again and again. So I want it to run every second. That means every 1000 milliseconds, because 1 second is equal to 1000 milliseconds, and in this set timeout parameter we have to write milliseconds. That is why I've written here 1000. So let's give a semicolon and let's save this and let's go to our web page. Let's see if it is running every second. So as you can see, every second my particular digital clock is running and these seconds are changing. Because seconds are changing, so my minutes are also changing after the seconds completed 60 seconds, right? So I think we have already got the digital clock, but still this is not correct. Why is it not correct? Okay, we know that our digital clock is working, but if you see this 3, if you see any digital clock, we will not see a single number digit in any digital clock. Let it be hour, minute or second, all these things will be double digit, right? That means 11, 0, 3, 42. Something like that should be coming, right? So how we can do that? Also, if you see here, this is nothing but not showing that whether it is AM or PM, right? We are very not sure that whether it is 11 PM or 11 AM, right? So what is it? It is a 24-hour format, whether it is a 12-hour format, what is it? We are not being able to understand it, right? So what we will do is, we will write here one more variable, which is session. So in this session, we'll be able to know whether my particular time is AM or PM. Right now, by default, this is your AM. So what I'll do, I'll write here AM, because by default it is AM, right? Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to write some conditional statements to make sure that it is following a 12-hour format or 24-hour format. So let's see what code we can write here. So what we are going to do here is, if hour is equal to 0, when the hour becomes 0, when is the time when hour will become 0? It will be in the midnight, right? When it is exceeding 11:59, right? Well, 11 hours 59 minutes. Once it becomes 11 hours 60 minutes, it becomes 0, right? That is what happens. So what I want here is, when the hour is equal to 0, I don't want it to print it as 0. I want to print it as 12. Now what will happen? Every time the clock ticks 0, that means 12, it will print 12. It will not print 0. So what I am doing here, I am not making it 24-hour format. I am actually making it a 12-hour format, because here I'm writing h equal to 12. If it prints 0, that means it is 24-hour format, right? That is how clock works, right? Okay, this is done. Right now you won't be able to see any changes in your digital clock in the hour section because it is AM, right? So it is not following. But once it is evening, then you can see it will be in a 12-hour format. That means if I run this particular program today at 4 p.m., so it will say 04, right? It will not say 16:4, correct? Now that we have understood this condition, which is nothing but changing our 24-hour format to 12-hour, let's see how we can make our session from AM to PM or PM to AM, right? So what we'll do here is, let's say that, hour is greater than 12. Let's say that it is 1 p.m. Okay. So what I want is, I want that when it is 13, right? When my hour is 13, then I don't want it to print 13. I want it to print how much? I want it to print 1 because 13 hour is nothing but 1 p.m. So what I'll do? What I can do here is 13 minus 12. 13 minus 12 will give me 1. So my formula can be h equal to h minus 12. What it will do? Suppose if hour is 13, then 13 minus 12, that means it will give 1. So hour will now become 1. And that is how you actually change your 24-hour format into 12-hour format. So these two programs, these two conditional statements is making sure that your code or that your digital clock is becoming a 12-hour format, right? Okay. Now, once this happens, I want my session to be changed. Why? Because after 12 hours, always it will be PM, right? 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m., right? Till midnight. It will be PM itself. So I'm writing here PM. Now I've written the session PM. Let's see what happens here. Nothing will happen because right now it's morning. So it's 11. But the problem is it is not showing me AM or PM, right? What is the reason? Why is it not showing me the AM or PM? The reason is where I'm printing stuffs, I have not written session. If you will not write the variable name there, then how come the value will be fetched, right? So right now you can see it is saying 11 AM. Why? The reason being the 11 is not greater than 12, right? 11 is smaller than 12. So this condition is false, and that is why this particular thing is skipped. If I run this particular digital clock at 4 p.m. today, then it will be 04 minutes and seconds and then PM, right? So this is a basic code how you can change your 24-hour format to 12-hour format. These two codes are important. Now the left part is what? The left part is, if you can see, this double digit should be there, right? All the hour, minutes and seconds should be double digit, which is not there right now. So what we can do here for it? So let's see what formula we can write. What do we want here is, we want our hour, minute or seconds to be in a double digit. So what we can do? Suppose if the hour is less than 10. Less than 10 means 0 to 9, right? So what do I want here when it is 0 to 9? I want to add a 0 in the beginning as a prefix, right? So what we can do? We can add a 0 to our hour. That's what I want, right? That's what I want. If the hour is less than 10, that is 0 to 9, I want to add a 0 in the beginning, right? The same thing I have to do it with my minutes and seconds also. So let's do that. Let's write here m less than 10, and here I'm going to write m equal to 0 plus m, right? The same thing I have to do again for seconds. So let me do one thing. Let me copy this and let me paste it here. And let's do here. S. Right? Because my seconds is represented in S variable. Done. Now let's see whether this is doing some changes in my code or not. So if you see right now it's 53, 54, 55, 56. It is counting it, right? Once it reaches 0, 1, and you can see once I reload my page, seconds are coming in 2 digits, right? Double digits. So you can see right now it is looking like a perfect digital clock, correct? So the same thing will happen in your minutes and hours also, because we have written that particular thing here. But don't you think this particular code is really very big and it is taking so much of lines? If you can see, it is taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lines to just do that simple thing, right? Is there any other way that we can do the same thing? Yes, there is. What we can use is we can use a ternary operator. Okay, so what we'll do, we will comment this particular section and I will write a alternate code for it, and let's compare how much lines of code is that code taking. So what I'll do here is I will write h equal to, what is the condition? Because in ternary operator we write the condition first. Condition is h less than 10. If this is true, then what will happen? Then we have to add a prefix 0 to my hour. If the condition is false, then what I want just the hours. That is what I have written here. Again, I'm going to explain you for the minutes. So the condition is if the minute is less than 10, this is the condition. If the condition is true, then I want to add 0 to my minutes. And if the condition is false, then I just print my minute. Right? The same thing I'll do with my seconds also. And you can see how many lines of codes it is taking. It is just taking 3 lines. So whether you will write a 9 line of code or whether you will write a 3 line of code, that depends on you, right? And you can see it will work the same. So if you see, still the 0 is coming here, right? Okay, so this is a perfect code for a digital clock. Okay, but right now what we will do is, one thing is left, which is your CSS, to make this particular digital clock beautiful. So what we can do is, let me make it as 100%, and you can see the clock is looking really very small. So let's write some CSS and let's see how we can represent it in a more attractive manner. So we have written the HTML and JavaScript for this particular our digital clock. Now let's write our style. So we'll do the internal style so that you will not get confused. And in this style, what we are going to do, first of all, in the body, I'm going to make the background totally black. I'll tell you the reason why I'm doing that. Once it is black, obviously the whole screen will become black and you won't be able to see your clock. That is so obvious. But now what I'm going to do, I'm going to write my clock style. So for that, what I want to do is I want to give a class here in which I'm going to write clock. Okay, and then here dot clock. Now I want to give all the respective styles to this particular clock, because this is the div element where my digital clock is coming, right? So this is where I want all my styles for this particular clock. So what I'm going to do first of all here is position absolute, because your position should be absolute, and then I'll give the color first of all because I want to see my digital clock. So if you now see here, the code, the particular digital clock is coming, but it is very small, that is why you can't see it. Let me zoom it and you can see this particular clock is here. Let me bring it back to 100% because I want to make sure that I am doing the font size from the style and not from it manually, right? So now I've given the color, and here what I'm going to do, I'm going to place my digital clock in the center. So from the top, I'm going to give 50%, so that from the top it will go down. So you can see this is the 50%. You can see this is in the middle right now. Okay, and now let me write here. So because I want to move it in the center, that means I have to give what? I have to give left, and left also I'll try to give it here 50%. So top and left 50% will present anything in your center. So if you see, it is in the center, right? Okay. Now what I'm going to do, so here position absolute, color green, top and left we have written. Now let me write here transform. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do some animation thing here, and let's translate X to minus 50% and translate Y to, let's say, minus 50%. So I'm just giving an animation to it. Let's see what happens. This is, I'm just transforming. So you can see now it is in the center, the exact center. Even if I zoom it, it is in the exact center. Okay. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to color I've already given. So now I'm going to give the font size, and font size I'm going to mention here as 60 pixels. So let's see what happens here. So you can see now it is a little bit bigger, right? Okay. Now, next what I'm going to do, see the green color is not looking very nice. So let me give lime, and now it is a little bit bright, right? So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to change the font family because that is a little bit simple. So let me give here Orbitron, and in the letter spacing I'll give 10 pixels. That means all the hour, minutes and all the letters will be having some spaces. So let's see now what is happening, and you can see our digital clock is now beautified, and this is how it is looking. It is working fine, and every second this particular digital clock is running. So this is what is our first project in JavaScript, which is our digital clock. I hope you understood this particular program. Let's move to our next particular program and let's see how we can do the coding for that particular project. So now we are coming into our next project, which is a digital calculator. So we are going to create a particular calculator using JavaScript coding and also with HTML and CSS. So let's jump to our Sublime and let's see how we can achieve that. So what we can do in this particular JavaScript project folder itself, we are going to create a new file. So let me write here new file, and let's save this and write here the name as calculator.html. Once I do that, let's hit enter and let's write the basic skeleton of our HTML. And here I'm going to write calculator project as my title, and let's start with the body. So let me show you how does it look like when it comes to browser. Obviously there will be nothing because we have not written anything yet. We have just written the title, so only the title is coming in the head part, right? Now, so let's start with the calculator. Now first thing you have to understand in the calculator, that calculators are always looking like a table structure. If you look at this particular diagram which I have attached here, you can see there is a text box. You can say this blue color thing is text box, and you can say these buttons are nothing but a button, right, which you can click. And all these particular things are having a table structure. If you notice, this is nothing but a table, right? So that means we have to use our table tags to do this particular task. So what we can do is we can start with our table and we can create our rows with all the buttons in it. So let's start doing that. Now what we'll do is we'll start with a div because that is where we want to represent our calculator. So what we can do is, first of all, let's give a title. Okay, a normal basic title we'll give, which is Great Learning Calculator. Okay, and next what we are going to do is we are going to close this particular div. We have already closed it. So let's start with the table. Border we are going to give here as 0, and let's begin our coding. So what I'm going to do here is let's first create our first row. So which you can see I'm writing as tr, and in this tr I'll hit enter and let's see what we have to write. So basically in the first row, what I want is I want a text box. Okay. Now obviously if you imagine how does a calculator look like, there will be 4 rows in total, right? And I want this particular text box to be a bit bigger. So what I'll do is I'll make a call span and I'll take 3 rows, 3 columns here. There'll be 4 columns in total, that is 1, 2, 3, and then something, some button, then 4, 5, 6, and then some operator, and then 7, 8, 9, and then some operator. So there are total 4 columns, from which I want 3 columns as a text box. So I am writing call span 3. If you're not understanding, don't worry. Once I go to the web page, you'll be able to understand what exactly I'm doing here. And here I'm going to give here a text box. So for text box, we use input tag, name and all. I don't want to give. It's better I want to give a ID. So what I want is in a type, I want a text format, and in the ID, I'll give an ID name as a result. Why I'm giving a result? Because obviously in the text box, your result will come, right? So this ID, we will use it in JavaScript, okay? But right now I'm writing here because to tell you that the text box will give you the result, right? That's all. Done. Now what I'm going to do, this TD is completed. So let me close it here itself so that you won't get confused. Now there's another TD because only I have taken 3 columns. That means 1 column is still left. What I'm going to create in this particular column is nothing but my particular button of clear. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a button which is a clear button. So let me do something here. Let's write here value. This is a clear button. So let's see C, because in most of the calculator you can see it is either AC or C, the button name. That is what I'm giving. And because it is a button, something should happen when you click that, right? So I'm going to create here one function. The description of this function, I'm going to write it in the JavaScript. What is exactly this C will do? This is actually will clear your text box, right? So that particular program I'm going to write in JavaScript. But right now, as you can see, my first row is totally completed. Let me close this TD here and let me close the TR here. Perfect. Now let's see our web page whether it is showing me the same thing. So if you see, let me make it zoom. So you can see this text box is taking 3 columns and this C is taking 1 column, and you can see it is clickable. Right? Right now this button will not work because you have not written JavaScript. So let it be like this. And let's complete our table with the other rows. So what do you want? This is really very simple, right? What do you want? I want my other particular buttons here, right? So how I'm going to write here is, I'm going to write here input tag because I want a button, and the value I'm going to give, I will do the same thing which I have done in our C because that is how we want it, right? Now I'm going to write here 1, and next what I'm going to do here is on click, I don't want it to give a clear function because 1 is just a number. So what it should do, it should display me 1, right? So I'm creating a function of display, which again I will write the description of this in my JavaScript. So wait for that. This is done. This is my 1 button. Let's see if it is showing it. You can see the 1 button is coming. Now what we can do is, not to waste time, we can actually paste this 4 times because we have 4 columns, right? And we can change the numbers as we want. So here I want a division, rest everything will be same. And now again what we can do, first of all let me show you the page. I have not saved the file. Let me save it, and this is how it is looking. This is how I want. Now what I can do, I can paste it several times and I can just change my numbers because that is what I want, right? I want different numbers to be here, to be represented. Again, 4, 5, 6. So here it will come 7, 8 and 9, and minus is done So let me give you a plus. Again, once more we have to do this. So let's say here. So after 7, 8, 9, obviously you will not be having 10, we'll have 0, and let's say a equal sign, and at last, so our minus plus, everything is completed, and one thing is left, which is our multiplication operator. Perfect. But here, if you notice, these things are perfectly done and my particular calculator buttons are also coming. But one thing is to mention here that equal to, see, if I click 5, 6 or minus or 7, what happens in calculator? If I click on minus, minus will be presented in the text box. If I click on 5, 5 will be written in the text box. But if I click on equal to, does equal to show up in the text box? No, right? Equal to is used for evaluating. So I don't want to display the equal to. I want to evaluate it. So let me write here. Let's say this particular command as equate, because I want to evaluate, right? So I'm writing this particular function name as equate. Okay, so my all functions are ready, all my HTML is ready. So you can see this is ready. What I can do now is I can close my table and I can start writing my JavaScript, correct? Because my HTML is done. All my functions are ready and all my IDs are also done. So let's start writing our JavaScript. Let me create here my script tag and let's start our script. First of all, let's see what all functions we have. We have 3 functions: clear, display, and equate. So let me write here function and let me mention here clear, because that is my first method, right? Now let me hit enter and let's write all the functions which I have. So I have my display and at last I have my what is that? Equate, right? I've written all my functions here. I have to just write now my what? I have to write my code. I have to write my basic logic for these all functions. So what we will write here is, first of all, for display, we will see what we have to do. Now, if you see in the display, in the bracket, we have to pass something. Why we have to pass something? Because when you will click on one, right, then we have to tell our browser that take this one and print it in the text box. That is what we want. So in the display, we'll pass a particular parameter, which will be these numbers itself. So that display will not only print one thing, but it is different for all the different display methods. So here, okay, this is not 4, this is your slash. Let me complete this particular thing and let's see after that what you have to do. This won't take much time. This is your minus, and then we have the 7, then we have the 8, then we have the 9, and then we have the plus. Later on, the next ones, we have the dot, then we have the 0. This one is equate, so we are not going to do anything in that, and then multiplication. This is done. Now, because there is a parameters here, I'm going to pass the argument, which is value. So I'm just writing it as val. Done. Now, what I want my JavaScript to do is, once I click those buttons, that particular button number, whether it is 7, 8, 9, plus, multiplication, minus, plus, whatever it is, that should be printed in my text box. So what I'm going to do for printing, we use document.get element by ID, and here in which ID I want it to be displayed in the text box. The text box ID is what? You can see the result, right? So in the result, I want what? I want the value. Which value do I want? So if you see here, I want to display the value val. Now The reason being why I'm writing here plus equal to is nothing but, if you see, if I click on 9, so 9 will be printed in the text box, and after that if I click plus, then plus should also come after 9. So it should be 9 plus, right? That is what we are doing here. Val equal to val plus val. So whatever is the value will get added to it, correct? That is why we are writing here plus equal to. So if you are pressing 5, then 5 will be printed, and then if you're pressing plus, then plus will come, and then if you're pressing 6, then 5 plus 6 in total will be printed. That is what we have written here. Let's see if it is working. So let's go to our browser, let's reload the page, click on 6, 6 is getting printed, plus I have clicked, plus is also getting printed, 9 is also getting printed. Whatever buttons you will click, now those all things will get printed in the result ID, which is your text box. Perfect. So display function is done. That is the complicated one. Now let's see the equate, because that is what is also most important, one of the most important function. Now here what I want is equate should what do? It should equate my particular equation. Let's say this is my equation. Okay. Now this particular equation I have to save somewhere, right? Then only I can solve it, right? So I'm taking a variable x and I'm going to save that particular equation in x. So that particular equation from where I can get it from result ID, right? Whatever result ID is saving the value, that value should get stored into x. And then I'm going to take y and I'm going to use one predefined function which is eval. Eval means evaluate. So it will directly evaluate whatever is there in x. What equation we have in x? We have 6 plus 9 minus 3 by 6. That will be evaluated and the result will be stored in y. Now where do I want to present my y? I want to present it again in my result ID. That is my text box, result text box. So what I'm going to do here, document dot, again get element by ID. I'm going to write here result. What I want to present here, I want to present here my y value. So I'm going to write here y. Done. Let's see what happens. So if I reload my page, I write here 6 plus 9 minus 3 divided by 6. Any equation you can write. I have written the function of equate. So let's equate it, and this is how you are getting the answer. Where are you getting the answer? You're getting the answer in your text box itself. What is happening around? I'll show you again. So if I write 2 plus 3, this particular thing will get saved into a variable x, and then it will evaluate x and put the result into y, and that y value will be printed in the text box again, that is this 5. Now if I click on C, if you can see, when I click on C, nothing is happening. If I click on C, this particular text box should be 0. That means it should be empty, but it is not happening because you have not written the code for clear function. So what I can do here is I can write the function for our clear. So this is very easy. This is just document dot get element by ID. Which particular ID I want to remove? I want to erase result value. I want to erase it, right? So we'll not give anything because I want to erase it, right? So I'm not giving anything. Let's see if I write here something, if I equate it, and then if I click on C, okay, 1 second, let's see if there is something, if there is some error. So as you can see, when I click on C, this is not working, right? What we have done is we have written the function name as clear, okay? JavaScript understands CLR as clear. So what we'll do is we'll change this name to CLR and let's see now if it is working. So I'm going to write anything, let's say 36. I'm going to click on C and it is gone. So now if I add something, let's say I'm adding 6 plus 3 and equal to 9. If I click on C, it is gone. So remember every time that when you're making a function which is clear, you should write CLR. So as you can see, this is the program, the whole program for your calculator, but still there is something left which is my style. So we have to make sure that we are writing our style in this particular calculator, because right now if you see your web page, the calculator is not looking that nice. So what we are going to do here is we are going to create our style. So let's look here what we can do. We can write here style, and in this let's give whatever we want. So let's beautify our title first. So in this title I'm going to write here margin bottom, and I'm going to give the margin bottom as 10 pixel. Let's see what happens when I give that. So if you see here, there is a margin space given provided just below the title, and after that I'm going to make this text align as center because I wanted it to be in center. That I don't have to show because you must be knowing what is center do. This particular width I'm going to give here 210 pixel. So you can see this is in the center and the width is also 210 pixels. Okay, next what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give the color of this particular text to be blue, and some border should be there, which is nothing but I'm writing it as solid, which is our style, and then a color which is black, and then the size of the border which is 2 pixel. These all things when I do, so my title will look something like this. Now what I'm going to do, the title is now beautified. So what I'm going to do here now is all the input where type is equal to button. So all the buttons I'll give here some CSS. This is how you should write when you want to provide some style in your input buttons. So I'm going to make all these as black so that it looks a little bit nice. And after this, I'm going to give here the color white, because if I'm giving the black color as the background, then we have to change the text color. And we are going to give the border also. So let's give here solid black and 2 pixels, the same thing which we have done in our title. And next what we are going to do here is the last thing, which is my width. I'm going to give 100% because the buttons which you can see right now is very small, but when I give 100% it looks something like this. And look, you can see how amazing this is looking, right? Now the only thing which is left is my text box. So let me write here input, and then we'll give here type, and here I'm going to mention text because that is what is I have written in the while creating the input tag. So here I'm going to give here the background color as white. Okay, and the next thing what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give the border. Let me scroll down if you can't see it. So in the border I'm going to give here the solid, the black, and the same 2 pixel which I've given in both the title and the input type button. Next I'm going to give here the width, which is also 100% because right now this was not 100%. So let's see how my text box is appearing. So you can see this is how this looks, and this is my final calculator. So if I now do something, this is working. So this is what is the project of calculator looks like. I hope you have understood this particular project. Let's move to the next project and let's see how we can do the coding for that particular project. Now we are moving into our next project, which is our to-do list. So we are going to make a project on HTML, CSS and JavaScript, where the most of the important role is after JavaScript. So we are going to see how to create this particular to-do list in our web page. So let's move to our Sublime and let's create a new file here. Let's save it as in the name of to-do list.html. Okay, this is saved. Now what we are going to do, we are going to start our coding. So you can see in our folder we have 3 files: calculator, clock, and to-do list. We are going to do our next project, which is our to-do list. Now let me first tell you, if nobody knows what is to-do list. To-do list is something like this, in which we have a sheet of paper in which we write the whole day what we are going to do. What are the things to do so that we don't forget it, right? So we write it and then we tick mark it. And if suppose we are not tick marking it, we are just writing it. Suppose some tasks are done, then we cut it, we remove it from there, right? So that is what is your to-do list. So we are going to create that particular thing, and let's see how does it work. So first of all, let me write the skeleton of the HTML. So I'm going to give the title as to-do list, and as you can see, if I go to my browser, okay, I have not copied the file path. So let's copy the file path and let's go to our browser. If I go to my next page, if I paste it here and reload, you can see the heading is to-do list, the title which is coming. And now in this particular white portion, we are going to write our code, whatever is needed in our to-do list. So what I'm going to start here with is two things is very important here, which is div classes and the class names which you are giving. So let's suppose I'm giving here the first one as container. What I'm doing here is I am basically typing h1 because I want a particular heading for my to-do list application. So I'm putting here a h1 in which I'm giving different classes. I'll tell you why I'm giving this particular different classes here. You will understand once I will write the whole code. So this is what is h1 looks like. So I have a div inside which I have the h1 and some br tags to give this space. Let's see how does it look. It will be very simple because it's just an h1. So just a h1 is coming. Correct. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another div inside this particular class inside this particular div itself. So you can see we have the div and then we have the another div which is again class row. So there are two class which is having a row. One is your h1 and one is your div again, right? Understand the sequence how we are writing it. Inside this div we have one h1 and one div. So first we need to close this div and then only we can close this particular div, right? Let's see what I'm going to write in this particular div. We are going to create a form. Why I'm going to create a form? Because I want to make a text box in which we can put our list items, right? So here I'm going to make a class in which I will just mention input group, because in this particular text box I'm going to put enough number of inputs because those are the list items list which I'm going to put inside. So I'm going to put here input, I'm going to put here text, input type text, and then I'm going to give here placeholder so that person can understand that what I'm going to write here in this. So in this I'm going to write here what? I'm going to write here to do items, right? And here I'm going to give an ID, the ID which we use it in our JavaScript. So I'm going to write here box because it is a text box. And in the style, I'm going to just mention here the width to be 30 VW. What is VW? VW is nothing but a kind of expression. How do you give, like pixels or centimeter, meter? So in HTML we give pixels, percentage, or VW, which is viewport width. So we give viewport width here, and then this is done. So I'm going to close this div. Which is this div? This div is this one. And now I'm going to give a br, a space. So you can see one text box will be presented in my web page. So you can see one text box is coming. Now, why there is only one text box and I've written so much of coding? Because I've just mentioned our classes and all, so that while giving JavaScript code or while giving the CSS, we will not be having any problem. Now what I'm going to do, what is my particular thing is I want to give a button so that whatever list you will write here, that I can add it to my list, right? So I want to have a button here. So let's write here div and let's give again a class. This class I'll name it as form group, and here I'm going to mention input. This input will be my button, and value I will just write the name as add because I want to add those items. So once I click on add button, my list will be added to my list. Okay, now let me give the width. Width, I will again take the viewport width, which is 10 VW. This is done because it's a button, so I have to write the on click. Now in the on click, what should happen? There should be a function which the description will be written in the JavaScript, whose description will be written in the JavaScript. This is done, and now let me close the div. This div is closed, and the form also will close, and the div also will close. So this div is now ended. So as you can see, now it is more structured. If you see, we have this row inside which we are writing the form, inside which there are two things. One is your text box and one is your button. So if you see now, we have our button here, right? We have our button in which we can write our to-do item, and then we can click on add. Once I click on add, this particular list item will be getting saved in our list, which we have not mentioned till now because we have not created our JavaScript code, right? So this particular div is now done. So after this, okay, this form is done, this div is done. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write our next thing, which is our one more row. What is this row will do? I'll tell you. So see, when you are adding the element, it should be presented also, right? Like in my PPT, as I showed you, that these laundry, shop for groceries, wash the dishes, feed the cat, water the plants, these all should be visible, right? So to make it visible, we have to have one more div element where we will actually represent it in a unordered list manner. So I'm going to give a ID here in which I'm going to write list item. Okay. Now once this is done, I'm going to close my UL and I'm going to close my div. Okay. Perfect. So this is done. Now what we will do is we will close our last div, and now we can start our script, because that is the most important part. Because right now, if you see, nothing will happen in your HTML. It will just be like that. Even if you write something and if you click on add, nothing will happen. So you can see when I click on add, nothing is happening, right? Because everything depends on your script. That is why JavaScript is so important. So what I'm going to do here is we have to start writing explaining or giving a description of our function. So which function I have taken? So my function name is add item. So in this add item, I'm going to write the description. What I'm going to write, please have a look here because this is very important. Now, let me take a variable. So let's take let item equal to, and what I'm going to do is document dot get element by ID. Normally what I'm doing, whatever in the text box we will write, those all things will be saved into this item variable. That is what I'm doing. So whatever will come into the box, what text box? Text box. What is the ID of that text box? Box. So I'm going to write here box. So whatever things you will write in the text box, those all things will be getting saved in your item variable. From the item variable, where it should go? Let me tell you. So I have one ID here, which you can see, which I have written in here is unordered list, right? These item, whatever it will store, whatever items it will store, whatever items I will write, that will store, it should be presented or displayed around this unordered list, correct? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to write here this particular list item, and I'm going to mention here document dot get element by ID. From where do I want this? I want it from my list item. So I'm going to choose that. Okay, so whatever items will be there, these all items will be presented in the list item. But there is a problem. What is the problem? The problem you can see is whenever we write any UL, right, there will be li tag also, right, in which we write our values in the li tag. So we have to use that also. So how we can do that now? What we can do is if we will write here if, and in the if we will write item dot value. Suppose somebody is not giving any value inside it. Suppose somebody is not giving any value inside the text box. Then what will happen? nothing will be added, right? So what we are writing a condition. If item dot value is not equal to empty, that means if the item value is not equal to empty, so the item is not empty, it is filled with something, then you have to come inside. Then you will come inside, what will happen? We will customize our li element, because we have not written an li tag here, so we have to create it with JavaScript. Okay, so we can create tags using JavaScript in short. So what we can do here is we can create our li tag. So make li is my variable in which I am going to write a particular function which is called as create element. This is your JavaScript command. Which element I want to create? I want to create an li. That is what I have written here. So this make li variable will create a li tag. Okay. Next, what I'm going to do in this make li, I want to add. So to add, what we have to use? We have to use append child. Okay. So after the make li, what should come? So after the li tag, your list item should come, right? And then after that, list tag should be getting closed. So this is your opening list tag li, and then you are adding your list item to that li. So how we can add this? Append child and then document dot. We are going to write here create text node. What text node? Whatever item value is storing. So in the item, where is the item? In this item, whatever value is stored, that will be added inside my li tag. And after that, I have to close my li tag. So what I'll do? After that, I have to close my li tag. So I'll write here make li, because I have to close my li tag. So to this list item, after that, when the item is added, I have closed my li tag. So in short, what is happening? I'll just write it here. In short, what is happening? This is happening. One second, sorry. In short, this is what is happening. So these 3 lines, in short, what it is doing? It is doing this, which will be directly coming here. Okay, that is what we are doing. So we are not writing or creating li tag in the HTML, but we are doing the same thing through JavaScript. Okay, once this is done, what we have to do is, now we have to make our item value to 0, because we don't want that any item should be missed out. So we are making this particular item value to 0. Okay. Now after this, let's see what is next. Now what we are going to do here is, once your particular list is saved, it should be displayed, right? So make li dot on click. Now what I'm doing, let's see. So I'll save this and I go to my web page. Let's see till here what we have done. So if suppose I'm adding here a list which is shopping, if I add here, okay, I have not completed the code, that is why it is not working. So let me first complete this. So what I want is, once my particular list is coming, what I want to do is, once I click on that particular list, it should get deleted. So a number of list is coming. So all the list of items which I've already done, I'll just click on that and it will be deleted. So for that, what I'm doing, I'm writing a code on click. So in that make li, that li tag which you're writing, if you click on that, what will happen? It will remove that particular list of items from there. So for that, what I have to do? I have to take permission from the parent node and I have to remove that child from there. So I'm going to write here remove child. Which one? This one, which I have clicked. So I'm writing here this. So whatever item you will click, right, that particular child or that particular list, in short, will be deleted. So this is done, and this if condition was there. So else what will happen? That means if the item is not equal to empty, that means you have written some item there. If you have not written some item, then what should happen? Then an alert message should come that please add a value to item. This is what you should get when you are not writing anything in the text box. So now what we will do, we will save this particular thing and let's go to our web page. Let's reload our web page and you can see this is how it is looking. Let me zoom it for you. And here let's start saving some of my items. So let's say I'm writing here shopping. Once I write shopping, I'll click on add and this is what is creating a list. That is what I explained you, that here these three lines are basically creating our li tag and it is putting it here inside the UL so that it is represented as a list. So if you know the list concept, then it will be very easy for you to understand, and also some of the JavaScript commands and functions which is used here, like append child, create element, create text node, those things. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to write another item. So let's see, I want to okay, let's say study, add, and then let's say play, add, and then let's say coding. So these four list of items I have added. Now if I don't write anything and if I click on add, you're getting an alert message which is please add a value to item. This is what we have written in our code in the else part. So if the text box is empty, then you'll get an alert message. That is what is happening. The next thing is if you want to delete the item. So we have a list of items. If I click on study, it is getting deleted. If I click on coding, it is getting deleted. If I click on play, it is getting deleted. That is what I have written here. So in the li list, if you click, the one function will be executed which will remove your list from there. Which list? This list which you are clicking. So I hope you understand this particular to-do list command. There will be no CSS for this particular project because it is already looking like a very simple and very basic to-do list. So there is no need of CSS here. So I hope you have understood this particular project, which is to-do list project.
Now let us very quickly summarize today's video. In today's video, we discussed introduction to HTML, CSS and JavaScript, introduction to jQuery and Bootstrap. Using the web development concept, we demonstrated projects such as e-commerce website with HTML and CSS, IPL theme landing page using HTML, CSS, building game using JavaScript and JavaScript projects. If you haven't subscribed to our channel yet, I want to request you to hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so that you don't miss out on any new update or video releases from Great Learning. If you enjoyed this video, show us some love and like this video. Knowledge increases by sharing, so make sure you share this video with your friends and colleagues. Make sure to comment on the video for any query or suggestions and I will respond to your comments.